If you want to start an IPGA or info product growth agency or growth operating, today I'm going to give you a full hyper in-depth course that's going to help you scale right to $10,000 per month and possibly up to $50 million a year. All for free. And this is the model that personally took me from being a broke college student to now making over around, I think we're doing $37,000 a month with our IPGA. And with our clients that we work with, we've proudly generated over $585,000 in revenue starting this month, right? And so today, I'll really compare what IPGA or growth operating at the fundamental core is, then create upwards what we call Tim Yoon's IPGA, right? Which is the fastest way for someone just starting out at this to actually get tangible results and make money fast, right? And I'll also explain why IPGA is the best model for a beginner or especially a current agency owner to transition into, right? I'll expose the best and richest IPGA niches as well, the best IGDM outreach method to get new IPGA clients, an entire step-by-step sales framework broken down at the core to close your first IPGA client, how to deliver your IPGA clients the most obscenely insane results, a hidden method on how to scale, literally, think about this, an SMMA, an e-com store, or a SaaS, a software as a service, inside of an IPGA. It's crazy. The shit you could do is crazy, which is, this secret is the tactic that only I was able to learn from a mentor that I personally know, who coincidentally also runs the biggest IPGA in the space, who is the person that makes $52 million per year, that allows me to say that number that is possible, right? But most importantly, throughout this entire video, guys, I'm gonna be using one main Notion doc to explain the entire course, right? As well as show you guys some side Notion docs and tons of other YouTube playlists that I've personally made. Tons of other of the best and low-key and oftentimes unlisted videos that I found to learn a certain topic within IPGA. Give you an entire lead list of 500 hyper-qualified IPGA leads and a few of the best free underground courses about explaining concepts like direct response copywriting, about funnel economics, and offer building that I've found, which I will all teach the core concepts and actionable tactics. These are all things, right, that you go ahead and learn and you apply the hard work and dedication to it. And this is the shit that can literally take you to the $52 million per year with your IPGA too. But here's the thing, and all of these resources, as well as what I will continue to learn over the course of my future, right? Because this is just some certain type of information. I'm gonna be continuing to learn new things, right? I'm going to synthesize into one main document, all of those old resources in one, all the new things I'm gonna learn in one main document that I'm going to tell you how to get step-by-step down in the description below. So go ahead and check the description out after you go ahead and watch through this entire course. But for now, just chill and watch the course because here's the thing, the course is quite long, it's really conceptually in-depth, but one thing that I did is that I wanted to make this course step-by-step, second-by-second, really fucking valuable and worth your time. And so sit back, pull out a massive thick notebook with tons and tons of leftover pages if you're a writer, or if you're more of a tech guy, then pull out your very, very blank Google Doc to take notes on each segment of this course, right? Which will all be broken down perfectly for you in the chapters and the timeline below. If you're on a computer, and if you're not, if you're on mobile, then I do recommend switching over to the computer to watch this video on YouTube so that you can guide yourself through that directory in the timeline of the YouTube video, right? So with that, all of that shit being said, let's go ahead and head to the office and begin. Beginning with actually a bit about me, right? So why my story is important to you is because today, what I'm gonna share with you, right? excuse me, it's really, really going to change you. If that is, you actually sit there and genuinely listen to this, okay? And so there is an aspect of trusting like the ethos of me, right? The person who is speaking to you. And in order for you to then go ahead and really listen to that information, you need to trust me, right? Without the doubt clouding the mental headspace of like, who is this fucking dude talking to me, right? So I really want to tell you my whole story so that you can really 100% get that deep trust on what I'm really saying is, so that it can be real in your life, so that you can actually go ahead and take action to this and then get true results. Because genuinely, I just want to really help you in this video, right? So, beginning with the story, since I was a kid, you know, as being a Korean American, growing up in California, my parents always, they told me, you know, go to college, you know, the classic Asian thing, be a doctor, go into the 9 to 5, right? So as you can see, like my little kid here, and me, I was fucking fat, bro. I was really, really fat. And you know you're fat when you laugh. Hold on, let's see if it plays.
Oh my god.
Bro, you know you're fat when you laugh like that, bro, right? So I was in this stage of my life, and I don't know, man, I think being fat, there was an aspect of, like, I was just doing shit that I didn't want to do, right? And so, that led me to, this is me in medical class, right? Just boring shit, right? But around 14 was when I genuinely woke up and I realized that I didn't want to go down this path of being a doctor and whatever, right? So each summer of when I was 14, I was doing sneaker reselling, right? You could go on my old TikTok where I used to promote my Instagram page and just watch through all of this. This is all me, and there I am there, just for like that real proof at OC Hyped on TikTok, right? And there's me, you know, doing my shit. And then when I was 15, summer 15, yard selling, right? You could see all of these, bro, are pictures of products that I sold, right? This is entirely my freaking iPhone camera roll, right? Crazy stuff. And here's me shipping some stuff over there, right? Then, dude, this is bringing back some memories, bro. When I was 16, then, this is me dropshipping. I had no freaking clue what I was doing, bro. I drew out my entire logo for the store, and had some Indian dude make it. It looks like shit. And then here's a TikTok.
Only 4 people with neck pain. So if you don't have neck pain, please scroll up. Okay, thank you. Now that we have the people with neck pain, let's get right to it. This is
and then I sold this stupid product. I had no clue what I was doing, right? And then when I was 17, flipping NFTs, and then here is an unlisted video of my old YouTube channel. For those of you guys who know me from my old YouTube channel, private, the next blue chip NFT, private, upcoming.
It's absolutely fantastic. They also show process
project.
All the way.
And there's like the old stuff that I made, bro. Oh my god, right. But I tell you this because this was all the lead up until it was January 2023, when I was 18 years old, right? And this was when I'd gotten into UCLA. Here's me visiting it and just sarcastically posing at my mom. I'm like, oh, I want to go. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. And so then in September 2023, I would be shipped off. Oh, that's my mom. I love her. But, you know, she wanted me to go to college, right? And so, but personally for me, I didn't want to, right? Here's me looking pissed off. This is actually September. So just flashback a little bit before, then this was January of 2023, right? So I started my YouTube channel, which was business model number 1, right? It's Tim Yoon Legacy now, or Tim Yoon 2 right here. But this is when I started that YouTube channel, right? And I told myself, this was the promise I made, each month I'm going to hold myself accountable by trying different business models until I make it with something, right? So I tried drop shipping, which was business model number 2, right? So business model number 1, business model number 2. I tried drop shipping again since this last time, God, retarded. And then I tried getting a sales job right over here. And then I tried AI side hustles, business model number 4, until I tried SMMA, right? This is probably where a lot of you guys found me. And finally, the SMMA, where I was script writing for YouTubers, actually made some real money, which is 4 scripts and then $1,000 per, or for $250 per script. And now I charge $1,000, but that's a side tangent. But I kept trying to balance SMMA and YouTube until September 2023, where I just wasn't making enough to escape the matrix, right? And as you can see, with the low views compared to 42K, no wonder I'm not making enough money. And this was, I would say, definitely the lowest point. And at this point, bro, this is when I was at UCLA, right? Just fucking, this is on my Instagram, but like, this is low key what it actually was, bro. I look so freaking clapped. Here's me flipping off college, right? Until in a video, I was interviewing different SMMA owners. I met this guy named Will, okay? And this is the dude right here. And this is us interviewing right there, and you can go watch that video and check it out, right? And he really had this interesting type of SMMA, right? And then during that time, I was scripting for someone who was making 52 million a year, bro, and who also, right, had a quite similar SMMA. And here's the freaking G right here. And then maybe I'll bring him onto our YouTube channel real soon, right? And the great thing was that I learned from both. And the thing was that, guess what? They're both Will and this secret man right here was both running an IPGA, right? But the thing was, Will here, he had a tough time, right? Will had a tough time communicating with creators and instructing them on how to make their content like optimized for conversions to their creators, whereas I had those communication skills, right? We had a skill bridge, opposite skill sets, and so I really understood creators, right? Here's me at Vid Summit, and then I'm quite a good like network, or not networker, but like making friends, you know, communicating with people, and so I have like a lot of creator friends, and I really understand them from like a deep core perspective, right? And so therefore, what happened was in November of 2023, we ended up joining forces and working together, or deciding to work together along with our tech guy, who's Alex, and then I'll show down here. Here's Alex. And then since November 2023 all the way to February 2024, we went from our new group company making 0K of us together all the way to $37,000 per month, and generated our creators over $585,000 plus in revenue, right? And so here's some. Here's my stripe of this, and then here's Will's and Alex's numbers as well. And I could sit here and freaking, like, a lot of these freaking retard gurus, bro, they go and like edit their numbers on Stripe with like inspect element, right? But if you want real numbers, here's us showing the real numbers, bro. Like active campaign, it's an email revenue, or email outreach situation, or not outreach, but email campaign software that sends out and tracks revenue, or sends out emails and tracks revenue and things like that, right? And then so here's like what we generate for one of our creators, another creator right here, and then these dates are more like the past ones, but then these are more recent ones. And then you see the ad ROAS, and then 80K, and then 4.56 ROAS, right? 80K revenue, or the conversions we got them, right? And then also Alex as well. So Alex has a Georgian company, and then in short terms, we get like 1% tax from him. So that's why we often funnel our money to Alex, and then that's why he has 45K in his Georgian Ys, and then, you know, so we don't get taxed. But anyway, like the point is, right? Like I don't want to be like a fake guru right here. I want to give you guys like the real sauce, and then I'll explain why the intention is going forward, right? And so anyway, so now we go ahead and get to travel and travel the world and eat whatever we want, live, and do basically anything while we make an amazing impact with educating people with the info products that we get to make, right? And so here's us on our quick trip to Philippines. Bro, look at this water. Oops. Look at this water, dude. It's so beautiful and so clear in the Philippines. And here's us grabbing some food, right? And this is Alex's girl. But anyway, so with all that being said, I want to give you guys like the true intentions behind why I'm dropping like absolutely everything in this video, in this entire course, right? So emotionally, I'm genuinely pissed off about the gurus like destroying and confusing the hell out of the space, okay? Try not to curse here. And I see so many people, like I go through YouTube, I look up IPGA, and there's like so many people that are trying to do it in growth operating, but none of them actually know how to do it. And so I just genuinely want to help out, okay? That's like the more emotional side of it, right? But logically, my beliefs at the fundamental core is that I'm hyper abundant. I don't really care what I give, right? So this course is basically everything I know at this moment, right? At this moment. But every single second, I am going to be learning new things. Therefore, if I give this to you, you're at the beginning without knowing all this, right? And so you need to take the time to learn and then implement this and then rework the system so that it works on your end of the spectrum, right? And so therefore, it doesn't matter to me because I'll be moving ahead and learning more stuff while you are going to be implementing this, which is fine, right? We'll both be winning, but like there is no loss to me in that sense, right? And so therefore, I'm fine if you learn all this. And so I'm never scarce with ever giving information to anybody, absolutely anybody, right? But in the long-term play, obviously, it is to sell something, right? And so my goal right now now is in the giving phase. You see like Alex Horomozi, he says you have to build that reciprocity, right? You give all this information for free, and then you eventually monetize through selling the application, right? And so I have no intention on freaking selling information. It's all free out there. I'll give it all to you. I don't care. But the thing is that for now, I don't really have that main product built out. So for now, everything is free. Like my ultimate goal is to be like the Alex Horomozi or the Joel Kaplan of like the IPGA space. And if you don't know who Joel Kaplan is, he has tons of reciprocity in the SMMA space, giving just absolutely everything for free. And that's like my intention as well with this channel and just how I want to brand myself. But right, on top of this, ultimately, there is just like too much to learn. Even if I just give this like tiny little piece, like everything that I know is just a tiny little piece of like absolutely everything that you need to know in the IPGA space. Because think about it, right? As I said earlier, you could scale a SaaS or a software as a service, right? Like freaking Instagram or an e-com store like Apple, literally inside of an IPGA, right? And so I'll tell you all this, or I'll tell you how to learn this, but imagine like how much you would have to learn to scale those companies within IPGA, right? And so like for me to even go ahead and learn that in the future, I need to learn that shit, right? And so me going ahead and learning all that different kind of stuff, for you'll be like on the catch up to that. Like this is not to make you be mad or anything, but that's the situation, right? And so that's why I'm saying it just literally does not affect me if I give you like the tip top best of the information that I have, in order to help you out, right? And so, yeah, that's like the fundamental rant of like people in the comments were like, oh, why are you giving all this free stuff? Like, I don't care, bro. Okay. So anyway, with that being said, let's now move on to the fundamentals of IPGA and let's really get the sauce started. Okay. All right. So what is first principle thinking? We have to understand concepts from the core fundamental truths, and then that's how I'm going to go about teaching them, because we want to teach things from truth, right? So first principle thinking, the definition of that, or what we're going to be calling FP as we move forward, is taking subjects to its core foundational truths, and then from there building up new ideas from there, right? And so an example of this is, for instance, a noob chef, right? They would go about making a recipe based on just following that, right? So if they're making a sandwich, they're going to say, okay, I know I'm going to use bread, I know I'm going to use ham, cheese, and more bread, right? But the thing is, a chef understands these flavors and these recipes and these ingredients from a first principle, right? They know that, okay, there is bread, there is ham, and there is cheese. How can I reposition these things to create a new thing? Maybe I could create a cheese dip with the ham sliced inside of the cheese, and it's like a nice melty cheese dip, and then you could dip the bread into that cheese fondue dip and then create a new dish, not just a sandwich, right? And so that's first principle thinking, and that's what we're going to go ahead and think through all of these concepts from, right? And so then let's break down what actually is IPGA. There's a lot of bullshit out there, but let's really break it down. In order to break it down, right, the first principles, we're going to use FP as first principles from going forward, right? Let's break down what the info product growth agency means word for word from a definitional perspective, right? And so info product, what does an info product definitionally mean? A piece of knowledge you sell digitally to students, allowing them to download or access a product via the internet. And this is very important because, and I'll go ahead and explain why later, but right, examples of these, let's really tangibly get it in our mind, right? Examples of info products are coaching. Within coaching, there is one-on-one coaching, and then there's group coaching, okay? And then within coaching, or let's do info products here, and then like that, right? And then within that, there also is communities, right? Communities. And then within that also, there are also video courses. And then within video courses, or within, these are mostly just products, right? Within there's video courses, and then there's going to be, there's ebooks, and there's also, within ebooks, there's also like templates and then other stuff that I'll talk about there, right? But we have to definitionally understand what an info product is so that we could really grasp this concept. So that's an info product, right? And then let's break down growth. Growth is pretty simple, right? It's just G. growth right there, and then agency, right? So fundamentally, you guys don't even really understand oftentimes what an agency is, okay? So the definition of an agency is a business or organization established to provide a particular service, right? And so why this is so important is because within that fundamental first principle definition, what there is an agency is a business. Agency equals business, right? And what is a business? Fundamentally, it's MSP. Right? And then I'll explain what MSP is later, and that's like the core principle truth that we're going to explain the rest of this entire basically model from and how to execute it. Okay, so let's put A right there, right? And so then let's go about clearing some misconceptions. With this core fundamental definition in mind, now let's tie it back to a lot of what the market is talking about these days, right? And so there is Eddie Cumberbatch who talks about growth operating, right? He says, step one, go to a creator, let's say a dropshipping YouTuber or a travel Instagrammer or whatever, right? And then step two, create a school group for them, right? Then step three, sign them for a monthly retainer plus a profit share. Then step four, make money. And then step five, this is called growth operating. That's what Eddie says, right? And then let's break down what Sanders says. Sanders says, go to a professional, a doctor or a lawyer, right? Then step two, create a video course for them, right? Then step three, sign them for a monthly retainer plus a profit share. Then step four, make money off of them. This is IPGA, right? And here's the thing. Here's why I explained all of this, even though it seemed like you felt like you knew what it was, right? The thing is that both are saying, step one, go and create an info product, right? Or go to an info product owner, then who is either a creator right here or a professional, right? Same exact thing. Step two, make an info product for them, which I set up here, right? It's a community, or over here, it's a video course, right? Which is one aspect of this entire thing, of the info product part, right? And then so they both say, make an info product, right? And then step three, sign for basically a compensation package, a retainer or a profit share, right? Then step four, or retainer plus a profit share, Then step five, make money off of them. And then here's the thing, both are technically IPGA, right? And so both of these concepts, or both of these, both of these models, if we look at them from a first principles perspective of what IPGA fundamentally is, they're both the same exact thing, right? And so and here's the thing, right? So the point is growth operating equals IPGA, right? And so what I want to break down today is if we want to really teach this from the core, right? We have to understand that both are actually the same thing, but both are a cog in the machine of one entire concept, right? And so, make this enlarged right here. If we look at the top of the totem pole, right, it's just at the fundamental of these are all categories within an agency, right? Then from there, one type of agency that's out there is an SMMA, right, which is definitionally a social media marketing agency. Right? And so within that, since we're using social media to market for our either creators or professionals, later I'll talk about why we're only going to be doing it for creators, right? That means that IPGA is within an SMMA, right? And then within an IPGA or within SMMA, there is also growth operating. And then also there's names like Iman drops, like drop servicing, right? And I want to really get it clear for you guys so that you guys don't get confused by this bullshit on the internet. And there's also funnel building, which is actually just a skill set within both IPGA. Within IPGA, there's funnel building. It's a skill set. It's not a model. I mean, it technically can be, but it's more of a skill set. And then also within growth operating, there is funnel building. But here's the thing. Since both of these I established are at the core the same exact thing, I'll explain why I'm going with the IPGA name and why I personally like it better than growth operating. But definitionally, Eddie Cumberbatch has created growth operating to be just for school groups and then whatever. But ultimately, growth operating is actually inside of IPGA, right? And so if we slash this here, then growth operating is under here, right? And so hopefully that makes... Let me zoom out for you guys. Hopefully that makes it a lot more clear confusing yourself with a lot of bullshit out there, right? All right, so now clean whiteboard. Let me explain then why I'm calling it IPGA, more specifically now Tim Yoon's IPGA, not growth operating, right? So I'm going with IPGA because definitionally it's just a better term. It's a more encompassing, better definition, right? Because the A in IPGA just makes more technical sense. Here's why. Because as a growth operator, right, eventually you will be transitioning into an IPGA or being a full agency. Because here's the thing, right, from a scalability perspective, there's two ways that you could scale as a growth operator, right? First, you can vertically integrate, or next, you can horizontally scale, right? So vertically integrating, what I mean by that is, as a growth operator, you have the single creator initially, right? Then from there, you're going ahead and initially building them out, the school group, and then a funnel to get into the school group, and then they have their Instagram up here, or whatever organic channel they have, right? Eventually, what you're going ahead and doing is adding ads for them, paid ads, right? Adding maybe a YouTube channel, adding other stuff, adding a video course, an ascension ladder, what else is there? There's a there can also be a private community, right? Like double the private community, right? So you're like making this business vertically wider, right? Or in the other case, then once you max out eventually vertically integrating this, right, then you'll just transition into creating or into doing another creator, right? So this one creator is one cog in your IPGA machine, right? And then you're going to add more creators, and they're all going to scale vertically, right? And so at the end of the day, if you're a growth operator, you're transitioning into an IPGA, right? And so that's why it's just better to throw growth operator inside of the name IPGA and just call yourself an IPGA off the gate so that you look more reputable, right? And the people that I know doing this at a high level, that is what they're doing. They're just doing it with multiple creators, eventually horizontally scaling because they maxed out this one offer, right? But here's the thing. Do not be frustrated at Eddie Cumberbatch or Sanders Stage, calling these names or try to kind of confuse the market, honestly, with these different names. You have to respect them, however, because they are oversimplifying the model in, honestly, an ethical way, because they have to appeal to that mass market, right? And so, because here's the thing, they are also selling info products, right? And so, in order to sell their info products, they want to make it appeal to a lot of people, and therefore, they're using a lot of strategies that you eventually, in your IPGA, applying this to multiple other creators, you will be using these strategies as well. Right? And so that means that you have to learn from these strategies, not be frustrated at them trying to confuse you. Okay? They're just being smart with what they have. All right? So clear whiteboard, let's move on. Now that we've understood IPGA, right, from a more micro level, micro definition, let's understand IPGA, right, in the macro spectrum of all the business models in the world, essentially, or in the YouTube space, right, that you want to get into, right? It's very, very important to understand it from that perspective, right? And so, IPGA then, what fundamentally, over the course of all of these models, right, IPGA as just a tiny little thing in this entire cog, what is it overall? It's ultimately, it's a vehicle. It's a vehicle, right? And what are vehicles, right? It's vehicles like SMMA, then SMA is better to put it here, and then GP or growth operating, and then like growth operating is within there, right? Then from there, there's also things like dropshipping, right? And then there's also Amazon FBA. And then there's also, actually no, drop servicing is not a separate thing. Drop servicing is kind of like inside of here, right? And then, so yeah, there's like all these different vehicles inside of, or sorry, there's all these models inside of the overarching definition, which is vehicle, right? And what exactly does a vehicle mean, right? So vehicle definition is essentially, fundamentally, right, first principles, a solution to get you whatever your desired result is, right? So for you, your desired result result is, for beginners watching this, it's a lack of money, right? And for experts watching this, who are already a business owner, most likely an SMA owner, looking to transition, looking to, right, niche into IPGA, it's the lack of, for you guys, more money, making it at a faster rate. And so in terms of making it, making your model more scalable, making your model for a longer time horizon, for longevity, right? Or having your model be more higher leverage, right? These are the desired results that you guys want from this vehicle. And why I explained this macro definition overall of what IPGA actually is, right, is because we go ahead, and let me close this too. It's because then that helps us explain why IPGA then is actually the best. Okay, so these are all first principles that I'm going to start building on top of. Okay, so before we get into why that vehicle definition was so important, let's go ahead and break this down, right? So when you guys ask, right, why IPGA is actually the best, it's ultimately because at a first principles perspective, you guys have doubts about that model, right? And so some of the doubts that you guys are having is like, is it easy? Number 1. Is it quick? Number 2. 3. Is it for me? Number 4. Does it actually work, right? And number 5. How well does it work, right? And so these come down to, and here's the vehicle coming back here, right? These come back to this, we could evaluate these doubts based on the success equation. Okay, so building more fundamentals slowly, right? So the success equation comes down to a really good analogy of this is a driver plus a vehicle equals success, right? A literal car driver plus a car equals success, okay? And so let's break that down, right? So a driver is ultimately who you are as a person, right? Your identity, your beliefs, your skill sets, right? All those combined into you being the driver, right? And then your vehicle is IPGA, or whatever one of these models that you decide to pick, right? And so ultimately then, now bringing those doubts back in, so this is now adding the success equation plus the doubts that you have, plus the vehicle definition that I heard earlier, right? So when you're doubting these, asking, is it easy, right? Asking if it's easy is dependent on how skilled you are, right? And so up here, if it's skilled up here, actually it's probably better for me to draw a diagram of this. Give me a second. Like I said, driver plus vehicle equals success, right? So this is you. And then, by the way, credit to Charlie Morgan for this. This is car. This is the vehicle. Oh, God. Equals success. Right? So, that means that when you're asking, is it easy? Is it easy? Is it easy? This is a skill issue, right? Skill issue. See if we could grab this and drag this down here, right? If it's easy, right, that means it comes down to, so within you, there is identity, there is beliefs that you have, and there's skills that you have, right? So when you ask if it's easy, that means you're asking, do I have the skills for it? So that means that it ties back to you, right? If you're asking, is it quick? It depends on, once again, your skill sets. So it's tying back to the driver. If you're asking, is it for me? You're asking, is it for you, right? That's dependent on your identities and beliefs, because you are just a culmination of your identity and your beliefs, right? And so when you ask it's for me, question mark, it just ties back to over here, your identity and your beliefs, right? And then, so these aspects, right? So let's leave that there for me. And then when you ask, does it work? That's great now, right? So these are better questions that you're asking, because if it works, that means it's dependent on the vehicle, right? And then does it work well? That means it's also dependent on the vehicle. Right? And so what that means, therefore, then is if we break down all of your doubts about this down fundamentally, that means that the first 3 doubts are driver dependent, right? That means if we have a good driver who has the proper identity, who has the proper beliefs, and who has the proper skills, it will be easy, it will be quick, and it will be for you. Right? But if you're not a good driver yet, the thing is that the proper identity and beliefs and skills can be built along the way of the journey, of the road that you're driving on with your IPGA vehicle. Right? And so that means, therefore, that you can eventually improve as the driver. And so, therefore, what you must then analyze is that, what is important then is to see if the vehicle is valid. Right? Because eventually down the road, you cannot improve the vehicle. It's a lot more of a harder shift to improve the vehicle than you, as you are being consistently redefined in the business. You are consistently learning new skills, shedding old beliefs, and building new identities. Whereas the vehicle, it's going to take a bigger jump to switch to the new vehicle, right? And so that means, therefore, we must evaluate the validity of the vehicle and analyze if it works. If it works, and if it works well, right? And so these doubts will be built up, these doubts, right? If it's for you, if it's quick, and if it's easy, are going to be dealt with as you improve. Whereas if it works, or if it works well, it needs to be improved. It needs to be proven now, right? Okay. So then let's test the validity of IPGA from a first principles perspective. Okay. So, valid vehicle equals a car. A valid vehicle also is, or a car in this situation is, if we're testing if the IPGA business model is valid. Okay. So that means, let's define what a valid vehicle means fundamentally, right? A valid vehicle or valid car means that the car efficiently drives. It means that for the amount of input, for the amount of gas that you're putting in, you gain a solid output. Right? It must be, and in the business sense, right, it must be high leverage. Because here's the thing. What does high leverage actually mean in business? So high, obviously, you know what that means, right? It's high. And then leverage means the difference between what you get or what you put in and what you get out. This is Alex Hormozi's definition, right? And so what that means then is, in the car analogy, you're putting in gas. Right? Then what you're getting out is the amount of distance and how fast you're driving for that distance, right? In the business space, what you're putting in is your time and your energy, which should be low. And then from there, what you should be getting out high then is the amount of money that you're getting and how fast that you're getting that money, right? Same exact equivalent. And so therefore, if you want to understand examples of the highest leverage, right, it's people like Alex Hormozi doing acquisition.com or Shark Tank, who are investors, right? Or even at the highest level, Elon Musk, he's just investing in these OpenAI and different companies, right? With the situation with these is that both parties are winning because you guys both make money. And this is so much of a W because Alex Hormozi, he's putting in not as much effort, right? He is investing his money and putting that low amount in, and then eventually he's getting a lot of money out because the CEOs under him are working, or not working for him, but working with him, because Alex Hormozi is able to leverage these people's times, these high-level people's times and monies. Right? And so, therefore, IPGA is fundamentally, eventually as you move forward, it's the same exact thing. And that's why it's so great. Because rather than other agencies where you just get that flat retainer and no equity value, right? With what Alex Hormozi and with what Shark Tank and all these investors and Elon Musk are doing is that they get an equity percentage of the company, which is exactly what IPGA does. Right? And so that's the pricing model of IPGA, right? You take a percentage of the creator's company or the professionals, and later I'll prove why the professional's wrong, right? But Therefore, IPGA is like investing because of that equity value that you get of the company, right? And so that's why it's so great for that, okay? And then also on top of that, on top of the vehicle being high leverage, efficiently using input to gain output, it also must be strong under pressure. The car must be strong under pressure, and therefore the business model must also be strong under pressure. And so what can we define pressure as? There are three core types of pressure that we must delineate and deal with as we're testing a business model, right? Future pressure, legal pressure, and mental pressure, okay? So, future pressure. How to prevent future pressure equals finding a scalable business model. Okay, and so then we must break down the first principle of what scalability actually means, okay? So scalability is a business's capacity to grow to meet increased demands, okay? And so what does that mean? The best way to go about what that means is explaining the difference between comparing all the other, basically within SMMA, that drawing's gone now, but within SMMA, and just within overall all the other agencies, why IPGA then is the best between all of those, right? So let's really compare it and go deep down. So SMMA, meaning social media marketing agency, any other agencies, if you have a long form or a short form content agency, if you have email, design, software, funnel building, recruitment, literally any other agency, let's see what those agencies are about, right? So ultimately, in these agencies, you're taking human time and energy and you're selling it at an upcharge to provide a service at a flat retainer, right? Therefore, your products are humans. Okay, this is not slavery, but you get what I'm saying. You get my point, right? And so therefore, what you're scaling is more, when you're scaling, you're just getting more humans, right? And so more humans, what does that equal? A fucking operational hell. Do you really want a 300% or 300 person company that makes less than a 20-person company? Because that 20% company sells a way more scalable product, which is actual products, which is like physical or digital products, rather than them selling human labor at an upcharged cost, right, to provide that service at a flat retainer. It's just fundamentally stupid, right? And so then let's break down what an IPGA separately does, right? And so the parallel here is you're taking the human time and energy initially, then you're doing the same thing, right? Technically, to sell it at an upcharge. But here's the thing, to scale a product. The service is then to scale a product, and then you're getting a profit share or equity share of that product. Right? And so ultimately, your product is a product. You are scaling a product, not humans, because you get that incredible equity share. That's the benefit of this model. And so what that means is then your product is either physical or digital, right? And so here's the most beneficial thing, right? If we go way up in the spectrum and see all these other companies, right? What are they doing that is the most scalable, and why are they able to be so big? People like Instagram, people like Facebook, people like Twitter, they're all digital softwares, they're digital products that they have, right? Therefore, they are the most scalable. And so amazingly, info products, guess what? They're also digital. You're giving a community, you're giving a video course, you're giving all these different digital products, right? And so therefore, it's most beautifully scalable. And therefore, that means also that simply you selling more products is selling more products. It's not adding more humans. It's just scaling the selling of that digital product. There's no operational hell. Therefore, more products sold equals more money with the same 20-person team, rather than having a massive 300% company that you don't want to freaking deal with, right? Amazing. Amazing. So then what does that mean beyond info products, right? And here's the thing. I'll be honest with you. I kind of lied, right? Because here's the thing. The most scalable thing beyond digital products is digital softwares, right? And there's a delineation between those two things, or even within that full e-commerce companies, right? Because Instagram and Facebook are not just products, right? Ultimately, they're an entire platform. They're an entire software. They're entire, if you can technically look at it, like a SaaS, right? Or e-commerce, right? like a company like Apple, they also sell products and the software, right? And so here's the greatest, most insane thing. Within, all right. Okay, so within IPGA, here's the greatest thing. You could literally scale a SaaS, something like Instagram or Facebook, or an e-commerce company, something like Apple, literally within an IPGA, inside of one model. Therefore, it's that insanely scalable, right? And I'll explain what I mean by scaling these companies within an IPGA and how you can actionably do this later on in the course, right? And that's why it's so fucking broken, okay? That's why this model is so fucking broken, okay? Okay, so now that we've gotten over all those future pressures and proven without a shadow of a doubt why IPGA is so brokenly scalable, okay, then let's go ahead and talk about the next pressure, which is legal pressure that you might get into, okay? And so here's the greatest thing. With the education business, now it's not moral to do this or it's not as ethical to do this because later on you will be providing that great value to your students, right? Believe it. But for the short term, you can blame the lack of results on your students, right? Versus SMMA, where the clients can blame you and they could drop you for not getting them results. Whereas in an education business, the students don't get results, you could just blame the students, right? And so therefore legally, we're also covered, okay? All right, so next, mental pressure. Okay, so I know you get a lot of shiny object syndrome oftentimes, right? Even if you're a beginner or a current agency owner, right? You see the new model popping off, you see AIAA, you see Amazon, I feel a long time ago, but you see something like dropshipping, Imangazi's like SMA drop servicing, you see funnel building, all these different things, right? But here's the thing, the great incredible thing within IPGA is that you can sign different creators who teaches these new trending business models, or what we call in this space mechanism, right? They teach these new mechanism, and therefore you're always able to capitalize on each of these trends. So rather than you going ahead and trying AIAA or dropshipping or Imangazi's new drop servicing or whatever, right? Why don't you go above that creator, right? So let me draw this out for you guys. So let's say there is AIAA and there's a creator teaching AIAA, right? Or there's a creator teaching drop servicing, which is like Iman, right? Or there's a creator teaching drop shipping, right? Instead of you going ahead and being the student, right? Because these creators are teaching to tons and tons of students, right? Instead of you getting that shiny object and becoming one of these students, instead of you becoming these students, why don't you become the literal operator or agency owner of all these different creators? And then you could capitalize on this mechanism doing well, on this business model blowing up, rather than you getting shiny object syndrome, right? Shiny object, and then trying them yourself and becoming the consumer of these models. Be the creator of these models. Or not even just the creator over here, but be the individual above. Right? And not to say creators are a bad thing, it's just that you guys both make money and you guys are both winning together, right? Exactly. So think about that. How rich you could have gotten instead of getting the shiny object yourself, selling the shiny object to these noob students down here, which equals you make money from the shiny object without getting distracted yourself. That's the greatest benefit, right? And here's the thing, even on top of this, it's that within the IPGA, right? If you're an IPGA here, you can also, within side of this, scale that SaaS, right? And I'll teach you how to do this later. But therefore, you don't even get shiny object syndrome with these higher level business models like SaaS, because you're scaling it within the creator company. Okay, so that is that. Erase. Okay. All right. So now that we have, without a shadow of a doubt, broken down why IPGA is is future proof, is legal proof, and mentally for you of getting shiny object proof as well. And therefore, fully validating that IPGA is the best vehicle to go about this and go about in the future. Let me teach you exactly what I mean, or how I'll go about teaching Tim Yoon's IPGA, okay? Because there's freaking standard stage IPGA, Eddie Cover Matches, growth operating, like what is the actual way to go about this, right? And from now on, Tim Yoon's IPGA will be the IPGA of the entire IPGA and growth operating market, okay? Because this is the actual way to go about this, okay? So how we're going to teach this is, as I said, way up here, right? Way up here of the MSP thing, right? If you remember in the micro definition, right? And the micro definition of MSP, right? I said, what is a business? It's MSP. Okay, so now I'm going to explain what I mean by MSP right here. Okay, so ultimately, why I said that is because first principles thinking once again, every single business in the world, it boils down to just three categories, okay? M, S, or P, marketing, sales, or product. And so let's define these three different things, what they actually mean, right? And then from there, I'll tell you how to go about this, okay? So marketing is how your customers are initially exposed to the existence of your products. Okay, not like how they entirely purchase the product, but just being exposed to what it is initially. Okay, then sales is how your customers are then further convinced after seeing, it's a chronological process, after seeing your product and then being closed to actionably buy your product. Okay, that is sales. Then from there, your product is the service or, physical product or digital product that you deliver to your customers, right? And so if we understand MSP, and all businesses have this, here's the thing, right? Let's really break it down why this is so crucial and why this is such a beautiful first principle, okay? Because here's the beautiful thing. With this MSP, we can apply it to every single business in the entire world, okay? So let's look at a small business, like a mom and pop cookie shop, okay? So something like this, right? Their M is how initially they get their customers to see their stuff or see their cookies, is that they post organically on Instagram, right? Maybe they post Instagram Reels, maybe they have an Instagram story posts, and then they also have posters around their town, like a really cute business. They just put up nice posters on these phone poles, right? And these are two different systems that they have, okay? Then their sales is, here, let me break this down for you guys. So the cookie shop, right, their MSP is, so Instagram or different posters, right, different flyers, okay? And then their sales is the warm smiles and the sweet talking of this mom and this pop that gets them to sell the cookies eventually to their customers, right? And then from there, their product is their cookies, right? Okay, great. So this is the mom and pop. What is going on? This is the mom and pop store, okay? Then, so there's like a small business. Then there's something like a medium-sized business, right? This is more like a dropshipping store, something that now we could relate to, right? So a dropshipping store. So their M is like Facebook, and they have like a bunch of different systems, right? Because it's like eventually how big you get. So there's like Facebook, and then they have TikTok, and they have ads, and they have Instagram organic, right? And so this is 4 different systems, right? And so pay attention to these number of systems, because this is like a first principle that's very crucially important for overall business, right? And they have their sales, which is they have their landing page, and they have their email list, right? They have their email list. And there's 2 different systems, okay? And they have their product, which is they have their Chinese shipped products. They have the freaking, I don't know, they have like a ball, they have a light ball, and they have like, what did Jordan Welch sell? He sold like the night masks, right? And there's like 5 to 10 of these different ones, all right? Okay, so this feels like it doesn't tie to IPGA, but hold on, let me cook, okay? Bro, that was so cringe. Okay, and then finally there's like a large company, right? Something like Apple, okay? Oh God, all right, so now there's MSP, and then, all right, you can just imagine like all of these different things. All right, we could do this actually. Whew, that's massive. Right, so something like that. How do I move this? Like this, how? Right, something like that within marketing. So all these different things. Something like, for Apple events, they run YouTube for just Apple overall, how they market, right? How they get their customers to initially see their product, right? Is by running these Apple events, by YouTube ads, Facebook ads, TikTok ads, YouTube organic, influencer marketing, etc., etc. They have like 1,000 different systems. They have 1,000 different ways for their customers to initially get exposed to the existence of their products, right? And then from there, there's also sales, which is their Apple stores, their Apple employees, etc., etc. They have like 50 different systems, right? And then their product is like iPhone, MacBooks, and they have 100 different other systems, right? And so, yeah, that's what Apple, there we go. So if we like break down and look at all these models from like this high level first principle perspective of small, medium, and large size businesses, that means that at the core, there's a natural progression of like going from this, to this. Right? As you slowly grow, the more systems that you add to your company. Therefore, what that means is that at each MSP level, the larger your company gets, the more systems you will have. So therefore, when we start an IPGA, we have to build one system, build each lowest hanging fruit system at each MSP, at each marketing, sales, and product level, then make more of the higher hanging fruit systems, okay? So, that hopefully helps you out a lot to see like businesses at a really macro perspective. And then from this macro perspective, we could zone into IPGA and really understand how we could actionably go about IPGA, okay? So, therefore, what that means then is that if we're creating these lowest hanging fruit systems for IPGA, we are just going to be cold outreaching. And specifically, I'm going to talk about how the Instagram DMs that we're going to be using to do cold outreach. And we're just going to be doing sales initially, or sales calls, right? For our sales, we're going to be just doing sales calls. And then for P, we're just going to be doing the easiest, quickest needle moving optimizations for the creator first. And then, if you have more skill sets, implementing the other skill sets, and this applies to you if you're a current business owner, if you're a current agency owner, you're going to be implementing those skill sets like paid ads, like emails, like maybe funnel building if you know how to do that, right? You're going to be implementing those as your product first, and then building out up to this level up to Apple's level, all the other systems of adding more products, of adding more sales systems, of adding more marketing systems to your IPGA, right? Therefore, building a bigger and bigger company. But I'll just be teaching the actionable steps that a beginner can go about this and do this, right? So yes, that is how I'll be teaching Tim Yoon's IPGA. Let's do a bit of a fixer-upper. Shoo! Okay, so clean whiteboard. Now let's move on to some of this bullshit that you should not be worrying about right now and that you'll be able to figure out later, okay? So as I explained there, right, since we're only building these first initial systems, other parts of the business like fucking legal stuff, like finance stuff, this is all what a lot of beginners often get caught up in, right? Making a website, getting an LLC, making a logo. These are not needle-moving important things, right? Because making a website, that's part of your marketing, right? Getting your customers, or even if we go over here, right? It's part of the landing page, or it's part of the sales process. It's part of making the website is part of S, right? And if we're doing sales calls, right, in the IPGA, do we really need a website? No, not really. So don't make it. Getting an LLC, that's part of legal. That comes way later. Don't do it. Making a logo, that's kind of part of marketing. Do you really need that? No, we're doing cold outreach, right? And so that's why, like, I taught you all of these different things, and then from this thought process, you can then synthesize a lot more ways to go about taking IPGA action, okay? And so that's why a lot of these different things we're not going to be doing, okay? All right. So then finally, number 7, therefore, with all of these different things in mind, who is IPGA really for, okay? So, in order to understand this question, I have to explain, I'll be honest, right? IPGA has a lot of skill sets that you have to learn at once, okay? And therefore, there's a lot of people that say it's not the move for beginners or even advanced agency owners, right? But here's the thing, it is actually the move for, number 1, for beginners to start because of this, right? Think about it. If you, as a beginner, start in, let's say, another SMMA niche, okay? Because IPGA is instead of SMA, right? Let's say you start with chiropractors, local businesses, chiropractors, right? You learn a lot about the chiropractor niche, right? What does that then mean? Then you'll see IPGA, and then you see right now, as I explained it to you, that this is a fucking like 10-year plus model. And you're like, shoot, I need to learn everything then about the info product space and the creator space because I want to eventually transition into this IPGA space. And then what happens then is that you lose all the time that you wasted about learning the soft skills, about learning how chiropractors are, about how chiropractors talk, about how chiropractors think, and you lose all of that because you initially started in the local business and the chiropractor niche. And this applies to people who are in med spas. This applies to people who are into, I don't even, like fucking, like pressure washing niches. I've seen bug cleaning niches. I've seen all these different niches, all these local business niches. You're going to lose all that experience because you know that this business model is eventually what you're going to be going into. Therefore, it's tough as a beginner to rebuild these soft skills, learning about the info product and creator space, and therefore, that's why it's so much better to set yourself up for that future success, for the fastest future success in IPGA, and then learning, and then therefore going into IPGA initially first, right? Plus, here's the thing, here's the benefit. I'll be teaching I'll be teaching the one single system in each of the MSP process, one marketing system, one sales process system, and one product system that a beginner will get the fastest results from. But eventually, there will be like 25,000 other systems that you will have to learn. But that's the joy of it, right? That this entire model allows you to learn all of these different things whilst staying in a single model the entire time, rather than getting shiny object syndrome of going into SMMA, or going into AIA, different things like that, right? That's the benefit of this for a beginner, and even using the same logical principle for a SMMA owner or any other business owner transitioning or any other agency owner. That's also, as mentioned above, with the scalability, with the high leverage, and with the bulletproofness of this model, it will set you up for having that lack of shiny object syndrome and an actual future with your business that you see, rather than being confused and trying to do all these different business models later. That's the benefit of this IPGA situation. And so therefore, that brings it down to all the fundamentals that I've been able to teach here, and we can finally go ahead and execute on how to do this model. Now that the fundamentals have been built up, we can build the castle upwards. Let's do it. Woo! All right, hello. So now let's teach you guys how to actionably go about doing IPGA from an MSP perspective. But before we go about doing that, let me teach you the overarching teaching philosophy that I'm going to go about, or how I'm going to go about teaching this IPGA model. So today, everything that I'm going to be giving you are ultimately just multiple types of systems, right? And so these systems fundamentally are made to be broken. Therefore, what you should be really hanging on to and learning from are the portions where I teach the fundamentals to learn and the why behind why I created those systems the way I created them, right? Then using those fundamental principles, plus the systems that I've provided you today, go ahead and combine them with your own systems, reiterate them to improve so that you can differentiate yourself on the market to make your systems and also to make your systems fit for your personal style, right? Because think about it. If I give you my outreach systems and you just copy them, if you just copy my script, you are not going to be different from what I use in the market. Right? So anyway, that's that. If you already have those systems and you're already an SMMA owner, but if you are an absolute beginner, feel free to steal my systems for now. But as you learn and reiterate and take action, go ahead and readjust my systems to what will fit your best style, once again, through the actions that you take. But overall, I will give you the systems that a beginner with absolute zero experience can implement right now with $0 cost. Okay, that's my entire goal with this. Okay, so now that we've established that, let's go into, as we already established, the MSP situation. For M, we are going to be doing outreaching for you guys, right? So what are the fundamentals of outreaching, okay? In order to grasp outreaching from a conceptual principle perspective, right, we have to understand who your ICP is, or ICP, what I mean by that is ideal customer profile. Okay, or ideal client profile in this case, okay? So then why we have to understand this is because from a first principle marketing perspective, the definition of that is how your customers are initially, as explained earlier, right? How your marketing is how your customers are initially exposed to the existence of your products or overall your company, your IPGA. Right? And so what that means then is that outreaching, guess what outreaching is? How your customers are initially exposed to the existence of your products or you or your IPGA. What does that mean? Outreaching equals marketing, right? Outreaching equals marketing. So then, if we understand that now, why that's so goddamn important is because marketing equals speaking to your ideal customer profile. That's the first principle fundamental of what marketing is. So, like I said, ICP equals ideal client profile. So, who really then, if we understand what marketing is from a core principle now, then we could see outreaching is up here, then we need to go down here and understand marketing. And then under marketing is understanding your ideal client profile. So we need to understand who is ideal, who really is ideal. And to understand this, we have to think how businesses actually fundamentally start, right? So how do actual businesses start, okay? That's the right way to do business, okay? So there is a million people audience that exists. Let's say there's a million people. Let's go far back. Let's say there's a million people in the world, okay? Say there's a million people, right? And then you ask 50 of those million people, right, what their problem is. What is your problem? You ask them, okay? And then 50 of these people tell you the same exact problem. All of these 50 people, okay? And therefore you market. So once these 50 people, what the hell is going on? Once these 50 people tell you that they have the same problem, you can't know for 100% sure if all 1 million of these people, right, all of these people, if they have the same problem, right? But we saw that 50 of them have the same problem, so we're like, maybe we could assume that 1 million of them have the same problem, right? So then from there, what we can do now is, therefore, you market to all of these million people, right? Because when you market, you could put up a billboard, you could put up Facebook ads, right? You could post an Instagram story, you could post a TikTok, right? Once you post these, what's great about marketing is that you could reach all of these people, right? Instead of just these tiny 50 people. Before even making the product, right? go ahead and market to them, kind of capping, being like saying that you already solved the problem or you already made a product that solves the problem, right? Then therefore with that, you can market to garner an audience, this audience of these million people. Then what's great about this is that you can either prove or disprove, prove or disprove the demand that these million people have. We can prove that if this is a real problem that the 50 people told us, if they actually do want the product that solves their problem, or if they don't and our product doesn't fundamentally solve their problem, or if that problem wasn't even real, and we could figure out all those all of the problems in our business to help them solve the problem. It's like a meta problem, right? And so, if not proven, right, if we proved that if there's not that problem in the market, then we go, awesome. We did not waste 10 years and millions of dollars like a lot of stupid other business owners, not stupid, but people that don't understand this, right? Who go ahead and create a product, and then they realize that, oh shit, once they're starting to market it, no one wants that goddamn product, right? But here's the other great process of this. If we proved a problem in the market, then we go, great, awesome. Now we have proven demand. We can go ahead and actually create the product that we kind of capped in the beginning that we already made to help the million people, to help all these million people solve their problem by selling them the product. Incredible. Therefore, what that means is that we have to begin by proving market demand by marketing. Great, awesome. So why I explain this is because with this first principle in mind, we can then figure out who our ideal ICP, ideal client profile is, right? And so let me all tie back down to now, I've built the base of the building. Let me now tie it back to building the second story, right? The second story, which is what Sanders Stage and Eddie Cumberbatch says about these different models, right? So here's what Sanders Stage says. IPGA is getting professionals. Does he have a British? I don't know. IPGA is getting professionals as clients because they have real education to give to their students rather than creators, right? So basically what Sanders Stage is saying is getting professionals, right? Actually, for this, I'm gonna have to delete everything. You know what I could do, actually? Boom, I didn't know that. Oh shit, yo, that's fire. All right, so anyway, that's what Sanders Stage is saying, right? He's saying just get a professional as your client, then make them a course. Now, why the hell is this stupid? Number one, if we must do the marketing, right, initially to then prove demand, wouldn't it be way more logical to go to someone who already has a market, a warm audience, like a creator? Then, number two, right, or so like a creator, right? So that's point number one. Point number two is that creators do have real education to give, but it depends which type of creator they are, and that's why let's now talk about how point number two, which is for someone like Eddie Cumberbatch. Eddie Cumberbatch says oftentimes get any random ass creator off the street, right? No, hell no. Point number one is this, the real education point, right? The reason why Sanders Stage is saying to get a professional is because one, that they have real education, and then point number two, that's basically his only point. And then, so yeah, how to disprove that is by saying that, okay, real education. He's saying that creators can't have real education. No, they can. If the requirements are also that the creator needs to provide real education to give, then that means we just get a creator in the education niche, duh. And then also, number two, this is the other point of Eddie Cumberbatch saying this, right? Eddie Cumberbatch then says, so Eddie says, just get a creator, which is right, which is check mark, but he says random ass creator. No, right? Because because within a creator, it's a random ass creator, but within a random ass creator, there are two different types of creators, right? We could get a educational creator or an entertainment creator. which is not what we're supposed to do. Okay, so then what that means is that dollar audience, this concept, okay? So think of audience members, and this is another first principle. Think of audience members between someone like who's watching Mr. Beast versus someone who's watching Iman Gadzhi, right? Mr. Beast's audience are like little kids. They're broke and they won't buy $1,500 info product versus someone like an Iman Gadzhi's audience. Think about it. They're like 15 to 35-year-old males. They make at least like maybe $10 an hour to like $100,000 a year sometimes, right? Like someone who is like 35 working a 9 to 5, right? So they would buy a $1,500 info product. So what does that then mean? It's great because educational creators, right? It's a win-win for us because educational creators provide us real education. And on top of that, their audience has dollar. So educational creators, much more wealthier audience. Therefore, dollar audience. Therefore, if you as the IPGA owner, if you did a creator, or if you did a professional, no, it wouldn't work because there's no proven market demand. If there is a creator, yes, but going into an educational creator, so here, we'll do it. I'll like make it clear for you guys. So you're an IPGA owner, you go into a creator, check, wrong path. You go into a random ass creator, right? You pick up entertainer creator, no. So the right path is it goes to an educational creator, boom, and then you get dollar. This is like the real Mario map. This is like the right path to take. It's like a fucking maze, right? So that's the maze that you should be going through, okay? Boom, great analogy, just came up with that. Sheesh. All right, anyway, so then with that in mind, now we've fundamentally broken down why we need to pick an educational creator, okay, an educational creator. And so that is your real ICP. That is your ideal client profile. Ideal, we're trying to find who is ideal to outreach to, okay? So now that we figured out who our ideal client profile is, an educational creator is a fucking massive niche. Do you understand that? Let's go back to black, right? There's so many different types of education creators. I'm a creator. I was a creator in my past, so I know this. It's an entire fucking group of people. There's so many people, right? All right, so added some stuff here. So then, since there are this many different types of educational creators, right, which I'm going to now just refer to as just creators, right? We need to figure out which niche of creator we need to target, right? So then we need to establish some of these first principles, okay? So educational creators, once again, which I'll now be referring to as creators, are your ICP, right? Your ideal customer profile, your audience, right? But here's the magical thing. Inside of your, so since you have your ICP, right, at the core of all businesses, so like I said earlier, business is MSP, right? At the core of that is your audience that you're serving, right? For you, your audience is creators. But here's the magical thing. Let me draw it out for you guys. So, zoom in here. So if we have your MSP, right? So this is your IPGA MSP, right? So your MSP. So your MSP is you're outreaching to these creators. And then from there, you're getting on sales calls with these creators. And then from there, you are going to be delivering the products, which is growing their company, right? Because you're a growth agency. So you're growing their company. But it's weird because growing their business, right? So that means you're growing another business. What does that mean then? You're growing another boom MSP. Look at that, right? Interesting, right? So it's an MSP. Oops. It's an MSP within an MSP, right? And let's zoom out and really look at that. Right? It's an MSP within an MSP. See? Fascinating. So what that then means, right, is that for the creators MSP, it's just running ads, whatever, like they're organic. And then setting up landing pages. And then I'll go more in depth into this later, whatever, right? But, and then here it's going to be delivering products to the students, right? So it's going to be like info products, okay? But the core of that is then, right, it's that if this company right, had MSP as creators. So you're serving, the core of this is you're serving creators or educational creators, right? Your ICP. Then the core of this is you're serving the creators' students, right? Therefore, in order to understand the creators that you're serving here, you actually have to understand the creator students. The students which are the creator's ICP, which is now going to be the ICP that you need to understand, okay? Right? So therefore, right, if we can understand all the different audiences that watch educational creators in the entirety of the world, right? All the people that watch all the educational creators, then we can pick the best audience, right? The best audience of the creators, and pick the most ideal one of them, the most ICP, right? So then we need to define what is the best audience of all these educational creators, that then we can go ahead and pick the best creator niche, which then will allow us to find the best creators to go after, right? So in order to understand your ICP, we have to understand the creator's ICP. That's the point that I'm trying to make here. Right. So then what defines best? To figure that out, we have to understand our goal, which is fundamentally to make money, right? And so what that means is in order to make money for us, we need to match supply and demand. We need to supply, right? In order for us to make the most amount of money, we need to educate in places that humans are the most desperate to learn about. High demand. Right, that there is high demand in, while there is low supply, right? Not enough people educating in that space, right? But mostly it's that high demand aspect, the desperation, right? And the next aspect is the dollar demand. Not only should this demand be hyper desperate, but also that demand must come from people who can validate, right, who's willing to pay high prices for our info products, for our supply that we're creating for the creators. Okay, this is now getting to some high level stuff, right? So then what that means then is that in order to figure out where is the most amount of demand in humans, and this is actually good enough to understand all products in the world, right? At the core, there's 7 human desires that humans are consistently improving or wanting to complete in their life. They feel incomplete about it, which is their health, their wealth, their friends, family, love, craft, and their mind, right? These are areas that people are willing to pay to improve on, right? And most precisely, we then need to understand, right? This is like overall demand, but where is that desperate demand? People are just fucking begging for information and products to be created in that space, right? And people can validate high prices for that supply, right? People can validate paying high prices if they put in money, then they feel like they'll get money out, right? And what are products that in that space that we can provide, that we can give them that feeling of, right? It's like stocks. So if you tell them, right, if you tell these people that you can make money directly by buying our info product, then they'll be like, oh shit, I'm gonna buy into it. That's worth it. That feels like somewhere where that I will get my money back out from, right? And this is fucking sauce here. This is called biz op or business opportunities, right? This is what we call in this space. We call it biz op, right? Also target the richest ICP, and so older folks, right? So let me break down what biz op means, and then what I mean by like targeting the richer ICP. Okay, so biz op means spaces like dropshipping, SMMA, and I'm gonna kind of blow your mind out. This is like every single biz op niche that I've found in the entire YouTube social media space. So I'll give you these documents so you don't have to take notes on it, but like this is just a high level view of it, right? All of these different things. All right, I'm not going to try to destroy your mind too much, right? And so if we have all of those different niches, what biz op means is that we're telling these people, hey, through dropshipping, hey, through SMMA, right? Through, what else is there? Affiliate marketing, through freelancing, through eBay dropshipping, through Shopify, through private label, through sneaker reselling, all these different things, you can make money. right? This is a business opportunity for you. So what that then means is that if you buy our info product, right? This is me like speaking as if I'm the creator, right? If you buy our info product, then you will make a return on your investment. Therefore, then, right, that's like what Iman does, right? Iman is saying, hey, you buy educate.io, you will be educated enough to start an SMMA, and therefore you'll get your return on investment. Therefore, people are willing to pay $1,500 for his course. Andrew Tate, same exact thing. You buy Hustlers University, you're going to become a hustler. You're going to become rich. You're going to do this, that, right? So people can therefore validate putting the money in because they see that if they put money in, they'll get money out, right? That's one aspect where people can see that. And on top of that, the other end of the spectrum is that is something that people are desperate to learn more about. They're desperate to be like, shit, I want to make more money, right? And on top of that, the demand, right, needs to be rich. So, for instance, people like Andrew Tate, they kind of target like little kids, right? And so they are only willing to pay like $50 a month for that Discord group, right? For the Real World or Hustlers University Discord, right? But the thing is, what's better is if we target not only people that are desperate, but also people that are rich, people that can validate paying a high price for our info products, right? And it's like you thinking as if you're the creator, okay? So what that then means is that you want to target the richest ICP. So people like people who are in their 9 to 5, for instance, right? People that are already, let's say, if you're trying to, like this one I saw, it's called Brickdink on YouTube, right? And he was teaching high-ticket dropshipping, right? He was teaching people who are already dropshippers to move into high-ticket dropshipping, right? Which is like this new fancy term for it, right? And so therefore, he's targeting richer people that already are doing dropshipping, making like 10K a month, who now want to make 20, 30K a month with high-ticket dropshipping. Or what's even better is like what Iman kind of does. He does a better job than Andrew Tate at this, right? Iman's talking more to sometimes like someone in the 9 to 5, right? Someone who already has like a good high-paying job, making like $100,000 per year. But Iman is telling them like, hey, you can make way more with SMMA, right? Or with drop servicing, right? And so then people are like, oh, that's a richer ICP. They are willing to pay for that, right? So not only is that demand desperate, but it's also a rich demand, okay? So from there, here, let me do a better job at showing you guys all of this. So let's delete this. All right, so let's draw that out of everything I explained right there. Give me 1 second. Okay, so drew that out right here. The best audience, right? It's someone with desperate demand and wealthy dollar sign demand, right? So people that can see money, or people can see that they could put money in and then they'll get money out, right? Which is like the BizOp niche. So anyone that's like a dropshipping YouTuber, that's a Amazon FBA YouTuber, everything like that, right? See, Apple approves. Okay, so now, what else is there? What else is there, right? They can validate paying this high price if they put money in. Then they could see that, oh my God, it's going to change my entire health, right? One of the 7 desperate human desires, right? They could see, okay, like something like that fitness niche, right? So fitness niche, like that, right? Because they could see, for instance, someone like Hamza, I think he had a course, right? Adonis Academy, right? In that course, he was kind of teaching people how to make money, but he was also kind of teaching people how to become fit, right? How to become fit. And so he teaches people like, okay, how to get jacked, how to get slim, whatever, right? And so people can see that, oh my gosh, I can change my entire health. I could become entirely fit. Wait a minute, I'm willing to pay for that. I'm desperate for that. And also if you target, Hamza also targets kids, but there's like a fitness creator. I'm sure there's fitness creators out there who target more, let's say people that are like older entrepreneurs, right? Some people target entrepreneurs who are fat that want to become fit, right? Then those entrepreneurs already have a lot of money, right? So they're willing to pay a high price to get fit, right? And so that's another good niche to be inside of, or that's another audience, right? Think audience of the creator, don't think niche, okay? Finally, they can validate paying high prices by the audience of the creator thinking, hey, if I put in money, then I will go ahead and change my entire love life. Another very desperate demand that they have. And if we target the wealthy demand, so then we go love niche, right? There you go, love niche right there. And then from there, in the love niche, it's like the Riz niche, right? A lot of creators, educational creators, they teach guys how to get girls, right? And Hamza kind of did this too, right? Hamza did this too. So like Hamza kind of hit all three of these different things, right? He told people how to get money, told people how to get fit, and told people how to get girls, right? But the issue with that was that Hamza was targeting a lot of kids, right? A lot of little tiny kids, but he would probably make more money, right? Or if you're a micro influencer who targeted a smaller audience, but a richer ICP, right? Then if you targeted, let's say, also like entrepreneurs, right? Entrepreneurs who were in their like 30s and they're quite wealthy, but they couldn't get a wife yet, right? Then a coach, right? Or a creator could teach those entrepreneurs how to get women. Right, and then they would, and then the entrepreneurs are willing to pay because they're desperate to fix that problem, and they're also very rich, right? There's also very rich, right? Exactly, and so creators that teach people how to get girls and how to solve the relationship problems, right? And so, as you can see, there's a lot of ways to go about this, but personally, for me, I enjoy the BizOp niche because, number one, I honestly understand that space a lot more because I was a creator in that space. And also, number two, because it's a lot more like logical for a person to go ahead and be like, okay, I can make money off of this. Let me pay into that. Whereas like in the fitness niche, they're like, I get fit, but like I won't get like direct return on investment, so never mind. Or love, it's like, okay, I'm getting a girlfriend, but you know, whatever. It's like I'm not making too much money, right? So I really, the BizOp niche is kind of the easiest to get into and make a bag off of there. But that is one aspect to it that's like my personal preference, right? But the thing is, it's honestly better for you to go in a niche where you like understand that creator audience the best, right? Then therefore you could target that creator the best as well, because here's the thing, right? You are most likely a young male, maybe you're like probably the lowest, like 12 in this audience, to all the way up to like 30, 40, even if you're running your own agency now, right? And you want to transition into IPGA. The thing is that you as a male, you've gone through that progression, whether you're 12 or whether you're 35, you've gone through that progression of trying all these different business side hustles, trying to become fit yourself, trying to get and love yourself. You understand these desires and you understand that creator audience, right? And since you already understand that audience, it's great for that sense, right? But also on top of that, the first principle of that is that since you understand that audience the best, question to yourself, right? Like for me, I understood the BizOp space the best, right? That's why I went into it. But like question yourself, which space do you understand the best? Yes, BizOp is like logically you could make more money off of it, but theoretically, if you were, let's say, really into the gym before, right? And you consumed, let's say you watched a lot of fitness creators, you watched a lot of Riz creators, right? Or a lot of relationship dating creators, right? Then you understand that space a lot better, right? So then you can make money a lot more faster as well, right? So it more comes down to being like, okay, I understand the space better, I understand the fitness space better, I understand this better, or I understand the relationship dating space better then going into these ones, because you have that prior knowledge, right? And then you'll be able to make a lot more money faster. Then once you get the experience, like the fundamentals of running it in the fitness niche, then you could transition into the BizOp niche after you learn a lot more about this, right? But if you kind of just want to get started here, I recommend it. It's good too. Yeah, so both ways are valid, but you pick your storm, right? Okay, so yes, pick your fire. But what I mean, so why I then went ahead and taught all of these different things, right? Which niche to pick and whatever, or like all this like audience understanding is because I really want to tie it back to this then, right? So we bring this diagram over here, right? This one of realizing, right, that like there's all these education niche creators, but now that you've understood the different audiences of the creators, then you can synthesize and think, reverse engineer, right? Think upwards of like, hey, now I understand that there's the entire audience of BizOp. Okay, there's the entire audience of fitness. There's the entire audience of relationship. And there's so many different more audiences. Like you could educate someone on anything, right? You could really educate someone on anything, right? Then you could think back to, okay, let's say I'm picking the BizOp niche, right? Okay, now they understand the audience. Okay, BizOp is a little bit too big. I think fitness is better, right? So let's say you're picking the fitness niche, right? Now that you understand the people that are watching fitness creators, right? Or that those amount of people exist, then you could think, okay, now I want to pick the niche of fitness creators, right? Who create content. So these are like, let's say there's 3 different creators who create content to all of these fitness viewers, to these audiences, right? Then you pick this niche of creators to outreach to, right? Or to lead generate to. Then, as you, as an IPGA owner, right? Then you outreach to these people because you understood that this audience existed, right? So it's a reverse engineering process of people to less people, higher level people, which are the creators, than to you, which is the IPGA, who will eventually be speaking to these people down here, right? So it's a reverse engineer process that if you think from the humans, then you'll be able to find the niche that you want to enter into, right? But from now on, a lot of the examples will be BizOp or fitness or relationship, but there's like tons and tons more. Tons more. All right, so I had to add this afterwards, but this is now niche picking some advanced level stuff. This is where the real sauce is, okay? I was considering not giving this away, but there's some good stuff here, okay? So pay attention. Niche pick where there's mechanism demand, right? So we've already established that we want to niche pick where there is desperate demand and where there's also a rich ICP to knock into or lock into, right? But on top of that, what also then matters is that if we want to really break down this desperation of demand, we want to understand where the entire market economics is flying. Okay, so there's some high level stuff. Really try to understand this with me, right? So think back in the day, right? Tai Lopez. If you don't know who he is, if you're too young, then he was a guy who, you know that ad, you know that meme where it's like, got my Lamborghini in the back. Okay, Tai Lopez Lambo ad. Okay, you know this meme? You've probably seen this meme, right? This is this dude, okay? This is what I'm talking about, okay? So back in the day, he was the first person before Iman Gadzhi to talk about SMMA. He's the one who invented that name, right? SMMA, right? Back in the day, I'm sure you guys know, when Amazon FBA was blowing up, right? When dropshipping was blowing up, when TikTok organic dropshipping was blowing up, for like the older people, when Airbnb, that mechanism was blowing up, right? All of these different business models were blowing up, right? So therefore, people had a lot of demand, just interest, and these days now, right, for you guys, it's AI that's blowing up. It's even IPGA, right? That's a blowing up mechanism that I'm kind of riding the wave of, right? And Iman's new like drop servicing, right? These are new like things that are being created, right? And there's desperate, and since it's new, there is desperate demand for AI, for Amazon FBA. There's desperate demand for all of these things because it's new, right? So that's one aspect where you want to niche pick also in a just overall mechanism that has demand, and then find creators who are teaching this mechanism, right? So if there's, I mean, you can't really reach Iman, but if he had, or if there was another creator maybe, right, who was teaching drop servicing, boom. So like literally right now, that's a fucking idea I had. If you're a creator, start teaching drop servicing, right? Then you'll get a lot of people interested in you because you're number 2 to Iman. You're the first person to do this in a blue ocean. Boom. Fucking sauce for you guys. All right. Another thing. So that's like one aspect, desperation, okay? The second aspect, or there's even higher level stuff, okay? Or just fucking create a mechanism, okay? So this is what like Center Stage or Eddie Cumberbatch did. Who came up with growth operating? Eddie Cumberbatch, because new is always better than better, right? Or high ticket drop shipping. If you guys don't know this mechanism that recently was doing well, it's high ticket drop shipping, right? This guy made a mechanism, and he has a backend operator too that I'll share with you guys after this. But this guy has he just made high ticket drop shipping. within the saturated niche of dropshipping, he was able to carve out, right? So these are all the people that are interested in dropshipping, and he was able to carve out an ICP that was interested in high-ticket dropshipping, right? And then he makes money off of these guys because, once again, the people that know about dropshipping, they're like, oh, what is high-ticket dropshipping? And then that's money, money, money for Mr. Brooke Hadink, right? So you'll start seeing this everywhere. People are gonna start fucking naming things because now you get to see above the matrix, right? You're like now leaving the matrix because you see that people just make up fucking names, right? People just make up names to get people interested in shit. Okay? So what you could instead do is go to a creator and be like, let's say they're a dropshipping creator, right? Fucking make like mid-ticket dropshipping. Go to the creator and be like, yo, let's do like Snapchat dropshipping. I don't know, right? Like these are new things, and the consumers who are watching these creators are like, oh my gosh. All viewers right here, they're like, oh my gosh, this is the only creator teaching Snapchat dropshipping, or this is the only creator teaching whatever dropshipping. And you start making things, right? Like Growth Operating, Center Stage made IPGA. Iman Ghazi, he literally just invented drop servicing, right? And these are now new things that people are super desperate to learn about, therefore creating even more of a new desperate demand, right? And then finally, this is even higher level. Oh my God. Okay. So once again, make sure, and okay, by the way, tying it to the $$ sign ICP, right? For high ticket drop shipping, here's the thing, right? With Brooke Hadink, what he did, or Brooke Hadink, right? Look at these. His ICP is older. Do you see like these people? This guy. These are his case studies, by the way. These are his students that went through his program, right? This guy, older right here. He's interviewing. Older. You know why? Because high ticket dropshipping, in his content, he's talking about how if you're someone with more capital, you can get into it. Who are people with more capital? People who are usually in their 9 to 5 that want to escape, right? Right? And so not only is he like creating an entirely new name, but like he's creating a new name for like a certain segment of drop shipping, right? Because what Brooke Hadink did was he used to sell like chairs, right? This thing I'm sitting on, right? He used to drop ship chairs or like tables, right? Or I don't know, like not low ticket products, but high ticket products, right? And so what he was doing, right, as you can see right here, not fidget spinners, but check to like fucking furniture, or check to like a furnace, right, up here in the thumbnail. You could see if the doesn't autoplay, like right there, right? Or like this fucking chair, right? And so like this is what Brooke Hadink was doing, and so like he just created a new name for it, and then now he started teaching that thing called high ticket dropshipping, right? So like it's not like entirely creating something new and like just scamming everybody. It's like naming it new within an entire niche, right? And so that's like technically like that's what IPGA is, right? SMMA. It's just inside of SMMA, IPGA, right? Or growth operating. It's inside of IPGA, right? And so that's what you're supposed to do as well. Like create these mechanism names. That's some fucking crazy sauce for you, okay? And then finally, here's the other aspect, okay? This is the even more sauce, okay? So niche pick where there is low sophistication in the market. Creators have low sophistication, okay? So for instance, think about it like this. Think about you as the the IPGA owner, right? You need to provide value, right, to the creator. And so let's say you went to Brooke Hadink, right? He already has a backend operator, right? This guy, or he already has an IPGA owner, right? This guy wouldn't find too much value from you because he already knows a lot of the funnel building stuff and how to use YouTube and how to use, and he has a great landing page right here. It's like all optimized. Like he won't find as much value from you, right? Because he already, at the fundamental of it, he already knows this stuff. He has the knowledge for it, right? But what if you went to creators who had not much of a knowledge for it? So I'm just gonna expose what we do. Okay, so like we're working with one creator in the UGC space. I'm not going to name her, but what I mean by the UGC space is essentially this, right? So there's is a biz op for girls, okay? So as I said earlier, like target when you begin, right? Start having your creators and the audiences, right? So it's the creator's audience, the creator, and then you, right? So have the creator and the creator audience, people that you understand, right? People that you understand. But eventually, once you get to an advanced level, like we do, right, in our IPGA, us as the IPGA owner, and then the creator and the audience can be different. Actually, I don't think an X is a good way. Like different. different from us, right? A triangle, right? So for instance, this is what we do, right? So the recruiter that we work with, it's a UGC girl. So what I mean by that is this. So you go over here and you look up UGC, okay? And then like, so for instance, like this person, right? I don't think we work with her. No, someone like this person, right? So she is, check this out. She's a UGC creator and coach. Interesting, right? So what does that mean? What does that mean? That means that she creates, but she also teaches other girls, right? Other girls how to become a UGC creator. What is that? That's a biz op. That's like dropshipping. That's like a dropshipping coach teaching other men how to dropship. But in this space, it's like teaching other girls how to be a UGC creator. Right? And so that's another biz op. But here's the thing. Here's why this is so important. And then I'll also show it to you with this clothing brand. Okay? So someone like Caprice, I could name drop him because we're not working with him. Caprice, right? This guy has a offer over here. If you funnel hack him, you click his content. Look, he's a school. Okay? He's a school. Right now, he has 766 members for $75 a month. Okay, you know what that is? You know what that is? That's 766 people times 75. That's 57K that he's making per month, right? Month per month per month, right? You know why? Because he has a decent funnel in an unoptimized space, in an unsophisticated market, in the clothing brand space. And do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? Unsophisticated in the sense that all the other creators in the space, right? Because you're not just competing with other IPGA owners, you're now competing with other creators who are running that similar offer, right? So if you have another clothing brand owner right here, another clothing brand owner right here, another clothing brand owner or clothing brand coach right here, right? This person that teaches other clothing brand owner or other people who want to start a clothing brand, right? Then what happens is that this guy is competing against these guys, right? And so if think about a psychographics, think about how a clothing brand owner thinks, right? They're like, okay, not to offend any clothing brand owners, right? But they're more like sometimes degenerate. You know, they go to party, they like the clothes, so like they like to look cool, right? And so they're not like that optimized of business people, right? And so what that means then, as you, as an IPGA owner, as a prior agency owner, as whatever, as a more businessy person, you could be like, hey, you are not doing a lot of the stuff correct here, because here's the thing: since they are like more of these like degenerate people, like they are not. Please, I don't want to offend anybody, but like these people, they are not as like smart about business. Therefore, the thing is, their funnels are not as good. They're not as good as marketing. They're not as good as this. They're not as good as that. They're more like creative people, right? And so you could go in and then smash this market, like smash Caprice, by creating an even better funnel. Because here's the thing, bro. This is just straight up sent to the school. Like there's no landing page to the school. There's no like ads. There's nothing going on here. And it's just 75. There's always so many people, right? And so that's the other thing. Same thing with UGC, right? In the UGC space, there's all these UGC, other UGC now girls. UGC, right? All these other girls in this space, right? And the girls, once again, think about the psychographics of a girl. They're not that good at the marketing stuff. They're more like, hey, I want to be a creator. I want to be pretty. I want to create and make all this great content, and which is great. That's what she wants, right? But for you, you're a business person. You're more like deadbeat. You're more of like, you know, the marketing shit, right? And so what you want to do, and deadbeat as in like disciplined and very well. You know, good at business, right? And so since you're smart at this shit, right, what you could then do is go ahead and create a funnel here in the UGC space that is significantly more sophisticated than what Laura is doing, right? So you go over here, and what's her landing page? We could funnel hack it, right? So you see this, boom, it's a VSL. Okay, that's pretty smart. VSL, and it's all unoptimized, right? Look at all this shit. Like there's no sales letter, there's no nothing. And then if you don't know what I'm talking about, this all comes down to service delivery. So that's why I didn't. This is a lot more sophisticated of a topic, right? But all this shit, right, it's not optimized. And so what you could do then is go ahead and go to the other UGC girls. Maybe like she is a little bit too arrogant, or not arrogant, but like she probably has her own shit going on. But like someone who has like absolutely no idea, right, what she's doing or what they're doing. Another UGC girl, and then you can just teach her everything, right? And here's the thing: that's what we're doing with another UGC girl. That's what we're doing with another clothing brand owner. So I'm just like kind of exposing myself here, but I don't really care, right? And so like I'm trying to teach you this. Fuck, I might have fucked myself. But I'm trying to teach you this because I'm trying to teach you that first principle, that like you could go to another space where it's unsophisticated. Like I'm thinking right now. TikTok, like right now, what's a mechanism? So like you have to have an alignment of all these things, right? So in order to like draw it out for you guys, all these concepts that I explained here today, right? It has to be like unsophisticated market, a mechanism that's blowing up, a rich ICP, dollar ICP, a desperate, so hitting one of the seven desperation demands, hitting the 7 desires. What else is there? And then on top of that, you could create a new mechanism. And then once you do this, right, you do all these different things. Within here is your new offer, is your new niche, is your new creator that you can target, right? And so you like do a massive Venn diagram situation, and from there you're able to synthesize new niches that you can now develop yourself, right? So think like, okay, you're going to, like one of the mechanisms that are popping off these days, right, is like AI. Maybe you could go to a creator and teach them, or like, so for instance, like there's an AI creator out there, right? And they're just like overall teaching how to use AI, but then you go to the creator and be like, hey, let's optimize your content and let's optimize your offer so that, hey, go to the creator and be like, all right, so you have an AI audience currently, but here's the thing. Why don't we teach them how to use AI in order to create a separate personal brand? And then from there, you could go to the creator, and then you could create that entire course for them. And then you could create a new mechanism calling it like AI personal branding. Or AI faceless branding, right? Like merging it in with the YouTube automation faceless mechanism, faceless branding, right? Then the market, right? All these people down here are like, what the fuck? What is, question mark? They're like curious, what is AI faceless branding? Boom, new mechanism created, and you're now the only person in that entire market who is creating content about AI faceless branding. Whereas if you targeted a dropshipping coach, whereas if you targeted a Amazon FBA coach, this is all saturated. And even in the UGC area and the clothing brand area, like we're taking that over, right? So like we're already there. So just you guys go and like think for yourself and find a fucking combination of in this entire like hellish of a flower, and then create a new mechanism, create a new thing to separate yourself from the entire market. And now you've created something that you and the creator are now only doing that no one else is doing. And that's really the advanced mechanism or advanced way on how you create a niche of your own. And this is what will take you to 10K and whatever K with this model, and it's fucking broken. So you're welcome on the sauce. Let's move on to the tactical actions. Let's go. All right, so now that I've taught you those fundamentals of overarching what marketing and outreaching and niche picking and whatever is, you most likely have picked your niche, which is one of those biz op, 1,000 different niches that I just gave you right now, right? Here's the thing, you could outreach to all of them, okay? You can outreach to all of them. I'm going to tell you the teaching philosophy that I'm going to teach, not only just this outreach section, but the entire S and P section, okay? So, teaching philosophy. Today, I do not plan to teach you information that people already said somewhere else, especially in this course, okay? I will give you specific things that I have not seen, however. Things related, these concepts that I've learned elsewhere, related to IPGA, and also low-key hidden stuff I learned behind closed walls, right? From talking to other high-level people and when I'm networking and chatting with my boys, right? So, here's the thing. For the stuff that I have seen, right? I will give you the places to go learn it that teach it in the most concise and synthesized way. Because here's the thing, right? The fastest way to learn, you could learn everything everywhere, right? Everything everywhere all at once. But the thing is that the best way to go about learning is learning it where it's taught the best. It's most synthesized. It's most taught optimally, right? And in those areas, I will give you the best places to go learn those from, like the best gurus to listen to, the best YouTube videos to watch, and I'll give you like secret links to free courses that are like mega courses that I've stolen from other places. Later in this video, or later in this course, and I'll also give you like an entire document with all of those links put together in one place for the ease of your consumption. Okay? So, Yeah, like I said, but you don't have to go search them up and make a YouTube playlist and bookmark all the links I gave you, because I will give you the YouTube playlist plus all the links and other free course for all the other free courses out there that you'll get at the end of this video, okay? Like an entire document fully there for you, okay? So, say you're welcome to Daddy Tim Yoon. All right, what the fuck did I just say? All right, so lead generation within ICP, okay. So, all right, so assuming that you've now found the niche that you want to target which most likely BizOp, one of those BizOp things. Honestly, just target all the BizOp motherfuckers. Then you'll be able to lead generate from them. Here's the full tactic that I use. Boom, here's a video.
The best, newest, and fastest IPGA lead generation strats in 2024 that'll get you thousands of leads per day that are all hyper qualified, and specifically that help beginner IPGA owners get their first or even their 10th clients, including getting leads from YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and even through other methods of what I call the course JIP strategy, will all be spilled today, step by step by me, Professor Tim Yoon, who within just the past 3 months, guys, I've scaled my IPGA from $0 to $33,000 per month. And through the success, I learned every single method of getting leads that are just beginning for your service. There are 4 beginner services. So sit back and pull out your notebook to steal my entire IPGA lead gen system. But before, if you don't know what IPGA is, it just means Info Product Growth Agency, where you go to creators with attention and you help them build or scale info product courses for them. But to outreach these creators, right? You first need to figure out the ones to actually contact, the best ones. So therefore, you need to keep this in mind, which is this fundamental, right? So in every single company, there's MSP, okay? Or marketing, sales, and product. And realize that lead generation is part of that marketing aspect, right? So how you get customers, marketing is how you get customers to see your product first, right? And the first step to that is lead generation. That's why this concept is so important. And obviously there's sales and product, but we'll talk about that in other videos, right? And so to break it down with Alex Hormozi's core form, right? Core form. Essentially, if we enlarge this right here, the core 4 are warm outreach, cold outreach, post free content, and run paid ads, right? But since we're beginners, we really can't start with, all these warm outreach, post free content, run paid ads, right? You can kind of only do cold outreach. But the thing is, with that fundamental in mind, we would then want the most warmest cold leads, right? The most warmest cold leads. And what do I specifically mean by that? What I mean by that is through finding mediums in which the leads are already expressing intent, already expressing demand, then going and outreaching and putting yourselves in front of those people, right? And how you do that, the 2 methods are through social media lead scraping and course program lead scraping. Okay, so let's break down social media lead scraping first. Okay, so there are many different social media apps, as you obviously know, right? But the 4 main ones that we could find these gurus, these creators, is through YouTube lead gen, is through YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok, right? So let's break down YouTube first. This is called the channel search method that honestly I invented. So you kind of come over here to YouTube, really simple. Then let's say you're targeting biz op coaches, right? Biz op coaches or even fitness coaches or whatever types of coaches, right? So you look up the keyword that essentially would be able to find those coaches, right? So how would you look that up? You look up drop shipping, you know what? Like I tried how to start dropshipping. That's what it will be. How to start dropshipping, right? Then you come over here to filters, then by channel, right? Then by channel. Then all of these motherfuckers are people that literally have dropshipping courses, because think about it, right? If they rank under how to start dropshipping, that means that they're targeting beginner dropshippers, right? And therefore their ICP or ideal customer profile will be people that want to start or learn how to start dropshipping, where you go to these people, right? And super easy. You just see their videos, and I guess this guy doesn't have that link over there. But if you go to like this guy, right, Calendly, boom. And the super shit unoptimized funnel right now, just a Calendly, book a call immediately, right? Dog shit. We got to wipe that and start it up. That's why you got to go hit up this guy up and he's starting, right? Not giving him a free promo. But anyway, that's like one method to do it. And then obviously you go and lead scrape him through, his email down here by going view email and then press that you're not a robot. And then you go over here and then, bruh, how do you submit this? Bruh, all right, whatever. You submit it and then the fucking email will be there, right? That's one. Or you can even click this and then copy paste and go to Instagram, and then you'll be able to paste there. Yes, Andy Starring Life is what it is. And then, yeah, you'll be able to find him right there. So then you'll be able to hit Andy up like that, right? Then there's also Twitter lead gen. So go over here to Twitter. Go over here to Twitter. And then let's look up somebody like, same keyword search method, but you go drop shipping. And then something like people, or it can even be like how to start drop shipping. How to start drop shipping. Right, and then probably this guy is a dropshipping coach. Boom, boom, easy, done. Already found his funnel that we could go and help him optimize it. Look at this piece of shit, bro. Look at this shit funnel. You could 100% go and make this so much better. IPGA Mister or IPGA agency owner. All right, next one, Instagram. Hashtag search method. So go over here. Instagram's not gonna work again. Whatever. Hashtag dropshipping. Over here, dropshipping. And then, yeah, boom. Let's see if we can find a guru. Boom. Pause. Boom. What is there? Boom. Easy, done. Guru found. Another funnel that you could go and re-optimize. All right, and finally, TikTok gurus. Right, so you go over to here. It's TikTok. And these coaches, you just look up, let's say you want a fitness coach, right? How to get jacked. Maybe some Sigma stuff. Accounts. Get gains. Probably not. Something like how to become. Or no. Something like fitness motivation, fitness marshal. Boom, boom, easy, done. Another guru. Open anyway. Screw you, TikTok. Boom, another shit funnel that you could go and optimize. This guy needs a new optimal funnel. God, that's terrible, right? So anyway, that's how you do all these different social media searches. And then obviously you're smart enough to go and cross search that, okay, this guy is this name, you copy and paste that onto Instagram, and then you go and DM him on there or scrape his email through typing him on YouTube. Boom. And then from there, you're able to go and find that he is, or find him on YouTube and then scrape his email from there, right? So those are like the 4 different search methods. And then let's go over to this special one, course program lead scraping, okay? So ain't nobody talking about this, bro. Ain't nobody talking about this, all right? So go over to some place like WAP, right? So WAP is a platform that hosts a bunch of different courses, right? Same thing like Kajabi, Coursera, WAP, and also like school, right? And there's like probably a few more that you could search through, right? Look up something like dropshipping. We keep doing dropshipping. Let's do something better. What's a guru right now? They could do a SAAS. Okay, SAAS, right? So go to SAAS. And then boom, exclusive. Okay, reselling. All right, fuck it. We'll just do reselling, right? So sneaker reselling. Okay, never mind. It just looks like eBay reselling or something like that, right? So you see this person who's selling this course, but if you scroll down over here, let's see if we can find the guru. Okay, so Profit Lounge. Boom. All their, bro, easy. All their leads right there, everything. So you go over to here, their website, and you go over to their socials, which they're probably marketing and pushing people down to their WAP. Okay, never mind. So their Instagram is not available. But something like TikTok. Okay, see, look at all the attention that they're getting here, right? So much attention. Oh my God, that's actually sad. That's actually sad. So much money to be lost, boys. So we load up his funnel, load it up, boom, bruh, a link tree. You guys who actually know how to build funnels, easy money right here. You just go be like, boom, optimize this, boom, more money for them. Oh my God, bro. It's actually pissing me off how much free money there is. And look at this dog shit website, bro. No funnels, no case studies, no nothing, right? Another thing that pisses me off. And so you do the same exact fundamental with Kajabi, Coursera, WAP, school. It's people that already have sick courses, that already have attention, that just don't have the in-between middle funnel that you have the skill set to go and make for them. God, pissing me off. All right, so now let's get into lead scraping systems. For lead scraping systems, right, find the lead info where they would actually check their outreach, right? So for instance, where do these core coaches, right? What's like the psychographics of these coaches, right? So if they're like a biz op coach, for instance, or business opportunity coach, like a dropshipping coach, Amazon FBA coach, sneaker reselling coach, whatever coach, right? These people are usually like what, 20 or 30. And so their psychographics are roughly like sometimes checking their emails, especially on Instagram and money Twitter, right? And so therefore you would want to contact these people on these mediums and not fucking send them like a fax message or like send a letter to their house. You get what I'm saying, right? And so those are those like with those fundamentals in mind, right, then we would go ahead and put all the data that we've kind of grabbed through here into the database, which is right here, right? And so let's kind of do one live, right? So let's use blah, 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 blah. All right, let's use that WAP method because low-key, that shit like mad gas. So you go over to WAP, wet ass pussy. Nope, I'm gonna get fucking copyrighted. Okay, so I gotta do a new one. Fuck it. I'll just do drop shipping. I'm lazy. All right, so drop shipping, the yard. Okay, interesting. Looks like a WAP course. Yay. Where are their info? Oh wait, here's like 25 different mediums that we could contact them at. What's their Instagram? My face is gonna get blocked again. Awesome. Let's load it. All right, so check it out. 177.1K. Their yard, bro. Are you serious right now? Like, there's no funnel. It's just straight up to the WAP, right? Pathetic. Anyway, so my lovely face back, right? So you saw how shit their Instagram is. Then you scrape their Instagram. I don't want to get. Okay, we'll just do this because I don't want to have to restart my face. So Instagram. Usually for their name, I go over here to YouTube, and then John X Paul name. Oops, Command Shift V. TikTok. Do they have a TikTok? Probably not. I wonder if they do. Whatever. Like if they have TikTok, whatever. If they don't, then whatever, right? Their YouTube, collect that right there. Copy, paste. TikTok, and hey, bro, I'm the greatest VA in the world. This is crazy. Twitter, they probably don't have one. But like if they do, you get the point, right? Email, easy. Scrape over here, view email address. Let's see if they think I'm ChatGPT. Yes, I got it. What the hell? All right, something over there. So Command C, Command Shift V, and then their funnel, right? So I would, for this one, where was their WAP? Oh, there it is. Right, so their funnels right here, Command C, Command Shift V, and then platform. Probably say in terms of platform, you could do like a separate one where if they have like a paid community, then you could pop that in there, right? Platform or whatever other points of data, like you gotta think a little bit, right? Whatever the other points of data that you want to scrape from them, right? That will allow you to inform you to then outreach to them in the best way.
All right, welcome back. So now that you've watched that, now I'm gonna give you the actionable steps on how you're going to outreach these people, okay? But here's the thing, as I said earlier, right? I'm teaching you one, it was on the other page over here, right? Fundamentals. How I'll teach you, to me is IPGA, right? It's in here. Just cold outreach, just sales calls, just whatever. I'm giving you each the single system that is the lowest hanging fruit at each MSP level, right? So what that means is that I'm teaching you IGDMs because that's the easiest, most fastest, actionable way for you as a beginner, and even if you're another high-level agency owner doing this is the fastest thing that you could start implementing now. You could obviously email, you could Twitter DM, whatever, but like IGDMs is the best way to go about it because fundamentally, right, teaching IGDMs is because that's where you have to go to where your ICP lays, right? And right now when I'm saying ICP, what I mean by that is the ideal creator profile, right? The creators that you're targeting. You have to go where they would most likely check their messages. And most of them are on freaking Instagram. Therefore, you want to go ahead and contact them there. Number two, think when you're outreaching, when you're in the DMing them, right? You are closing the call, not a sale, okay? You're closing the call. Therefore, when they start asking you about your service, whatever, you're like consistently redirecting the conversation back to, hey, let's get on a call so I can talk about it. Hey, I'll explain that on a call. Hey, I'll tell you how I build funnels on a call. Hey, I'll tell you how I build a course or a community on a call, right? All of those different things on a call. So when you're texting, you are closing the call, not the sale, okay? Number three, on IGDMs, it's a human platform, right? Fundamentally, for Instagram, it's a place where people go to connect. Hence, DM as if you're a freaking human. It's not like an email situation. It's not like freaking LinkedIn where you're like acting like a little bitch up with the fucking stick up your ass. You know, you're acting like a human, right? You're talking in a human way. So these are some first principles about Instagram to keep keep in your mind, okay? So now that we're going with Instagram DMs, optimize, have a good Instagram profile. So let me show you my Instagram profile. Let me start jerking my cock off, right? So here we have myself, right? as you can see, all the posts here are showing that I'm high status, right? This is so funny. Yeah, showing that I'm high status, right? Like, I'm being outside, like, on a pool, like, having vacation. I look like a human, you know, I look like a human. That's the point of it, right? All of these different travel things. I'm not here saying, like, here's my service. Give me money now, right? Like, I'm sitting here, and I'm showing where I traveled. I'm like, hey, other people can watch this and relate to this, right? And so there is that about Instagram. And then also my bio here is saying like, hey, here's my massive achievement that I've done, right? With generating $577,000, where I think we're bordering over 600K now, right? Revenue with all of our creators that we work with, my own IPGA, right? And then all this stuff, and then pushing them to my YouTube channel, right? And then some reels here as well, some decent views, mostly just like me dropping sauce. I need to get post more shorts, right? But that's not the point. Essentially though, my profile is like very human looking. I look like a human, right? And so that's one aspect of it. And also my story highlights, once again, shows I'm a real person, right? So those are a few aspects to look at when you're going through the Instagram and optimizing your own profile. But actually, here's a better video to watch. This is the best video that I've seen, a G's Guide to Instagram Complete Strategy. Once again, I'll link all these videos in one document that you can go to, but that's a good video to watch, all right? So then, initial outreach, okay? So here we go, let's close this. All right, so part one. Initial outreach, overall framework. Okay, so when we're doing this outreach process, I'm going to teach it in a sort of like 3-step process. So the 3-step process is step 1. You are going there and starting the conversation. And the aim of you shooting that first DM is to just get your foot through the door, is just to get them to respond. Okay, and so the first message, if we think about it from that perspective, and the first message is there to elicit a response, and that's it, elicit a response, okay? Then from there, number 2, it's to then transition that response to an offer, transition it to presenting your offer and kind of having them aware that you have something to I guess not really sell to them, but like something to present, right? And then going from there to booking a call, right? And so how we will go about that is first, in order to get our foot through the door, we need to get their attention, right? And so let me show you guys how to do this. So let's go to our lead list here. All right, time to VA. Let's do this. All right, so creative production, and then here is my coaches leads. All right, so these are tons of leads. Honestly, you could steal all these. I'll probably put this in the free doc as well. All these fucking leads here, go ahead and steal them all. But they're gonna be saturated because everyone else watching this video is gonna do it, right? Let's say, boom, oops, let's say I wanna target this person, right? Boom, open. Okay, so I wanna DM this person, right? Roseanne, blah, 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 I don't even know. All right, so first we want to get their attention. How do we get their attention? Like 5 posts, right? Boom, and it goes on their profile. 3, 4, 5. This is very genius because you now get, and from like a creator's perspective, I get a lot of DMs, right? So over here, I'll start like seeing someone like a bunch of likes. I'll be like, oh, cool, what happened? Then follow them. Also get their response, right? And then comment saying, this is what I do, right? There's a lot of psychology even in the comment. All right, let's move my big ass face. All right, so boom. I put name like this. Roseanne. Like I put a lot of N's because it looks like I'm like DMing them, right? Or like I'm like spamming the thing. It looks like I'm a human, right? Quick question, and then check DMs and smiley face, and obviously get rid of the things like that, right? And boom, send. And now it comes up here, and now on their notifications thing, think about it psychologically, right? They got a like, a follow, and a comment, right? They'll see like the blockade of notifications, and then they'll see the comment, they'll be like, boom, interesting. And they're gonna check my DM, and then I go over here. And oftentimes, before I go into the DMs, right? Before I go into the DMs, oftentimes, there's a new thing Instagram is rolling out, right? They're banning you from commenting a lot, right? So then what you could do is reply also to their Instagram story highlight and say something about their story that you can transition into a script. All right. So I like to usually comment on like their life things because they're more like emotionally attached to that. I'll be like, yo, sick bike, bro. Boom. Right? And that's like the first response. And then from there, so this is like the equivalent of a comment, right? Boom. Message 1. Say something. Yo, sick bike, bro. Okay, awesome. And then from there, there's message one. Okay, so there's two ways to do it, right? There's two ways that you could DM. Okay, so let me just visually draw this out for you guys. So it's like 5 times, follow, comment. This is your funnel. This is your funnel. Comment or comment / story highlight. So it's like a story, right? And then from here into the DMs, there's 2 ways to do it. There's 2 message ones that you could send, right? So the first one is act like a student. So act like a student or act like a networker. Okay, so these are 2 scripts that are working these days. So you go over here and you send them, hey. Actually, I won't send this because I'm going to send the second one, right? But the first one you could send is name. So you change it to, oh, his fucking name was Steve. Oops, I put Roseanne. All right, whatever. Like, it's going to be Steve, right? So Steve, loving the recent content. Keep it up. By the way, are you taking on more students this month? Right? And the psychology behind it is like, Steve is like, oh, interesting. This guy's a student. Like, let me get my fucking money, right? Because he's a business coach, right? So he's going to be like, ooh, interesting, money. And he's going to respond to me, right? Because the first message, once again, is just to elicit that response, get your foot in the door. Okay? And then from there, the second response or the second DM that you could do is acting like a networker. Okay, this one's really good. If you have, for me, I was a creator, right? So I could act like I was like equivalent to them. Yeah, so for you, just make content and then act like you're a creator as well. You know, who gives a fuck, right? But then in their brain, they'll be placing you as equal status, right? As a networker, right? So this why honestly, this one's even more powerful than the student one. So you go, Steve, loving the recent content. By the way, I'm also a creator in the space. Put up content on your Instagram for this. Yeah, exactly. Put up content on your Instagram for this. And then I'm also a creator in the space. Wanna connect? Boom. And then that should elicit a response because he's like, oh, this guy just wants to connect. He doesn't want to sell me anything. Right? And then on the call, you kind of rizz them up that way. But here's the thing. This is just the first response. This is the first DM that you're sending, right? On top of that, so that's part 1, initial outreach, okay? Then part 2, it's closing the call, okay? So from there, you'll get around, a good response rate is like 30%. That's like really, really good. But like if you get 10% response, if you get 5% response, that's also fine, right? Because think of this, remember I said outreaching is like marketing, right? So think of it as a funnel, right? Think of it as a funnel. And then your first message one is up here, right? And then actually even above that is like liking plus following plus commenting, right? So that's the funnel that's going on so far. Okay, so that's message 1. Now message 2 plus setting the call is a different discipline. People don't differentiate these. You have to differentiate these, okay? Because here's the thing, closing the call is a different skill set. That is having rizzing skills, okay, for the rest of this conversation. You could, a dumbass idiot could send, could like, follow, and comment as many times as they want, and they could send these, copy and paste this message, but it takes intellect to actually set the meeting, to actually set the call, right? And so this depends on you creating a script that's like a conversation. If you're going to automate this and send this out to tons of different VAs, or if you're intentionally here for me on my end, I'm not giving you a script here, right? It's not because I'm gatekeeping, but it's because learning the fundamentals of how to set the call is much better than me just giving you a script, right? Learning how to Riz is better. Learning how to Riz, and I'll show you some other courses that will teach you how to do that, is a lot better than for me to just give you this script, right? And so then from here, we'll just like continue with this funnel. Actually, I'm gonna continue this funnel later because it's a pretty good visual, right? But anyway, yeah, so that's why I'm not giving you this M2 plus setting, all right? And then later on, this is the sales call, which is right here. So I'll talk about that later, right? But that's what I mean, man. Okay, so now putting this part and this part together for beginners, this is how you actionably do it. This is the workflow for you guys to do it, okay? I'm going to show you how to become the best VA in the world. And here's the benefit thing. If you're an agency owner currently and you want to automate this to different VAs, this could be your SOP or standard operating procedure video that you send over, your training video that you send over to your VAs. Right? So this is also useful for you guys, okay? So since this is, right, so this, okay, so it's very difficult, mentally difficult of the lead generation process up here. of like fucking printing all of these leads through that method that I taught you above, and yeah, so and then also sending those DMs, it's mentally annoying, right? So I built a workflow on how I would do this to be the most optimally productive. Plus, if you're going to have a VA, like I said, there's an SOP that you can send over to them to show them how to do this step by step by step, okay? So phase one is this. All right, here we go, time to be a VA. Okay, so open lead list, and then, yep, so open lead list. Go ahead and steal my leads, I don't really care. Open YouTube. All right, so I'm gonna do the YouTube lead generation method, but then this applies as well to all the other ones as well. All right, here we go. So YouTube, open YouTube on the side, open lots of tabs of them. Okay, so we're gonna do the how to start drop shipping, right? Filter, channel, boom. So command, click, 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 okay? So like you just click all the way down here. Sometimes I do like up to 200, right? So you click all these, and then, okay, boom, and then click here. Oops, I did not mean to do that. So, all right, it should come back. Okay, so there we go. So you open all those, and then you click here. And then here is my lead list, right? More simplified. Let's move this guy over here. Right, so this is what I do. You go control tab, right? Control tab on, I think it's control tab on Mac and then whatever on Windows, right? So you control tab, and that allows you to switch tabs.
You've probably heard of the word.
Holy shit.
It's a basic business model that's incredibly rewarding.
Usually I mute myself.
That's what most do.
Damn.
I did 24 hours how to take a photo, how to follow supply, how to advertise the product. Now, because this is very important.
Okay, this is actually especially. Give me 1 second.
I love. So I'm gonna see if any of the skills that I learned running this 7-figure.
Okay, so now that all of these are paused, and if I open these, they're gonna start fucking playing, so I'm not gonna do that, right? But we're gonna go control tab through all of them, right? So you go control tab, you go click here, command C, command V, right? Then you click on his name, command C, command shift V, and then you get his name there. And in his Instagram, okay, it's not popping up. I usually go command C, and I go over to his Instagram, go up to Instagram, and I go search by Cameron Howard, boom, found it. I do control click to open another tab, and then I go click, command C, command V, and just keep doing that for all the other ones. So you go command T, or sorry, command tab, command tab. This is what it's like at high speed. Command tab. You can like, it feels like a video game when you're doing this, by the way. Boom. And you go over here. Okay, so it's not here, so you go Auto DS. You look up Auto DS on Instagram. Actually, Auto DS is more like a SAAS, so it's not really a creator, but it's still useful to have it on the desk. Boom. All right there, boom. Boom, like that. And you just like pump all of these leads out. And did you see how fast that was with this workflow, right? All these open and you just do control tab. So it's like, you can kind of like gamify this for yourself on like lead generating for you or your VA. And then that's how you'll be able to do that. And then I usually just categorize these by like real estate or by software niche or by stocks niche or by service business, e-com. That's like what these guys will be categorized as. So then I'll come and see here. And actually, let me bring these back here, right? So those leads back, I will command V, and I'll just go like this, oops, and then like that, right? And so at a mass scale, you'll be like over here, and then you'll just go boom, brrr, like that, right? Boom. So you see that? You see how useful that is, right? That kind of like specific workflow, seeing that like actionably done, right? For your VA or yourself if you're a beginner doing this, okay? That's how you would do that lead generation at max speed, and then initial outreach 50x per day. Yeah, so for leads, do at least 100 a day, guys. And at minimum, you could probably do 100, probably in 1 hour, I do like 100 leads roughly, right? Or now my VA does that, right? So like in a day, you can get like 1,000 leads. That's really good. And then you do like 50 of these a day. That's a lot of volume that you could be doing, right? So open lead list, right? So how you go about this is, so like I said, open the lead list. Step 2, open all the IGs. Okay, so this is how you do it. So we're gonna outreach. Oops. You just click here, command click, command click, click, command, command click, click, command click. And then on Windows, it's control. Like that, like that, like that, like that. Like that. Okay, so now that those are all open, and then you'll go down here and open a lot of more of these, right? You'll open up to 50, right? And then follow all of them, right? So you go follow, like their 5 posts, like, as I showed you earlier, and then comment and then reply, and then copy and paste the name up there, and then reply, and then message them, right? And then that will allow you to do. And that workflow of just opening these, right, and then doing control tab, like it just saves so much more time, right? It saves so much more time. And then you could be a professional VA, or for your VA, you could send them this, or if you have a VA, then you could send them this SOP to really, really help them out and just boost their fucking workflow like crazy. All right, so now that hopefully helped out, part 3 now is replying to those initial DMs that you got, initial outreaches, and then learning. Replying and then going and setting those meetings, right? Rizzing the prospects, as I would call it, right? So these, learn from the courses below, then set the meetings hard and make sure to reply ASAP, okay? Those are some mindset things. And so follow up, watch this video by Marquez. So this is like after the setting process, right? So we go over here, we go setting, actually instead of the sales call here, what the hell? Instead of the sales call right here, right, what you're instead doing is follow up as well, right? So follow up. So you set them and then you follow, you follow up with them, right? And then following up, Marquez has a really good video on this, complete DM, follow up, masterclass, whatever, right? But as I promised, in order to actually set the meetings, here are tons of great resources. I didn't give them earlier because these also talk about principles about phase 1 and phase 2 and phase 3. So it's there's a lot of different videos to watch here. So for instance,
every girl you see here, I have.
Okay, so this is some sauce right here. Okay, so this credit to Marquez for showing me this. Marquez Pizarro, right? In order to, so like I said earlier, right? It's rizzing in the DMs technically, right? This setting is rizzing. Right, and even the follow-up is rizzing, right? So what does that then mean? Why don't you literally learn how to get better at Riz, right? By stop struggling with online dating and 10x your results. So this is a course called Modern Success, right? And he launched it entirely for free on his YouTube. And basically, this is talking about how to DM girls or how to message girls like through Tinder or through Bumble, right? And how to get really good at messaging the girls to get on a date. Same exact thing, except this is you're getting them on a sales call, right? And so there's a lot of good principles, first principles here that this guy teaches that you could directly apply to rizzing in the DMs for creators and for your prospects, right? And so it's really, really, really important and really good to listen to this here. Then you could apply to what's it called? DMing. Yeah, DM. Also, overall first principles, Alex Horomozi teaches this super well so it's $100 million leads. You don't have to buy the book, actually. He has an entire video course on his website. It's just acquisitions.com/training/leads, and then it's the entire course of not just rizzing people, but also teaching like different concepts of outreaching. So there's like how you do content for marketing, how you do outreaching, how you do. So outreaching is right here, but then how you do paid ads as well, right? If you want to scale your marketing beyond outreaching, beyond just Instagram DMs, right? And then all of the different things that are super duper useful and that you don't have to pay in your fucking brain reading a book. Rather, you could see it visually because that's how I prefer to learn. And if you're watching this, most likely you prefer to learn that way as well, right? So that's the third one. Then finally, some really good videos on top of this one from Marquez about Instagram DMs. A lot of systems I stole from him, so massive credit to him. Like here, I can't read. How to perfect your DM script. Set more appointments, IG DMs.
I'm about to give you
the best Instagram DM script for SMMA. So like these are the best videos. Like he has a lot more other videos about Instagram DMs, but like these are the 3 biggest, best needle movers. About Instagram DMs that teach you a lot. And so watch all of these videos, and then you'll be a fucking DM god. And yeah. These are the places that you can learn most optimally, okay? And then finally, scaling Instagram DMs in the future. Like I said, if you already have an SMA and if you got money rolling in, just freaking hire a VA to do this. Why the fuck do you gotta do this, right? Second part, you could get software to do the initial outreach part for you. And most likely in future videos, I'll make something about that. Right now, I don't have the system done yet, right? The third part is creating female accounts. So what you could do, right? This is more of a conceptual situation, because I don't have this prepared right now. But what you can do is you have your own IG profile that's optimized, right? So this is your own IG profile. Then what you could have is you can only send 50 of these a day, right? So what you could do is you could create other what you call female accounts. Once again, credit to Marquez for this one. Female accounts, right? Female accounts. And why they're called female accounts is because you make the profile as if it's a girl. You could do like AI pictures, or you could just steal pictures of other girls' Instagrams and then make it seem like your employee is this like hot, sexy white girl, or like this hot, sexy like Asian girl, right? And then the thing is, if you're a creator, mostly in the biz op niche, right? If you're let's say you're a dropshipping Instagram or dropshipping YouTuber and you have an Instagram profile, right? Then like most likely, when you reply to like a girl account, if they're saying, hey, can I be your student? Or hey, do you want to network? Right? Like think about it, if the creator was like getting DMs from these like female accounts, right? Don't you think like you'll be a lot more inclined to respond than from the personal account as well? Where it's like, this is high leverage. This is high leverage, this is like high status, right? Versus like if you had your VA create an Instagram account, it's like this fucking like Indian dude's profile, right? That wouldn't work. Whereas if you do these ones, they're a lot more likely to respond, right? So these, you have to buy these, and then there's systems on how you buy these. I'll probably create another video in the future to do this, but like this is also another bit of crazy sauce right there, right? Once again, as for if you're a beginner, right, just do the actions up here that I showed you, the actionable workflow, right? So you can get just better at this. Build that skill set, build that practice, build that muscle memory of you doing this yourself. And then later you can scale to these other methods of hiring a VA, of getting that software, of buying those female accounts in the future. And then I'll share those as well, right? But honestly, even better than scaling to those all those different strategies is what matters. Even beyond that is what I personally really advocate for is just finding one core creator that you could build that relationship with. Because at the beginning, right, shooting way back to earlier in the course, you're honestly you're a growth operator first, right? So you're just one operator working with one creator and building that deep relationship and building an incredible case study. And then from there, you could scale to multiple creators, or you could scale that one creator vertically, right? And then all the freaking successful IPGA owners I know, they do around 4 to 5 months with one client, with one creator, and then they scale them up. They set that entire vertical system up. Then they move on to that next creator, then to the next creator. So ultimately, it's just about getting one creator at first, then applying all these scalable systems once you want to apply or once you want to scale to multiple different creators, okay? So I really, really recommend just doing this first part of that lead generation IGDMs, getting one creator, and then moving forward from there with that one creator. Okay, awesome. Boom. Scaling marketing. Okay, all right. So even though I said that like it's just that one creator, right? There are also ways that you could scale this marketing beyond just like this face or female account, beyond just a VA. And after once you vertically integrate with, Jesus Christ, let me fix this up real quick. Boom, delete. All right, so hello. Delete. All right, so once you scale with that one creator, right? Once you have that vertical system with that one creator, and then you want to horizontally scale to multiple different creators, right? There's a lot of good ways to do it, right? Not just the IGDMs part, right? And so a lot of strategies and the kind of step-by-step progression of your marketing systems being built up, right, that I recommend is, number one, network is the most powerful one. So if you go to places like Vid Summit, which is a creator conference for a lot of different creators in Texas, it's September 20, it's usually like around September to October to November, like around that range, right, in Texas. They have a lot of creators there that go, and it's great to network there and meet a lot of these educational creators there, and just build friends. And then from there you could add them to your IPGA, right? That's another bit of sauce right there. The second one is add another channel, right? So you have Instagram DMs going for you. Cold email campaigns, right? There's tons and tons of courses on YouTube to do that. I'm not going to explain that here today, but you could do cold cold email outreach to these creators, right? The third process is like referrals. Once you get cracked with this creator and you scale them really high, this creator, like me being a creator myself, I have a lot of other creator friends. And so all the other creator friends will, if like you come and scale me, right? I'm like, oh shit, this IPGA owner was awesome. I'm going to refer him to my other creator friend or my other creator friend, right? And so it's like a network effect going on there, right? The fourth aspect is like you personal branding yourself. So creating Twitter, creating an Instagram, creating YouTube, and creating that content and proving to other creators that you're a cracked IPGA owner. That's another way to do it, right? The fifth one is paid ads. You probably won't get to this point, but I mean, technically, if you want to do it where like you tiny vertical scale with each creator, then like what you could do is you could run ads and then try to get tons and tons more creators, right? Tons and tons and tons and tons more creators, right? And so that is through paid ads. Once again, not in no fucking way I'm explaining that here today. Just too much, right? So once again, like I said, networking, VidSummit, VidCon, also direct response marketer summits, right? So these are places where other IPGA owners go to. I don't have very many names of direct response marketing summits. I might add that later in the course. If I don't, then don't quote me on it, right? But that as well, and networking with those other IPGA owners that then lead you to other maybe connections. So like if you're an IPGA owner and you talk to another IPGA owner at one of these direct response marketing summits, right? And by the way, direct response marketing means basically like the core of a lot of these IPGA owners. What they do is they get better at direct response marketing. And I'll go into that more in depth later, but just know that's the main terminology for this, right? So let's say you go talk to another IPGA owner, they have another creator, but they're too stuck, or not too stuck, but like they're spending their time right now scaling that other creator's business. Then this IPGA owner can talk to this other creator, and the creator might have other creator friends, and they're like, boom, referral, boom, and done, right? So you get more creators and possible connections like that, right? There's like really higher level stuff later, right? And then even on top of that is like masterminds. So I have a lot of friends in Dubai who are like, for instance, they went to like William Brown's mastermind a few months ago, right? And then they go ahead and they network with the other, just overall like business people there. And then some of those business people, maybe they know another creator, right? And this other creator, you can be connected to that operator, or you could be connected to you, the IPGA owner, and then boom, that's another client for you, right? And so this is like higher level stuff. And overall, even just taking the fundamentals, like I said earlier, of that $100 million leads course by Alex Horomozi, applying those with the paid ads, right, over here with the personal branding, and it's just so powerful to use that. And on top of that, all of the stuff, like I mentioned earlier, is just, you should really focus on working with that one main creator. And then this is like, I'm just trying to show you the future of what you can go ahead and accomplish once you're like fucking rich as fuck with that first creator, right? So, but once again, really focus on that first main creator and building that relationship, just like how Andrew Kirby did. And you can look this up, I'm not gonna explain this entire story, but Andrew Kirby did with Hamza's Adonis Academy. Andrew Kirby was the IPGA owner of Hamza. So, interesting story there. Look at a podcast that they did together. Okay, so that is that. I'm not gonna go too much into that. Now, let's go into the sales systems. All right, so let's now get into the sales call or the sales process for these creators. So the teaching core philosophy that I'm going to go about this is that honestly, the sales process for SMMA is quite hard. And so this is a lot more of a chill sales process. It follows like a similar framework, but this is because you're basically partnering initially with this one creator. Right? So you really want to focus on partnering, right? The first principle of partnering rather than selling them something and providing value, not trying to scam them hard with a sales call. And also, the mindset applies, also, overall sales mindsets apply everywhere. So here's the thing. Alex Horomozi already teaches a lot of great sales mindsets that over here I'm going to give you a full playlist on how or every single time Alex talked about sales in his YouTube videos, okay? But that comes a little bit later. So with that being said, the thing is that all of these things apply to IPGA. All these sales mindsets apply to IPGA. The best here is giving you that full sales framework that you can then use in the the IPGA context, as well as mixing in a lot of what Alex Horomozi says, as well as some other YouTube channels I'm going to recommend for you guys today down here. Okay, so let's break down this IPGA full sales framework. Let's be gone. So, teaching philosophy. Everything here are frameworks, not scripts I'm giving you, okay? These are elements of the subjects you should be talking about on the call. If the conversation deviates, allow it to, okay? If you're already, or allow it to, but then kind of alienate it back. But if you already have a sales framework prior, think about it like this. Apply first principles thinking, right? Take the core elements of my script and your script and combine it to create a better script, okay? This is not me telling you what to do. This is me giving you an overall framework that you can then go ahead and use. Because here I teach philosophies, not bullshit. So let's get into it. Before the call, a lot of people teaching sales skip this, okay? The first is the mentality. Here's the thing. Keep in your mind that you are here to help the creator, okay? Not to sell them. That will give you tons and tons of what we call conviction in the sales space, which is exactly what will allow you to close the fact that you have in your mind that here, I'm here to help, okay? But in helping them for 100% free, you will inherently, accidentally sell them into believing you. And the belief within both of you two allows the close, or allows the sale to close, right? Or allows the deal to be occurred, right? But the position in your mind as if you're a friend, so therefore position in your mind, right, as if you're a friend just giving them advice, right? Then you'll be a lot less nervous and not have that commission breath, right? When the prospect, and a commission breath is when the prospect can smell that you're desperate to close that sale, right? So also put this in your mind as well, right? Creators are really smart. They can tell if you're trying to hard sell them, right? Think of it more as if you're partnering. Right? And so what is partnering at the core fundamental principle, right? What you should do is think about it as if how partnerships are formed, right? Which equals both of you guys beating at an idea together to see how you can make the collaboration, how you can work together until you get to a situation where both of you guys are happy. What you should not do on the other end of the spectrum is you going ahead and pushing an idea onto the creator about how you guys think you should work together, right? How you think you guys should work together. And then without getting the creator's input, just trying to push some bullshit on them that they're like, fuck, this guy's commission breath, I'm out. Right? And then if you're able to think up through this mental framework up here, of that you're partnering with them, then fundamentally, naturally, this comes out. Okay, so that's the mentality to have. But here's also the other thing. People do not talk about the amount of prep that goes in before the call. So, let me explain this. Using the framework below, I usually script out what I'm going to say on the call per new creator, especially when I was starting out, right? For each person I'm speaking to, I really prep out what I'm going to say because I want to make sure that the call goes well, especially, right? Especially over here, down here, especially for the parts where I'm giving the creator value and teaching them new things, which I refer to down here as the SAAS magnet. Okay, as the SAAS magnet. So the rule of thumb is if you're going to be planning to ask the creator, or if you're planning to ask the creator a question on the call that you know you can answer yourself looking it up, funnel hacking the creator, and watching the creator's content, why the hell would you waste that precious time that you have to provide the creator value by not doing that pre-research beforehand, right? On the sales call, you're there to give the creator value. Why would you not respect their time? Why? So therefore, you can pre-do this by looking through, number one, you can pre-do a lot of the questions that you're going to ask the creator by number one, looking through their current organic content and how they can re-optimize this, right, for better conversions of what the copy that is being said in the content, right? Number two, their current funnel. Usually they have a freaking link tree, and you as a marketer, you probably know this, right? Or if you're a beginner, that understand that the link tree in the creator's freaking link, it's not good. Rather, prepare a funnel that you can go ahead and teach them, at least mentally, or kind of draw it out, right? The third aspect is their competitors' ads. Maybe you could bring them to them, and then that you could implement for the creator, right? If you know how to run ads before, for beginners, it's not really applicable to you, right? Etc. Right? And so, since this goes more into the product aspect, which is down over here, service delivery, right? P, I will teach that more in depth later on. And how you can prepare for this later on as well in the course, right? And so even on top of this is some fucking sauce here, right? What I do oftentimes is I watch a podcast of the prospects that I'm going to be talking to. And often if they're creators, then they have a good amount of podcasts, right? To study who they are as a person, their beliefs, their philosophies, their internal business stuff that they would only most likely share on that podcast. You research that shit. How much more is the creator going to be grateful that you know so much about them and that you guys could get right to talking about what matters? Okay? So, therefore, use your time wisely and respect the creator's time on the actual sales call. So, with that being said, let me discuss to you the first call and possibly what can be a second call down over here. So, this is now after you've done the entire research portion. This is what you're going to be saying on the call. Okay? So, these are the amount of times or amount of minutes that each section should be. It's a good rule of thumb for you guys to follow, but if it goes overboard, don't worry. Or if it goes underboard, don't worry as well. Okay? So when you first get on the call, you basically know how to do this, right? You build some rapport with them. Hey, how's your day going? Whatever. And then be friendly, which is valuable, right? So at all points of the spectrum, we are trying to be valuable to them, okay? To build that reciprocity, then therefore ask them for that deal later on, okay? So initially be friendly, which is being valuable. Then next part is reveal their problem to them, right? So you ask them, right? You say, hey, creator, so what exactly did you want to, or what exactly made you want to get on call with me today, right? Then they will go more in depth into their problem than most likely what you've synthesized by analyzing their content, by analyzing their funnel, and by analyzing their podcasts, right? And they'll talk more in depth. And then here's the thing, letting them talk, that's valuable to them because they get to talk, and a lot of people, they love to talk, right? They love to run their mouth. Don't worry, I do as well, right? And so that's also valuable to them. The creator's like, hey, this guy's allowing me to talk. I value that, right? I value that as a person, right? And then from there, MSP picking, okay, right? So as I mentioned earlier, you are picking their, or you're helping them with their MSP, with their business. Therefore, shouldn't you educate yourself further on their MSP, right? Pick their business, ask them about their MSP, see what level of marketing knowledge they're at, right? So marketing, ask them questions like, hey, so what kind of customers do you serve? To grasp their ICP, right? Because initially, remember, let me draw that diagram here again, right? You have their clients, or they have their students, they have the creator themselves, and then they have you, the IPGA owner, right? So all these drop shippers, right, and the creator themselves, right, the drop shipping creator, or all these people that want to start drop shipping, we're just using the drop shipping analogy here, right? All these people down here, they, maybe the creator, we want to ask the creator how much more they know about their audience, right? And so we want to ask them more, even on top of like the research that we already did, to ask them specifically about the creators dropshipping community, right? On top of the entire dropshipping community. So this is just the creators, and then there's like other creators over here, creators over here, like this. Maybe there's another creator here, right, who has like this portion of the audience, of the dropshipping audience, right? So yeah, we have to ask them about this specific creator, and this is you, the IPGA owner. Okay, this is getting to some advanced audience, social media audience stuff, okay? Yeah, so once again, after that, ask them something like, hey, so what are all your marketing channels right now? Do you maybe have Instagram, TikTok, YouTube Organic, maybe Google ads, maybe Facebook ads, and what's your spend budget per month on all of them, right? So usually the Instagram, TikTok, YouTube Organic, paid ads, Facebook ads, you can look that all up. Facebook ads through Facebook ads library, you can look up every single ad that's out there, and then also Google ads, Google transparency, ads.com, you look that up and you'll be able to find how to find these ads. There's tutorials on that everywhere on the internet. I'm not going to be talking about that here, but right. But here's the thing, internal numbers, like asking them about how much is their ad spend per month. That is very, very also equivalently, it's like more insider information that they probably would not talk about with pre-research. Therefore, you want to ask them a lot of questions that you had during your pre-research of the creator, right? Then ask them about their sales process. Ask them about their creator's S, right? So creator, let's do MSP, right? So you already asked about the M, check, and then the audience is part of the M, right? So let's ask about the S now, right? So hey creator, boom. So hey creator, how do you close your leads once they book a call with you, right? To understand the sales process, sales process, right? They most likely probably do sales calls right now if they're a creator who's just beginning, or they might have a webinar if they're a little bit more advanced. Okay, and I'll explain what both of these mean later on in the call, or later on in the course, right? Then finally, ask them questions about their product, right? So ask them, hey, so what info products do you currently sell, creator? They're gonna say something like a community. Maybe you ask them, be like, hey, do you sell a community? The video course, a one-on-one coaching program, all these combined. And these mostly you can research, so actually you probably should not be asking about these. Then on top of that, ask them saying, how satisfied are your customers? What are your customers' LTV or lifetime value, right? You ask them a lot about these internal things about their company, like LTV and then customer satisfaction, that then allow you to get more insider information on top of all the stuff that you could have studied already before about the creator. Okay? Then asking them about their MSP and their entirety of their business that then allows you to open up, or allows them to open up about their finances. They're like, okay, now I kind of trust this guy. This guy asked me a lot of good questions. Now I want to talk about my finances. So then you ask them, hey, be like, hey, how much do you make per month? And after talking about their entire MSP, they're a lot more willing to open up about their finances. Okay? But if you come out with the gate smashing with this, they're not going to like that, right? So boom, that's how you pick their MSP. Great. Boom, boom. All right. And then on top of that, you then ask them now, right? What's your goal? And this is all come together later over here. Okay. So ask them what your goal is. And by the way, at this point, you've allowed them to talk here and allowed them to talk here. They find that valuable. They're like, okay, this guy's letting me speak a lot. They like to be heard, right? So then, you ask them, hey, what's your goal, Mr. Creator? And they say, so Mr. Prosek, specifically how to do this, right, is what does in 3 months from now look like once we or someone has solved your business of this problem, right? Or not just of this problem, but like if we've really optimized all your shit to solve your problem, because up here they said what their problem was, right? And then they go, and by the way, here's some valuable sauce here. You say or someone, right? Because you're referring to them to not force them, or you're referring to them to you saying like, hey, I'm not forcing you to work with me, right? I'm saying we or someone else, right? Our IPGA or another IPGA, right? Then you let them talk, which is even more valuable, right? So at this point, it's been a few good minutes now here, right? So now that you've understood all this is so powerful because you like really get to grasp. You've done all your research. You've understood their internal stuff. You've understood their goal, their emotional problems. And then now you can go ahead and repeat back to them their entire goal that they just said, right? So you say, yeah, so in the next 3 months, your goal is to go from currently making just 10K per month. Let's say the dropshipping creator is making 10K per month, right? You say from making 10K per month that you earlier said that you're bottlenecked by the lack of optimized back-end funnels, et cetera, whatever that they said their problem was. And you say, hey, we'll take you from that 10K per month to 30K per month that you just said that you see yourself doing in the next 3 months by making, or 3 months making with our whatever blank IPGA system, right? Then you repeat back to them their goal, which opens a loop number one, right? They say, what the fuck? That was just my problem. They literally, I just set my goal. Like, how the hell does he know how to get me my goal? Like, this is crazy, right? How can he do that? What's the system? They have an open loop. They're curious now, right? And so up to this point, literally telling them, right, that you can achieve what they want, it's valuable. But up to this point, they've been talking now, right? They've been talking. So what's great here is that now you've understood everything about the business, right? Everything. And this allows you to go ahead and go into the sauce magnet portion, which is one of the most powerful parts. I'll explain why it's so important to understand all these things at this point now here, right? So what is a sauce magnet? Let me explain to you definitionally what that means, right? It's a little term I made up, right? So lead magnet in the marketing world is what you call a marketing tool that magnetizes leads through providing value through a free document, free video course, whatever, right? You must have seen it. A lead magnet is like, you walk across the mall, they have like little cheeses that they're giving out, or they have a free sample at an ice cream store. Those are lead magnets, right? Or in the in the creator space, sometimes maybe you've seen like DM keyword or comment keyword to get a doc from me, right? That's like a lead magnet, right? But SAAS in the online business space, as we call it, we call that the real knowledge business people share behind closed doors. Like this video, this is a lot of sauce for you guys, right? And so what I did was I merged those two words. I said SAAS magnet. I was like dropping the real sauce for the creator so that they are magnetized to you, right? So there's a SAAS magnet portion now. And so here's a great thing. Now that you have the pre-call prep that you've done already, you understand their problem from over here. You understand their entire MSP, and then you understand their goal. And on top of that, you have a open loop to have the permission, right? The open loop is they're like, what the fuck? How does this guy get me my goal, right? Then they're like, then you have the permission to talk now, right? Then what you're going to be starting to say is valuable, right? So now you have the advice to that you've planned and in the prep portion, right, that you've prepped up, and then also you've picked through their entire MSP and you probably figured out some areas that you could help them out even more, or some advice prior that you did not know to give, right? So example, here is some adjustment, right? So for instance, let's say on the pre-call prep, right, this is getting really in depth, right? And the pre-call prep script that you wrote out while you were watching the podcast, while you were researching the creator. Let's say you would have written in your script, you would have said, creator, you should have Creator, you should fix your Instagram link in bio from a link tree to a one clean landing page, right? So oftentimes creators have like this entire fucking link tree. I'm not gonna call out any names, but like they have a fucking ugly ass link tree. Whereas a perfect funnel like this, just one landing page would be a lot better. Just one link that sends them right instead of this to right here, right? That'd be a lot better, right? And then let's say you would have just directly said that to the creator on the call, right? That was your plan that you prepped out, right? But on the call, you learned that the creator spent hours recently making that link tree, and so you could tell that they're kind of emotionally attached to the link tree, right? So you have to really understand the creator. Sales is also like really understanding the prospect, right? And so on the call then, during the SAAS magnet phase, instead you readjust your advice, now empathizing with the creator to say, hey, instead of, let's just keep the link tree for now, but let's put the website at the top, right? Let's put this landing page at the top to test both our theories, right? So now you like really, it has to do a lot to do with like, the creator being a little bit more emotional and you needing to attribute to that. Because I'm a creator, I've met a lot of different creators and they have that aspect, whereas you're more like a cold-hearted business person, right? Oftentimes people that go into the space, they're a lot more like that. So you have to really empathize with that creator, okay? So yeah, that's like that's an example of how you would readjust your advice depending on really asking all these questions over here about their MSP and about whatever, right? And that's why it's so important to understand all these things about their business, right? And so therefore, using advice readjustment and plus the new empathy that you've built for the creator, plus all the prepped up advice that you've had before, go ahead and give everything away as valuable as you know that can be given away to the creator. Therefore, this will build deep reciprocity. This is like you giving them the fucking ice cream sample at the store or the cheese, right? And that will build a lot of trust with that creator. Right, and so now the objection later that oftentimes they would ask is like, hey, is this guy legit? Is this IPGA owner legit? It'll be gone because they believe you now because they know that you know your stuff, right? And so you talking about your sauce and all these value and dropping all the sauce again is once again it's also valuable, right? As this entire time you're just trying to be valuable to the creator. Right. And so finally, number 7, go ahead and explain your systems. Now that you've given away a lot of the things that you would implement with the creator, go ahead and explain the rest of your system. And this is where you now take all the advice that you gave them in the SAAS magnet portion, then combine it, right? So you gave a lot of discombobulated information up here. Then you combine it with how you would implement this actionably in their company, which is your special IPGA fucking sucky 3000 system, right? You would add all these together, and then you'll teach them actionably how you would also implement these systems, which once again is being valuable to the creator, right? Then finally, number 8, pre-handle any objections, right? So at this point now, you've pre-handled the objection of, hey, I don't trust you. Hey, Is this guy going to actually do whatever? They trust you now. They trust you for sure. But the thing is, there are still also a few other objections that they may have for the official close, right? And so some common objections out there. There's way too many of them. There's honestly way too many of them. And so there's already tons of people that teach you how to deal with these objections. Renzo Guevara, who is very good with SMMA, he's an SMMA creator, right, on Instagram. He has a lot of these shorts, especially down here, more recently, not so much, but like something like this one over here, something like, whoa, no, I'm playing, something like this one, something like this one, something like, did he take him down? Yeah, something like this one. He had a lot over here. So something like this one, you boom, here, tons, over here. All of these are him talking about like old objections that he's had and how he dealt with them for his students. And so it's very, very useful because you can now go ahead and use these fundamental principles and apply them in the SMMA space to IPGA, right? It's just a lot of information transferring, right? And so that's a good way to do it. Also, these YouTube shorts are awesome. All these shorts are super valuable about Alex Horomozi.
One of my
talking about different ways that he does sales training. So these are like the best shorts that I've seen. And once again, I'll put all these links in one document so that you guys can find it. But the point here is that you handle these objections before you present your offer, before you go ahead and say your price, right? Don't fall for the trap of the creator being like, hey, shut the fuck up. Just give me your price, right? You'd be like, hey, listen, creator, it's great actually. This is a good objection to deal with, right? You say, hey, creator, it's actually great. I love the fact that you want to move forward so fast, and that like it's honestly great to see somebody who's actually willing to just like move forward and like move fast. That shows that you're super awesome and that you're like willing to move this needle really fast, right? But here's the thing. I have to explain a lot of different things before this. It's like, I want to explain a lot of these different things so that I could say that price at the end, right? And the creator's like, okay, I get it. And then that will allow you to move forward with the sale. So that's like another common objection there. But finally, from there, so step 9 should actually be right here. Oops, right there. Like that. Just kidding, tab, boom. All right, so step 9 should be right there, which is you going ahead and presenting your offer, okay? So this is method 1, there's another method, okay? So method 1 is to close on that call, right? If you feel like the creator has gone through and dealt with all those objections, right? You can kind of tell that they're like pretty warmed up, they're like, fuck this, bro, this is like a no-brainer to me. They're like, okay, I need this right now. Then they're like, go ahead and close on the call, right? So the strategy to do this is, honestly, what I would do right now for you as a beginner is charge $1,000 to $3,000 setup fee, then don't ask for a partnership price yet. Be like, hey, listen, I'm going to charge this price right now, and don't say the price right now, right? So say, hey, I'm going to charge this price right now, and then this is for me to prove that my systems work, and then I could generate you X $1,000, right? And then you'd be like, then creator, let's move forward with like a revenue share deal or with like a profit share deal or an equity share deal where we can really, really partner and take this fucking company to the moon. And then you build that trust. And then from there, you'll be able to actually ask for that big partnership deal, right? But here's the thing. You say blah, blah, and you say, so therefore that setup fee is going to be $1,000. And then you say silent. You say silent because that allows you, that shows you that you're sticking to your price. If you say, all right, and my price is going to be $1,000 because all this blah, 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 like, no. They're going to be like, what? Like, this guy's not confident in his price. This guy has no clue what he's saying. Whereas if he said, and there's another thing on top of that, right? You could go ahead and say, so let's delete this right here. Like this, boom, 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 right? So let's say you say something like, you say, all right, so what you should do is you say all this stuff, right? You gave all this value up here. Can I go to black, please? Right, so you say all this stuff right here, and then you come down, and at this point now, you pre-handled all those objections, which is step 8 right here. So you've done step 8, and then from there, now go ahead and repeat everything that you said up here. So like in a shortened manner, in like a summarized manner. So be like, since you said this was your problem, creator, at the beginning of this call, and then you broke down to me your entire company MSP, and then you told me that this was your goal, and you told me that, or I told you that I could get you this goal, and then I told you step by step all these different types of sauce that I could give you, and then from there I explained the entire system that I'm going to implement for you, and then from there I pre-handle all your objections and all your doubts about this. Therefore, with all this, I'm going to implement this step by step. I'm going to build you a funnel. I'm going to optimize your link tree. I'm going to do this, that, and all of that. I'm going to tell you, or I'm going to show you what to tell them down here, right? And then they go, and then from there, that's why I'm going to charge you $1,000. Say it, shut up. And then, since you've summarized this stuff, then the creator's like, okay, I remember what he's going to do for me. I know everything, and it's all doubled down. And then you don't say anything after the price. You shut the fuck up. In the creator's mind, this is what psychologically happens, right? You say no, or you say $1,000. You don't say anything, right? And the creator goes, first, they're like expecting you to say something after, like to validate your price. But then they say, you don't say anything? They say, oh, this is the price. Like, oh shit. And then their brain goes from, he's going to start saying something to like, okay, I think I could do this. I think I could pay him $1,000. And then they go, okay, fine. That's fine. It's a yes or no situation. It's not a maybe situation. That's what it comes down to right here. That's why it's so fucking powerful to do that. But here's the second part, right? If the creator's still skeptical, if they have like their moms, dads, sons, they have to go talk to their fucking dog or something. And then often that occurs, right? What I like to do personally is do like a multi-step close. So lean into oftentimes that second call being the situation that you needed to go ahead and move forward with, right? So you go on the second call, this is what I usually like to do. At the end, right, instead of closing them for the $1,000, oftentimes they're doubting it, then I go into, there's a second step you could do. You could say, hey, listen, let's instead close them for another call, okay? Close them for another call. So you say, let's book a call let's do in like, I usually like to do like within, like literally the next day to like embed it in their daily schedule so they're like aware about the next day, right? Let's do it the next day, precisely the next day. And then here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start creating that funnel for you. I'm gonna start creating an entire website for you. I'm going to create an entire step-by-step plan because over here, you probably don't have, if you're a beginner, you probably don't have like the exact same system that you're gonna implement for them. On top of that, if you ask them a lot about their MSP, you probably have a lot more new input on like what you could implement for them, right? So you're gonna be like, okay, tomorrow I'm going to bring over to you an entire step-by-step plan that I'm going to implement with you over the next few weeks, right? Over the next few weeks, and we're gonna break that down with you today, right? And since like you're a beginner, and for the beginners, like, and if you like really want to start getting into this space, then you're gonna have to work fucking hard on this initially. Over the next 24 hours, you're going to prep up everything. You're gonna record this call, right? You're gonna record this call, and you're gonna also take notes on the call, right? You're gonna take the notes and the call, right? And then you're going to combine them into an actionable step over here, actionable step that you're going to apply for them, and then you're going to share that with them the next day, right? And then once you give the creator the clarity that they could see over the next few weeks, they're like, oh shit, I could see this actually working, and then they're a lot more inclined to give you that $1,000 after you've given them a lot more value after the next day, right? And so, but make sure that the next day thing is there because there's a psychology to it, right? If it's like in 2 days, right? Like realistically, you could fucking prep all this in 24 hours. So you're just being lazy if you want it in 2 days, right? But like, let's just say you did do it in 2 days. Then the creator's gonna go like, oh, I forgot that it's gonna happen. Whereas like if it's the next day, then they're like, oh, it's like embedded in my schedule. It was like exactly what it did yesterday, but then the next day. There's a psychological aspect to it. So make sure you do the next day part, right? And then on the second call, present them the work, present them everything they're gonna implement for them. And then the new SAAS, I'm sure you've learned some new stuff as you've been doing this prep. So make sure you have a new document of all the new information they're gonna give them. And number 3, close for the payment on the next call, and boom, you guys are now in business together after implementing the entire sales process, okay? But once again, this is just a framework that I personally use and have worked personally for me. It's a framework that's worked a lot for other people, but I'm sure there's a lot of nuances and systems that work for your style, whereas my style, right? And so once again, as I said up here, merge them with your own style. Think it's a framework, and you're smart enough to kill this. I know you got this, okay? So then from there, now that you understood this teaching philosophy and then the full sales framework, the final step is here. So on top of all the videos that I showed you earlier about all these objections that you're gonna deal with over here, right? Over here, I actually created it. So for like the overarching, because like this is a step-by-step way to do it, right? But there's like overarching sales mindsets that you need, right? And so in order to learn that, what I did was hold on, I need to switch account. All right, so I created an entire playlist about every single time that in Alex Horomozi's titles that he talks about the subject sales, or in his videos the subject that he talks about is sales. Okay, so it's like sales, selling, say this competition is cheaper. Obviously, there's like a sales video, sales. Every single video about. Oh my gosh, every single one of these videos he talks about sales in. And so it's very, very powerful, this entire playlist. I watched this entire thing. This is like something that I made when I was training myself for sales. So I also link you this sales playlist from Alex Horomozi there. Finally, scaling sales as above. Once again, right? So this is the future of sales later on. So same exact thing with outreach, right? I said scaling marketing, scaling sales, okay? So scaling sales is really, it just comes down to, as above, it's mostly in the future, you're just like getting clients or getting creators through networking. So you could kind of just skip the sales process later forward. But once you're getting that first client, you really have to nail down the sales process and get it going. But yeah, in the future, once you're scaling it, honestly, I don't even do sales anymore. I mostly get my clients through networking and making friends, right? So that is the entire sales process. Jesus Christ, what a long time, but that was the sales process. Let's now move on to product, service, delivery. Let's get it. All right, so now let's get into product, which is our service delivery, right? So let me tell you first, though, what the philosophy of product delivery is and how I'm going to go about teaching this, right? So what is product fundamentally? That is the question that we have to answer, therefore, that we can provide them the best product, right? Provide the creator the best service delivery. So we have to question, right? Delivery of solving a problem is fundamentally what a product is, right? And so what problem are you solving for the creator? Really ask yourself that. And your answer is ultimately make them more money and save them more time. But mostly if you can make them more money, they don't really care if you're saving them more time, right? So this trumps everything else, you making them more money. Therefore, what that means is then your goal for you to make more money, you have to ask yourself, right? How can I make the most amount of money as fast as humanly possible for the creator while keeping the creator's company making that much money for as long as possible, right? That's what you should be asking. Longevity of making money as well as making that money fucking quick, right? Because you can scam people and make money quick, but then you won't make it for long, versus if you do it the right way, then you'll make money fast and for a long period of time, right? And since you are charging a retainer initially, right, to eventually partner in an equity/profit share of the creator's business, right? So therefore, your service must make the money ASAP so that you can get in this partnership right here, build that good relationship, then you make money as well ASAP as well, right? So if we understand that first principle fundamentally, then let's shoot back to that other first principle, right? Which is of starting a business. How do we start a business again? As earlier established, right? You are going ahead and proving product market fit as fast as possible by marketing first, right? Let's understand that first principle. Then creating the product, right? Then creating the product. Therefore, the thing is, here is how to not go about it, right? Sanders Stage says, make a course first, right? So already we're not doing the fucking professional. And then Sanders Stage says, make a course first, right? What the fuck are you saying, bro? Bro, what? That's like making the product first, right? When there's no product market fit. No, okay? The second aspect is you haven't even made product market fit validated, right? Once again. And so, you haven't validated that product market fit. Therefore, this step comes later. Okay? Now, what then does that mean? Eddie Cumberbatch says make a school group, right? Make a school group. Yes, but once again, this comes later. No, making the school group, it doesn't come first. Testing or proving product market fit first comes first rather than making the product, which is the school group, right? And I'll demonstrate this visually significantly better real soon. So here is actually how you go about it, right? And here's the thing, right? Even before I go into this, right? Fundamentally, Sanders Stage and Eddie Cumberbatch, what they're saying is correct, right? You make a course, you make a school group, but that comes later, right? So then how we're supposed to answer this for you guys to get the fastest results as best as possible is to find the chronological steps, the chronology of steps, right? That you must implement for the creator to follow the first principles of starting a business, so that then you can can build monumental results the fastest for the creator, to then build trust, to then eventually get the creator into a mutually beneficial goal for both of you guys, which is to partner on a profit share or equity basis and then move forward from there, right? So then what is this step of chronology, right? In order to illustrate that, I'm going to go ahead and create this diagram once again, which is the centralized power of the IPGA model, right? So you have your IPGA, oops, a little too tiny. So let's go ahead and zoom in here real good. All right, so we have your IPGA, right? And then within your IPGA, there is your MSP, okay? Which is your outreach, which is your sales calls, and then over here, which is your service delivery, right? Service delivery, which within that is another MSP. Okay, so let's draw this diagram out so you can get that really good high-level view. Okay, so MSP with an MSP. Great, we already established this, but why this is so important is because of this. Today, I'll be teaching you the wood and nails two-chair concept, right? So understanding this high-level MSP, inside of MSP view, right? We have to understand that there are an infinite amount of strategies that you can use to improve the creator's business, okay? To improve the creator's business. At each level, at each MSP, there's an infinite amount of things that you can do. But the thing is that each of these strategies are like materials. Think of some sort of strategy that you could help to build out the M as wood or as nails, right? To build multiple types of chairs, okay? The combination of knowing these or using these different materials, using wood in this way, using nails in this way, allows you to build a certain type of chair with the amount of materials that you have at your disposal. So let's say you have let's say you have 2 nails and 1 piece of wood versus like 5 nails and 2 pieces of wood, right? You'll put those together in different ways to make different types of chairs, right? And therefore, today I'll give you as many pieces of wood and as many pieces of nails as I possibly can and know of, right? And also today I'll give you a few examples of different types of chairs that can be made and different types of ways that these pieces of wood and these pieces of nails can be combined to use. However, these today that I'm going to be presenting to you are just a few ways, a few chairs, a few types of chairs that can be made, right? To you, here's a situation with whatever creator that you're working on with now that you've gotten a creator, it really depends on the audience of the creator, right? So like I said earlier, within this diagram, here is you as the IPGA owner, here is the creator, and then here is the creator's audience, right? Way down here, right? So there are an infinite amount of different things that you could do in the MSP, all that are dependent on the audience. So you are going to have like, let's say 5 pieces of wood and like 5 pieces of nails, right? But depending on if you're working with a dropshipping creator, or if you're working with a UGC creator, or if you're working with a clothing brand creator, or if you're working with a fitness creator or a risk creator, right? You're going to make different types of chairs for each type of creator, okay? And therefore, you have to, as mentioned above, it comes down to really understanding the audience from a first principle perspective, which I'm going to give you how to do down here, right? Creator audience analysis, there's a massive guide on that. But for the time being, let me give you those pieces of woods and pieces of nails, which are ultimately just strategies, marketing strategies within the MSP process, okay? So within marketing, there are 2 types of marketing that are at a scalable level, right? There's Alex Horomozi's Core 4, but if you know that, shout out to you, but if you don't, all good. But for the creator that you're mostly using organic and paid ads, right? So organic in terms of Instagram, so there's real stories, posts, highlights. Each of these are like pieces of nails or pieces of wood. TikTok lives, probably not. TikTok stories as well. YouTube, 3-video product launch, trailer video, YouTube VSL. These are all explained down here. Okay, these are really high level stuff. Twitter, Threads, single posts, right? Within paid ads, there's Meta ads, Facebook ads, Instagram, YouTube ads, Google ads, Google SEO, right? There's so many different strategies, and these are all different things that you can implement into the creator's business that can boost their business up, okay? And these are tons of different nuts and bolts and nails and piece of wood that you can eventually use to build a nice chair. Okay, I want to draw this out so you guys, holy shit, that's a terrible chair. Okay, moving on to sales. Okay, there's like landing pages. There's a webinar that you could use. There's a sales call, okay? And I'll tell you how all these combine to a chair real soon, okay? So it just feels like I'm throwing shit out right now. But product, within product, let me delete this, right. Actually, no, I like it. Product, there is a one-on-one coaching. There is a community. There's a group coaching. There's a video course. There are bonuses, right? And within bonuses, right, there are docs that you could give. Holy shit, there's a lot. There are frameworks, right? There are templates that you could give to the creator, right? So a doc is like, if you're an SMMA coach, like you could give a doc, or SMMA creator, right? Or if you're an IPGA owner helping an SMMA creator, then you could go to them and be like, all right, to the creators audience, right down here. God damn. We're gonna have to zoom out. All right, so if you're an SMA creator and it's your audience down here, right? Because there's the creator, there's you, the IPGA owner. Whew, this is getting confusing. We're gonna have to redo this real soon. We're gonna have to re-optimize this real soon. Well, there's an audience, right? So you can give the doc. Let's do some different colors. You give the doc to their audience saying like, here is 10 steps on how to make a SMA website or something, templates. You could give SMA website templates to your audience. Frameworks, you could give a sales framework, right? Like kind of what I'm doing here, right? All these different things, but I'm giving it to you for free. But the difference is you can sell these in your community, right? Or for your creators community, right? That's one aspect, okay? So that's within product. But here's the thing, right? So now that I've taught you all these different strategies, these are nuts and bolts, right? These are all these different nuts and bolts over here. You can then use all of these to create furniture, to create a chair, right? So in funnels, right? Content funnels. There's an Instagram funnel. There's an Instagram, right? Instagram top of funnel. So Instagram Reels into YouTube. Into YouTube nurture content. So let's say on the Instagram Reels, you go really broad by saying like, all right, guys, today I'm going to be teaching. So this is let's do a SMMA creator, right? Let's say they're an SMMA creator, so social media marketing agency. They teach their audience how to start SMMA, like someone like Iman Ghazi, right? Iman Ghazi on his Instagram Reels, right? He's saying like, all right, guys, this is how you start SMMA, whatever, right? Then he sends people into his YouTube, right? Into his YouTube where they get nurtured with more content about like mindset shit, about how to start an SMA, things like that, right? And then you could also, what you could do is you could pay for ads that funnel into YouTube, or that funnel into, so it's like ads that funnel into Instagram, into YouTube. Now, like these are like really retarded high level, or not high level, but like it's like really general shit that I'm saying here, but I'll give you like more specific details later. But like this is one type of chair that you can make, right? There's a chair you can make, okay? So that's one aspect you can do it, right? So the core philosophy of it is that you're going ahead and combining these different strategies into one chair, right? Into one chair. And then sales situations. So you could do like an application funnel. So if you go back to Brooke Kadink's thing that I was showing you earlier, right? High ticket dropshipping. Brooke. I'll just do high ticket dropshipping. All right, so high ticket dropshipping. Boom, you go over here, you click him.
As you know.
Here's a website, boom. All right, so he has remember what I said, right? Within the sales call, one of the strategies is a sales call, but there are steps in which you could take in order to create, or in order to push the audience to a proper sales call, right? So this is the landing page. This is one of the nails being used, right? So this is one nail. And you know what? We'll just do like an entire high level analogy, right? So the YouTube channel is one nail, right? He has an Instagram account as well, which he does. This is like literally what he does. He has Instagram Reels, right? So this is how the audience funnels into it, right? So there's all this stuff, Instagram Reels, right? And they get sent over, and this is the next part of the funnel, boom, they get sent over to the YouTube, right? So it's, and then he also runs ads. I don't know if he runs ads, but you can find those on, fuck it, I'll show you everything. Ads Manager or Ads Library. We'll see if he runs ads. I'm actually curious. High ticket e-commerce. All ads. So this is Facebook Meta Library. I'm sure you guys know this if you're already an agency owner. All ads. But this is where you could see every single ad that is out there in all of Facebook, right? So high ticket drop shipping. No, it doesn't seem like he's running ads. But like if he ran ads, then it'll be here, right? So technically the funnel will go from here to here to here, right? And then into here. I did not mean to click that. I did not mean to click that. All right, so removed, right? So then they get sent, and so these are like, this is a piece of wood, this is a nail, this is a piece of wood, this is a nail. And so they get sent over to here, which is another example. So this is an application funnel, right? So what is essentially happening is Brooke here, he is confirming that the viewer, right, is rich enough to pay for his thing. So if you go up here, it's like, how much do you fucking make? How much do you have to invest? $5,000, right? Then Brooke knows that like, hey, this applier, right, for his program, can't afford his program, right? So then they continue to go down the funnel until this is what you call a tripwire situation. So this is a tripwire, this is also another nail, right, or another piece of wood, right? So we go over here and then we put in our name, whatever, our phone number, and then our email, and then now he's going to send us into his email automations, right? Into his email automations where there's an entire system built out. And if you're a beginner, this must be like fucking destroying your mind. So go take a break and come back and watch this. But like, there's an entire email system that you have to build within something like ConvertKit.io, or not, I think it's .io, yeah, ConvertKit, or you could do it like MailChimp, or you could do within internally in Go High Level, build all those automations out, and then send emails to your email list, right? And that's why it's called a tripwire, because then you steal their information and then now you could sell them on the emails, right? So that's another way to do it. And then from there, submit whatever. All right, we'll just fill this shit out. All right, cut. All right, so now that we're back, now I click this thing and then I'm sent over, right, to here, which is his landing page, which is a book a call situation, right? Book a call funnel, right? So like that, his Calendly, and then there's another nail that he uses, right? Another nail or a piece of wood, which is another strategy, which is tons and tons of case studies over here. Case studies, boom, 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 so much. And I'm like, shit, I gotta book a call, right? And then I book a call, and then boom, that's how he gets me, right? So that's a book a call funnel. And then a webinar funnel, which is what Eddie Cumberbatch does. That I don't want to sit here and explain. I am a little too lazy. So I will show you guys where you can find so many different funnels that these people hack. Simon Wynn, Ryan, Ollie, and I'm sure there's tons of other YouTube channels, but these are the best ones I found. I'll share with you guys. I'll share that with you guys soon. Jesus Christ. Someone shot a little bit too much footage today. Okay, so now, Ascension Ladder. Why I teach all this and why this is so crucially important is because of this, okay? So marketing, sales, product, and funnel, whatever, right? So Ascension Ladder. So here's the thing. Now within the product, right? Within what we've established here as the product, right? God, this is crazy. So zoom out now. All right, so this is one little tiny aspect of the product, okay? So I've taught you this, and now we're inside of here, okay? So now over here, right? This is mostly part of marketing and sales, which is acquisition of the students, right? Let's do it in blue so you guys can see. But now, within product, let me explain to you guys the Ascension Ladder here, okay? So this is another concept that's very, very crucially important. Like I said, I want to explain fundamentals to you guys today, not give you guys a step-by-step. I mean, I will give you guys a step-by-step, but I don't want to give you guys like just shit that you could copy. I want to give you guys fundamental concepts to learn, okay? So fundamental concept here. All right, so education ladder, creators, product, info, product, business. Okay, so let me explain to you this concept. This is going to fucking blow your mind, all right? So ultimately, what we're building here, right, with these creators is an info products business. Because as an IPGA, you're info product growing these creators' info products businesses, right? And so fundamentally, info products businesses are just education companies. And who are the biggest education companies in the world? Places like NYU, like Harvard, like universities, right? Or UCLA, right? And so what is looked up to, what is normalized in universities, right? Going from a bachelor's to a master's to a PhD, right? Going up and up and up here. oops, up here, and then up here, right? And so this is what you do, what is looked up to, what is revered in a university situation, right? But ultimately, a university is just a business as well, right? And so in business, this is what we call an ascension ladder, upselling our students to the next level. Right? And so therefore, product creation, understanding how to create a great product is actually understanding how to properly create a good bachelor's, how to properly create a good master's degree, how to properly create a good PhD within your company, within your creator's business, right? And this is such a powerful method to think through that. But before we go into that philosophy, which is explained down here, let me explain to you, this is some good sauce here, right? So this kind of comes down over here, whereas this should have been a little bit up here, right? But these funnel examples, this is so great because people like Simon Wynn with all these different funnels, people like Ryan Matthews, people like Ollie Templeton. If you go over here, click this, right? What the hell? Give me 1 second. Simon Wynn. Okay, boom, found his channel. So on his channel here, what he's doing is he's funnel hacking a lot of these different people. And it's great for you guys because now you'll be able to learn how the nuts or how the nails and the pieces of wood that I've given you today, those first principles, are used together to build like chairs. And at this point, these are like houses, right? They straight up build houses. Iman Gadzhi, Andrew Tate's funnel, Max Perzone's funnel, Eddie Cumberbatch's funnel, right? How you got into growth operating and being interested in that as well, right? And so all these different things are explained by this dude as well. This guy also funnel hacks. Ryan Matthews. This guy also funnels. Ali Abdal's funnel. Freaking Mark Rober's funnel. Even these YouTubers have funnels. Alex Horomozi, Sam Sabri Subi's, Sam Ovens, who created School.com. He's a School.com owner, right? And this guy as well, Ollie Templeton. Okay? His most popular videos, people love this shit, right? Hamza, Alex Horomozi. I'm putting you on, bro. Freaking Mr. Beast has a funnel, boys. Mr. Beast has a funnel, right? So, it's very, very crucial to keep your eye out on these different funnels and how these different types of chairs are built out, right? Depending on which type of audience, right? Then from there, you could be like, okay, for Eddie Cumberbatch's audience, he built this type of chair versus someone like Andrew Tate, who's a lot more mass market. He created this type of chair, right? And so this worked for him, whereas this worked for Eddie Cumberbatch, right? And so you could compare and contrast and use your first principle thinking and use your pattern recognition skills in order to be like, okay, now I'm going to use a few of these different tactics with my creator, right? But the fundamental first principle of that is up here, creating something like this, and then I'll explain what I mean more about this down later on, right? So this is very important, and yes, let's move forward. So lowest hanging fruit philosophy. So with that being said, that's a lot of stuff that I know you guys kind of just had like a braingasm about, right? But the thing is, right, with all those different things, I'm going to give you the exact most simple step by step that you guys can do for your creator, for a beginner who is just starting out in this IPGA space, whether you're an agency owner or you're just a beginner who has like fucking no marketing skills. How to go about this, right? How to go about this and how to actionably do this, okay? Don't get overwhelmed, because I'm going to give you which chair to build, which pieces of wood to start using, which pieces of nails to start using very first. All right, so let's go ahead and do that by closing these right here and give you the actionable steps. So that's why today I want to give you the best chair, the first chair to build, and give you the actual chronological steps to to get the most maximal results for your creator. And tying it back to the lowest hanging fruit philosophy, it's that we're trying to take the lowest hanging fruits to get the fastest conversions, to pick the lowest hanging fruits for our creators, for our creator to get them the fastest results, right? So step one, let's go ahead and delete all this here. Actually, I'm gonna keep this just in case this becomes useful. All right, so let's go down here. All right, so step one, creator audience analysis, right? So since we earlier established, right? Thank God I didn't delete this. Since we earlier established that the audience over here, right? Oh, yellow's not gonna be able to see seen. All right, the audience down here is what all of this is built on top of. Therefore, we must then do a very, very good job of understanding the creator's audience, right? So how do we do that? Give you a full guide here. So, viewer customer avatar. As mentioned above, if starting a business, solving a problem is for an audience. Okay, that means at the core of business, it's actually serving the audience in the best way possible. This means that you must deeply understand the audience of the creator by creating a customer avatar for the creator. Okay, so how do we create a customer avatar for the creator? Step by step by step. All right. So, this is factual attributes. Okay, it'll be better if I come over here and then I clean this up a bit. So let's do, give me a second. All right, so boom. All right, so now that we've redone this drawing here, we can see that once again, your product is serving and helping the creator's business, right? And what does the creator business serve? The creator's audience, right? And so therefore, you must understand the creator's audience. How can we go about doing that? That is by creating a customer avatar. So a customer avatar is just a imaginary person in your brain of who would be the average consumer of the creator's content and therefore the creator's info product as well, right? And so then you need to understand of this avatar, right? Where they're born, whether this. I'm not gonna fucking read this, but you get the point, right? Fill out all these attributes, right, of the creator's person, or up to how much you know, and I'll give you techniques on how to analyze the creator's content or how to analyze the viewer later on, right? Even more. But within that, these are also other fields that you should fill out, right? Discipline. So these are like basic factual stuff, but this is like more conceptual stuff, so I'll explain this to you, right? What is the discipline level of this person, right? So we're gonna be most likely going into biz op, right? And so, if you see like someone who's like an Imam Ghazi's audience, right? Let's say they're like someone who's like 15 years old, right? They are not as disciplined versus someone at like 35 who's in like Brooke Kating's high ticket dropshipping audience. They're a lot more disciplined, right? And so you could keep that into mind and use that later in like the messaging and the marketing, right? Be like, hey, you're unmotivated, or like, hey, you're undisciplined, or some shit like that, right? And then on top of that, right? There is also how motivated this avatar is. That's pretty self-explanatory. And then also something like do a quote of what the avatar would say, right? These are like quotation marks. But like say something like, all right, so a 15-year-old in Imam Ghazi's audience, they would be saying like, hey, I want to make $10,000 tomorrow, right? Versus, right? Like a audience member of Brooke Kating's high ticket dropshipping, the old dudes, they're more like, I hope to make 10K within the next 5 months, right? Because they're a lot more realistic, they're a lot more older, they know how money works, right? So this also helps you to dig into your creators or into your creators' audience's mind, right? And then on top of that, dig into the understanding. This is some fucking sauce right here, okay? Dig in to the pain points of the creator or of the avatar, right? Pain points. Okay, so pain points such as, come over here, pain points such as pain points about the self, about the friends and family, about their enemies. Okay, so think about how. Think to yourself, and later on, once you start getting on calls with these avatars, think like how is not achieving your goal paining yourself, right? Ask. Let's do this right now. Let's do Johnny. Johnny's a bad name. Let's do Greg. Okay, Greg. This is Greg. Okay, this is Greg, and we're thinking. Okay, we're asking Greg. Let's say we're dropshipping coach. We'll just fucking do a demo right now. Let's say we're dropshipping coach. No, let's say we're Imam Ghazi. That's more fun. Imam Ghazi, SMMA coaching. Right, let's say we're Imam Ghazi, okay? And so we ask Greg, who is born in USA, who's currently located in USA, whose age is, let's do 22, whose gender is male, whose marital status is single, who has no children, who is a college graduate, and now in corporate banking. His occupation is corporate banking. His job title is is fucking, what would it be? It would be like sales manager at some place. I've never worked at a job, I don't fucking know. Finances, let's say he does like 100K per month. Oh, and then 100K per month. Actually, this would be more like higher level. Or no. What is it called? Mid? What? Middle income? Is that what it's called? Fuck, bro. I'm like tripping out. All right. Anyway, let's say he makes like 100K a month, right? Or sorry, 100K per year. Yeah. So let's do 100K per month or 100K per year. So I'm just used to saying per month so much. Okay. So can I forward? Right, so let's ask Greg here, right? Let's ask Greg in his 9 to 5. How is it not, so now that we have a person in our mind, right, we can ask them, how is it not achieving your goals? How is not achieving your goals painting yourself, right? So then the self, they will think logically, well, I can't afford my house right now, especially if they live in California, right? And emotionally, they feel incompetent as a man, right? Because they can't afford this for his future family. And so Greg can't afford this for his future family. And so when words like feel are used, this is when he is saying that he is in emotional pain, right? And so when you get on call with your viewers later on, then you'll, the creator's audience, then you'll understand that when they use words like feel, that means they're being emotional or they're speaking from an emotional perspective, right? So then we could also ask this, right? How is this painting your family, your friends and family? And I'll explain why this is also important real soon, okay? But make this very, very important, okay? So very much pay attention, okay? So how is not achieving your goal painting your friends and family as well, right? Logically, for Greg, Greg is saying, I can't retire my parents, who still works at 65. He feels sad. And so emotionally, he says, I feel terrible. I feel like a terrible son, right? Once again, feel, right? Enemies, how is not achieving your goals, this is a funny one, benefiting your enemies, right? And so his enemies, or his more like friendly competition, right? It's like, he's saying, my younger brother makes more money than me, and so he belittles me. Let's say like Greg's younger brother, he has a dropshipping store, right? And so Greg, who wants to start SMA, is like, or be watching Iman's content, is like, shit, I feel like a little incompetent shit compared to my brother who's making 100K per month instead of 100K per year dropshipping, right? So emotionally, he feels disrespected as the older brother. Think about how Greg would feel, right? And so each time, dig into the 5 whys framework, dig deeper, okay? And this is like a pretty high level view of this, right? So you ask them, this is like you on an interview, right? And I'll tell you how to do an interview later, right? Should have put that up there, honestly. But then you ask them, right? How is it, Greg, not having your goal right now, not hitting 10K per month, right? 10K, well, Greg's already making like 100K, so we'll do like, 10K, 120K, yeah, that's more than he's making. All right, whatever. 120K per month with SMA, right? Great. All right, so how is it paining you right now? Greg says, well, I can't buy a Ferrari, right? And so you say, why? This is why number 1, right? Remember we said 5 whys. Why does that matter to you, Greg? And then the bracket part, right? Part after why must be ideated by you on the call, right? On the call when you're talking to Greg, and how you can dig to get more out of Greg, out of the avatar, right? And so Greg would then say, because dude, I've wanted a Ferrari since I was 12, and now I'm like 35 in my 9 to 5. Now I'm 22. Now I'm 22 in my 9 to 5 and I still can't afford it, dude. And then Greg feels sad, right? And you go, why, number 2, did you want to have a Ferrari since 12, right? Then Greg says, because all my friends thought it was mad cool, bro. Then you say, why, number 3, did your friends think it was mad cool? Then Greg says, well, I guess Tim, because Top Dog Doug, the leader of our group, thought it was cool. Right. Then you ask him, well, Greg, why did what Top Dog Doug think matter to you? Then Greg says, well, I guess because Top Dog Doug was like our father figure to us in that group. And then you ask Greg, right? You ask Greg, why number 5? This is 5 whys, right? Why did it matter? That Top Dog Doug was your father figure, Greg. And then Greg goes, because I didn't have a dad growing up, bro. you know? And so then you could say, well, Greg, could it be that your external want, like what you want in the front is a Ferrari, but internally you want to have a Ferrari so that you could impress Doug, as well as buy the Ferrari as a representation that you made it as a competent father figure to your current 2 daughters now. Well, I mean, Greg doesn't have 2 daughters, but 2 daughters in the future, right? In the future. And then Greg will go, yeah, right? So now you can like really deeply understand your avatar. And why this is so important is because later you're going to be writing to the avatar in your funnel, in your content, in your ads and everything like that. So it's so important to really understand your avatar, right? And why this is so great is because then on top of that, right, you really dug into their pains, right? And same exact thing with their goals, right? Answer kind of the reversal of the above, right? And so same exact thing with the self, friends and family and enemies, right? You ask them saying, well, self, how will achieving your goals then, on the flip side, how will achieving your goals benefit you, right? Right here, how does achieving your goals benefit you? With your friends, how will achieving your goals benefit your friends and family, right? And then with your enemies, how will achieving your goals hurt your enemies or hurt, not trying to hurt your brother, but like put you as equal status as your younger brother, right? And then, same exact way, digging with the 5 whys to dig deeper, right? And so these are all like question frameworks that you could use, but when you talk to Greg on a phone call or a video call, then you will also create your own questions, hopefully through your own curiosity that you have and your passion to serve Greg and help him learn SMMA, okay? So ask really the questions out of passion and curiosity. Then from there, most likely, you would have done a lot of analysis, right? So this is like the psychographics analysis of it, and this is the factual attributes, but you would have done a lot of this analysis, kind of like pre-sales call of the creator. Yeah, like even before talking to the creator, right? You could have kind of predicted all these things about Greg if you kind of had like a mental conversation with yourself, right? As if you imagined that you were talking to Greg, right? And so what that then means is that, but do it now more in depth, right? So this comes down to getting on a call with your creator. Honestly, I should have moved this, or with your creator's audience. Should have moved that up there. Whatever. All right. So here, okay. Let me finish explaining this, and then I'll actually go ahead and do this other thing. Okay. So I apologize. Let me move this up here. So these were the steps, right? What I just talked about here. These were the steps on how you can talk to Greg once you get on a call with Greg, right? But the thing is, chronologically, this should actually have been up here. How you get on a call with Greg is by telling the dropshipping. So let's say Iman Ghazi is your client, right? Then you go tell Iman Ghazi to post on his Instagram story saying, or post a TikTok, a tweet, whatever your creator is on, saying, hey guys, I want to interview my audience so that I can see what type of content and what sort of products I really want to help you guys and build. DM me and then let's chat, right? And the second part is Iman Ghazi will get tons and tons of booked calls from his fans, and then from there, the objective is to go ahead and you as the IPGA owner, go and talk to Iman Ghazi's fans, right? And ask questions ask questions above, or ask questions now, I guess, below that I talked about here. But also on top of that, ask questions about like why they like Iman Ghazi or why they like the creator that you're working with personally. So ask them precisely about what made you like Iman Ghazi so much. Or if you're working with like a UGC creator or like a clothing brand creator, they'd be like, what made you like X UGC creator so much? Oh, well, because she's a girl and I'm just like a girl, right? So like that kind of works out, and you could use that in your copy as well, right? And on top of that, there's so many different other questions that you can ask. And so you go ahead and naturally ask them with your curiosity, right? And then from there, step 5 of that is to do 5 to 10 of these, up to even 20 when you're initially starting this and practicing, and pattern recognize from each call what was a trend between Greg versus Sam versus John versus Bobby, right? That we're all viewers of Iman Ghazi, but that all have similar attributes over here once you talk to them, right? You'll be able able to understand the similar attributes. That's one way to analyze an avatar, right? The second way is to also go ahead, and this is more of in the pre-sales call phase. So actually, this should have been up here, right? So like that, right? So this is like even before you get on these sales calls, or sorry, not even before you get on the sales calls, before you even talk to the avatar in person, what you can go ahead and do is watch through all the content of the creator. So watch through all of Iman Gadzhi's creators, or sorry, a lot of Iman Gadzhi's content, right? If let's say Iman Gadzhi was your creator, right? Then you would say, you would look into the creator's content and be like, okay, when this creator is referring to their audience, when they say something like, hey, you guys, or so for you guys, right? When Iman Gadzhi says, hey guys, what's up, blah, blah, right? Like, right. So he could give you a, what he says after you guys can give you a hint on what you can go about saying, or what sort of ICP or audience that Iman, right, is talking to right over here, right? And so what that then means is that, for instance, right, Iman would say something like, so for you guys who are young and ambitious and want to scale your SMMA to $10,000 per month, from that, you can synthesize a lot of these traits of the viewer customer avatar over here, right? A lot of these traits you can synthesize, right? By seeing that, okay, from that phrase, you saw that, okay, he said, for you guys who are young, so boom, age, young, ambitious, character trait, ambitious, who are most likely inferring from these male, right? Who desires to scale to their SMA to $10,000 per month, right? So you can synthesize a lot from just watching the creator's content, right? The creator's content. And then from there, you have a lot more traits you can add to your customer avatar and who you're assuming that the creator's customer is. But on top of that, conducting these calls is probably the most effective way, doing 5, 10, up to 20 of them, and to really understand your creator's audience. All right, great. Let's close about this. All right, so that's all just within step 1. You see how important that is? That was a massive step because understanding the audience is very, very important. Okay, so step number 2, much easier now, much shorter. All right, so product rebuilding, it's rebuilding out, we're gonna go away from Iman Gadzhi, but someone like, let's say that UGC creator, right? That UGC girl that we were showing, right? In order to rebuild their offer, oftentimes they have like a few ebooks and docs and videos. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not gonna dox her. Fuck it. I'll dox her. Whatever. Or not dox her in a bad way, but like give her some good feedback, right? So UGC with Laura. This is what she had, right? We funnel hacked her earlier. Oftentimes, like she just has this dump of shit, right? It's like view portfolio. Here's a one-on-one coaching. Book a call now. Mentorship program. It's all thrown out there, right? And like, why would she put this? She's putting a fucking picture of her crying. Okay, you're not supposed to do that. But anyway, you just look incompetent. Essentially, the point though is like all these are thrown out, right? And there's no, and this is when that concept of the master's or the bachelor's degree to the PhD to the, or sorry, to the master's degree to the PhD is going to start coming in, right? And so, what we could then understand from that is, like all this shit is thrown out. No, it has to be like a consistent ascension ladder, a transitioning process, right? And so from that, we can figure out the first lowest hanging fruit, right, that we need to go about doing with their creator is repositioning their offer into that chronological ascension ladder. Okay, chronological ascension ladder, right? And how you would go about doing that is, well, guess what? You don't have to spend any money on this. Alex Horomozi has an entire offers course. It's called $100 Million Offers, and it's his book about how to build an offer and how to optimize this shit in a video course format, all for freaking free. He has it entirely here. So go ahead and watch this, and then you'll get a really good idea of how to reposition these in order for that ascension ladder to be created, right? But I'll explain how you could also do it more in the IPGA sense, okay? But the $100 million offers, it gives you a really good high-level view, okay? Then on top of that, after that, so this is product rebuilding, right? So if we're over here, that means what we did right there was, now that we've understood this, right? We've done a good job grasping the creator's audience, right? Then from there, what we can do is, so now, from there, we've done this, right? Check. And then now product rebuilding. Check. We just did that, right? By watching $100 million offers, right? Then from there, marketing rebuilding, right? So now we're going to go ahead and touch upon this part of the creator's business, right? So IG profile. Here's some profile fixes that you could do. Bio refixing. Bio refixing. You see how here, nope, it's unoptimized. Look at this. Boom. You see this right here? Optimized. DM me, monetize for more info, right? So that's a DM funnel right there. Because then my customers or my audience members are going to DM me, and then I'm going to set them on a sales call and then book them to sell them whatever that I'm selling, right? I'm not really selling anything right now, but it's just smart right there, right? Then from there, also going ahead and doing the situation of, so bio refixing, story highlights fixing. So I'll be honest, I don't have this optimized right now. Wah, wah. But someone who is good is something like this. This is pretty good. This good? No, it's not. We'll give you a really good example. Renzo Guevara. He's an SMA coach. Great Instagram, big, massive. Look at this. Results 3, results 2, lifestyle, results. Like it's proving a lot of results, right? Adding that results highlight, and then also having them post results, post a lot of results to their Instagram, right? Have them do that. Follow how you optimize your profile, right? So like earlier up here, right? I told you in your outreach portion how to optimize your own Instagram profile. Give them a lot of that advice from that YouTube video that you watched. Of that one dude once again, right? Just so you guys have like a good picture of that. It is, yep, there it is. It's this thing. It's this video that I'm talking about. To
Instagram is
creator, right? And tell them to do all of this shit in this video. Okay. Then on top of that, also follow how you. Yep. And then also on top of that, ManyChat automations. There's a lot of tutorials on YouTube talking about how to do that. ManyChat is basically where, for instance, if you go to Eddie Cumberbatch's funnel, right? He has a great thing. Oh, this is personal. Oh, no. Not Eddie Cumberbatch. Something like Renzo's better. All right, awesome. So in some short like this, right, he has all these people DMing him or commenting him school, right? Because here's the thing. If you go to the end of this video and you watch this, right, I'll link this here in our doc. Over here, what he has is what you call an IG to or an IG reel to an Instagram DM funnel, right? These are two different pieces of wood and nails combined together to create a chair, right? So he has at the end a CTA or a call to action to tell his viewers to DM him school, right? SKOOL. Then he has and then probably in the video he's telling them to essentially, if he DMs them school, then what's going to happen? Or if the creators, right, if his viewers DM or comment him, Jesus Christ, send him a comment saying school, right? Then what will happen is that he'll respond, give them a free document of some sort of situation, right? And that's called a lead magnet, right? It's like the cheese that the malls give you, right? And so then in his DMs, I think I did it once with him. Right, boom, there we go. So I said, hey Renzo, love your stuff. Oh, there's a separate outreach. But I said, get updates. That was one of his CTAs, right? Then he says, I'm gonna shoot over to you. What's your email? He sends over to my email, but then he he tries to send me to a webinar, or this is his appointment setter doing this, right? Then he sends him over to a to the webinar, right? To the webinar. Okay, so great, awesome. That is one way to apply that ManyChat automation and how you do ManyChat. And so ManyChat, then what ManyChat is a software that allows you to send that. Did you see that right there? The auto DM. That's what it does. It sends that auto DM. By when I DM him, something like here. And then he asks, yo, you looking for the script, right? So he'll send this thing after I comment. So I commented on one of his things. Let's say I put SKOOL, then he'll send me this. It's an auto DM being sent, right? There's a lot of tutorials on YouTube for that. Just go check it out, okay? So you could add that very fast automation that you could add for the creator. You could also add them a appointment setter, right? Hire an appointment setter for their DMs, right? Also, funnel refixing, like I said up here, tons and tons you learned about funnels watching all those videos, right? And so you'll be able to do that as well here too, okay? And that is rebuilding the marketing. Right? Now from here, starting here, I'm going to give a lot more like high level, generalized information, because the thing is, this stuff you have to apply kind of yourself after you learn a lot more shit. So this is like really high level stuff starting here. Okay, then Instagram DMs as well, ManyChat, and then higher setters on Instagram as well. Then from there, even emails, right? If the creator does not have an email list, okay, then you go ahead and tell them to make an email list, number one, by putting up an Instagram story and then telling people to send them his emails. But also on top of that, if most likely they do have an email list, right? And so, but the thing is, they're not sending out emails using that. And so there's a lot of videos on YouTube that explain how to send out these email sequences, how to create an email plan, different things like that. And then from here, this is where you're going to have to learn what we call direct response copywriting, which is very, very high level. And I even talk about it later here, right? But yeah. And psychological aspect, and there's also the technical stuff of learning something like ConvertKit or MailChimp or Go High Level that sends these email automations, right? And then after that, email plan, you go ahead and keep sending these emails, and you create a sequence, something like the soap opera sequence that freaking Russell Brunson teaches about how you send out. The soap opera sequence is essentially you sending out one email that tells a story about you, then another sequence about how there's like a crossroads of like you, the story, and like the sale that needs to be occurred, and then the crossroads of the buyer buying. It's like all pretty complicated, higher level stuff that there's a lot of good tutorials out. And honestly, in my company, mostly my operators do that, Alex and Will. So not too much about this for me to be said here. But then from there, step 4, which is product building, right? And so there's a one-on-one coaching, tons of tutorials on how you create the school community on YouTube as well, creating the school in the Discord. And yeah, tons of tutorials for that. And then step 5, which is then the next product building, right? So far I've touched upon, what the hell? I've touched upon this right here, which is the sales aspect, right? And so I gave you marketing, and then the sales, which is the landing page, right? The landing page and the funnel to re-optimize it. Then the product, which is right here, to get into that one-on-one coaching aspect. Adding, right? So here's the situation, right? System produced from the one-on-one coaching. So now that you've essentially done a lot of this, usually what the creator teaches first is one-on-one coaching, right? One-on-one coaching. And so the thing with that is once they teach or once they do one-on-one coaching, the point of that then is to get them to start moving on to more optimal ways to teach, more optimal info products to sell, right? Because one-on-one coaching is one aspect to teach individuals, but a much more scalable situation like that, then this is where you start making the school community. Then this is where you start making the course, right? For something like what Eddie Cumberbatch and Sandra Sage were saying up here. No. You create it on step 5, right? Because during the one-on-one coaching process, here's what's going to happen, right? You're, as the creator is going to start teaching the students a lot of different things. And from there, the creator, let's say he is, let's go for the UGC girl, right? The UGC girl, that girl is going to be teaching a lot of different other girls, right? A lot of other girls, how to become a UGC girl themselves. Then from there, her name was, what was her name? Control-Shift-T. Her name was Laura, I think. I think it's Laura. Yep, Laura. That's what it is, right? So her name is Laura. Laura's going to teach all these other girls how to become a UGC girl themselves. From there, from the one-on-one coaching, Laura is then going to be able to tell, like, okay, now I have to first teach, let's say she was teaching Sarah, right? I have to first teach Sarah how to outreach to different brands. Then I have to teach Sarah how to shoot different videos with her phone, with her iPhone, to then create product or create videos for these brands, right? Create the marketing, right? And then from there, once Laura has a good system to get Sarah her first UGC client, ching, then that means that she could be like, okay, this is now how we do step by step how to teach another Sarah and another Sarah and another Sarah how to get UGC clients, right? And so from there, that's why we make the course later on, because the course, if you make it first, then you don't know how to actually get your students results the best way possible, right? But for after Laura teaches Sarah, multiple Sarahs how to do it, then she'll know how to to teach another Sarah how to do it, another Sarah. That's why you create the course later. And also for the community, same exact situation, right? Because in school, once you create the community, you create the course inside of it, right? That's why we create the shit later, boys, later. And then once again, you refine your funnel, you add more pieces of wood, you add more nails in order for higher scalability. So for instance, maybe your funnel initially is just a book a call funnel, right? Maybe it's just a book a call funnel because Laura as the creator can take all those sales calls. Guess what? Once Laura gets like 100,000 subscribers, get like a freaking million subscribers, whatever, right? Laura is not going to be able to take all those sales calls. She is going to need other people to take those sales calls. Or even better, what Eddie Cumberbatch does, it's one sales call for millions of people. Guess what that is? A freaking webinar. That's what it is. A webinar is just a hidden sales call masked as a free class. That's what Eddie Cumberbatch always says. It's a free class. No, it's not. It's a webinar that trains and teaches all of these different, for girls, let's say Laura creates a webinar, all these different girls that come in each time to become a UGC creator once again, right? So it's a more scalable model, creating those different things. And once again, you could learn all these strategies because once again, these are just pieces of wood, right? Pieces of nails, strategies that you can use to create a different funnel. You can learn all of that up here in those funnel hacking videos, as well as I'm going to give you much better resources later on after this video, right? Or later on in this video. So then once you got step 5 done, step 4, step 5, then step 6 is to create more M's. So increase this. Increase M now. So you've got a good P, you've got a good S. Now make more M by adding more content funnels. So, holy shit. Okay, I have to explain all of this. Jesus Christ. All right. I forgot I put this in the course. My voice is going, guys. I'm about to die. All right, so within the M, right? Within the M, we're gonna add more M's, right? So for Laura, for instance, right? She only had one M at this point, right? She just has her Instagram. She just has the Instagram. There's actually a better way to do this. Let's do another color. Let's do purple, right? So Laura has one Instagram only. Right? She just has Instagram. That's one marketing channel. Guess what? In the future, as she starts scaling, right? This is the vertical scaling that I described earlier, right? From one creator, adding more systems to the creator, right? Then she could create a YouTube channel, right? Or Laura could create a other situation, right? But the core of this is creating an attention flywheel between Instagram and between YouTube. What I mean by this is, remember how I said earlier how Instagram is top of funnel, then they get sent over to YouTube, right? To get nurtured, right? Same exact concept here with Laura and how she can create an Instagram that could be sent, or how she could create a YouTube that is a better nurture situation for the Instagram. And this is an initial content funnel, right? So Instagram, adding the reels to comment keyword, like I said earlier, CTA to lead magnet to DM call setting. That's another funnel that you could add. Actually, you probably added this up here earlier. Then for YouTube, okay, so initial optimizations for YouTube. Holy shit, YouTube is an entirely other thing. So YouTube, you add a better banner, add a better PFP, better bio, whatever. So many tutorials on YouTube, tons of education on YouTube about YouTube, okay? And then from there, this is how you're gonna do step by step, how you're gonna get better at YouTube, okay? There's a really oversimplification of it. This is, there's a lot that goes into this, but there's a very oversimplification, okay? You go ahead and go to the creator, right? You go to the creator. Let's do a different color. How many fucking colors is going on here? You go to the creator and you pick their brain. You pick their brain on the philosophies and the education and what Laura has to say about UGC. Right? You pick all those concepts. Because here's the thing. Instagram, you could be a little bit stupid because you're just posting a little, just stupid reel, right? But on YouTube, you can't do that. You have to teach a lot of good sauce. Like me here, right? I'm sitting here for like multiple hours teaching a lot of stuff. And so from Laura, you have to pull out this information so that you can synthesize it into a good script, right? Then from there, you have to then go ahead and learn packaging, learn thumbnails, learn titles, learn education overall, learn how to teach things, right? Or teach her how to teach things, right? All separate stuff that you have to learn through different YouTube gurus. And once again, I'm going to give you tons of resources on where to, the best YouTube gurus to learn from and the best courses to go, and actually a few courses that I have that I can give you for free, right? So that stuff, whatever. All right. Then on top of that, okay, so this is more like stuff that's not talked about, so that's why I'm going to share this stuff, okay? So this stuff you could find from other YouTube gurus. This stuff you cannot, or it's harder to find it. All right, so 3 video product launch. Okay. This is fucking sauce. Okay. So you often see these days, Iman do this. It's not on his YouTube channel anymore, but I'm sure you've seen this if you're in the space, right? You've probably seen Iman launch like 3 different YouTube videos, right? 3 different YouTube videos that are like about the rescue, that, oh, I'm going to save you from being a college student, and then save you from a 9-to-5, rescue you from the big corporate guys, right? This is really smart because what he's doing is every single time he's with his YouTube channel launching 3 different launching basically a new product, right? And I fucking thought that he came up with this shit until I found this video, right? And this is a product launch formula that this man over here, this genius man, teaches how to launch products. How to launch products over here, step by step. So pre-launch, whatever. And Iman is just doing this in a YouTube video. He's just doing it in a YouTube video format, right? And so if you haven't seen this, this is pretty high level stuff, so don't worry about it too much. But if you know what I'm talking about, this is gonna fucking blow your mind. So go watch this, the product launch formula. It's crazy. That's one aspect. Okay, so YouTube Core VSL. Let me show you this as well. All right, so Iman Ghazi, this is what he used to do. He doesn't do this very much anymore, right? But over here in his older videos, right, boom, you click on this.
Very close look.
Weird. They're all linked to this video. The best AI revolution is here, blah, blah, blah. The best online business to start as a beginner. Weird. Click this, 17 laws of success. All right, he doesn't do this video. But like something like this.
I'm absolutely everyone.
All right, do this to make 10K as a student, right? Best online business to start as a beginner. Huh, weird. They all link to this video, best online business to start as a beginner, right? You click on it. It's an entire funnel, right? Or it's a VSL, VSL meaning video sales letter, explaining step by step. He neglects all the other business models, right? He says IPGA or SMA is bad. He says Amazon FBA is bad. Dropshipping is bad. Other info products are bad. Everything else is ass, other than SMMA. Right, other than SMMA, and he explains step by step how to start SMMA until he says at the end, guess what? You could do all these steps of SMMA yourself, or you could learn it from me. Or I could tell you step by step exactly how to do SMA. And people are like, I'm gonna buy your shit, dude. That's crazy. I didn't know you could do SMA. And then they go over here and they buy this shit, right? They buy it because they got sold from the video sales letter, right? And if you bought the course, don't worry about it. You got ripped, but this is like a legit course now. So you're getting real education here versus Iman. But I get why Iman does it too. You know, it's like you have to look up to these gurus now. Like Iman, Sander, and Eddie. Like these people are like, yes, they might have ripped you a little bit sometimes. But the thing is, they are ripping you because their shit works. You got ripped because their shit works. Now you can just learn how they do it and rip other people. Okay, that's kind of fucked. But you get my point, right? So there's that as well. All right, so teleported again. Now finally, paid ads plus trailer to his webinar, right? So before, what he had was a trailer essentially on his channel, and it was like 2 minutes to 3 minutes, and basically it was digging into a lot of the pain points that the customers had about not making money, about not hitting 10K per month, different things like that, right? And so that that trailer really dug into his pain points. But here's the thing, let me drop you some real sauce. Google Ads transparency. Boom. Check a dish shitter out, baby. Ready? Ready to get your mind blown? All topics shown in anywhere. Educate.io. Check this out, baby. Check. Bro, what? Educate.io? There we go. Check that out. So all of these ads Iman runs, okay? Especially the video ads. I should turn off ad blocker. Oh, there we go. Look at all these ads, right? So Iman runs these ads over, oftentimes into the webinar, but also into that, I think it was a 3-minute video, right? That 3-minute video. And then from there, he runs them into a separate funnel or separate landing page that it's not this agency navigator thing, but it's often like, I don't know if you've seen like the yellow and like the rescue, whatever, right? And like his recent events that he's launching, right? And those events are just webinars that then get funneled down into whatever. And I'm sure a lot of the funnels up here explain those funnels as well, or that Iman uses, right? So with that being said, those are some different types of content funnels about YouTube, about Instagram. and initial content funnels, and that is how you go about increasing the organic aspect and vertically integrating extra marketing funnels, especially the YouTube part over here. All right, great, awesome. Now let's move on to step 7, which is paid marketing, something like YouTube ads, Facebook, and Instagram through meta ads, right? And the best tutorials of these are shared later in the course as well. Okay, and then finally step 8, which is product addition, so adding more products, right? And this is where that concept, right? That concept of the ascension ladder comes in play, of graduating your students, right, from masters, so from bachelor's to master's to PhD, right? This is where that comes in play. Right? Because here's the beautiful thing, right? So we could either horizontally scale by getting more creators, right? I showed you that diagram earlier, get more creators. Okay, or you could vertically scale by creating a bachelor's. Right now, you probably only created a bachelor's degree in your creator, but then you could create a master's and a PhD, right? And so, what are these masters and these PhDs, right? How do we even vertically stretch this down here over to M? So M is up here, SP, right? This is like the MSP flipped this way. Ooh, I just came up with that. That's really good. MSP, like that. Oh! So anyway, how do we vertically go about scaling this, right? So one way to do it is what Eddie Cumberbatch does, right? Eddie Cumberbatch, he has his initial $300 group. It's just a regular $300 group. And then from there, he sends them into a high-ticket mastermind, which is like $2,000, right? A $2,000 mastermind, so which is his like master's degree, right? Then you could ascend them, and then this is what Eddie does, right? This is fucking genius. This is genius, right? What Eddie does is he ascends them into a program, right, where his best growth operators, they get partnered with another creator. Because guess what? Eddie Cumberbatch's content, right, his content way up here. So this is his M, right, up here in his content funnel on his Instagram, on his YouTube. Right? These people, not only are growth operators coming into the funnel, but also other creators are coming into his funnel, right? And so what he does is he takes these creators and brings them down here and then gives the other growth operators a new client, gives the operator a client, which is the creator, and then Eddie takes 50% of this company. And this is what I've heard from my sources, right? And then Eddie, who's above all of this, Eddie takes 50% of their company up here, right? And so this is so genius because this is like now Eddie's PhD, right? So this is master's, is high ticket, and then this is Eddie's PhD, right? So he's created a great situation over here. And this is what I meant that you can create a SaaS or a products business or a 3PL or whatever, or an e-commerce business inside of your product, inside of your PhD, right? This is why IPGA is so exciting. This is why this is crazy. Because here's what you can do, right? Let me give you a lot of examples of this, okay? This is the most exciting part about IPGA, so really listen up, okay? So, Iman's funnel, what does he do? Iman, he sends them into the $1,500, right, 1.5K. He sends them into like whatever ascension, I'm not sure what he does, right? But then what he does is then he has a SaaS, right? He has a SaaS, move this up here. He has, I think it's called, fucking like client something, like client happy. I don't even know. Like he has a software, right? He has a Go High Level equivalent, right? And for those of you guys who don't know Go High Level or all these different CRM managers, right? CRM or client relationship managers, right? They're basically like Shopify for your business, or for like an agency business, right? For SMMA owners, right? So he's now created a SaaS for SMMA owners, right? And then so he could upsell them into that, and that's his PhD plan, right? Something like the UGC creator, okay? I'm just gonna give you a lot of examples of these so you could pattern recognize what's going on here, okay? So for the UGC creator, the bachelor's is, let's say, we'll just take an example, like a $50 community, right? Community. Then inside of the $50 community, you could upsell them into the master's degree, which is a $1,500 mastermind, per month mastermind, okay? Therefore, it's called a master's degree, right? Then from there, what's so genius is then her best, and there's like one UGC creator that's doing this, right? Her best students, her best UGC creators, what she does is she partners them with a e-commerce or with an agency that hires out UGC girls. You see that? That's fucking genius. Right, so this agency needs UGC girls, and the UGC girl, let's say it's Laura, right? I don't know if Laura does this, but I know one other company does this, right? Laura, she now has readily available UGC girls to send over to the agency, and then the agency gives Laura a cut of that money, and the UGC girls are happy because they get clients, right? And so that's her PhD. Something like in the dropshipping space. Right? The bachelor's degree, right? The master's and then the PhD. So the bachelor's degree is, let's say, a $50 community, right? $50 per month community, okay? The master's degree then is, let's say, same exact thing, 1.5K, right? Upsell to a mastermind, okay? Then what you could do a PhD is what you call a 3PL business. Okay, this way you could build an e-commerce company inside of the IPGA, right? Because this is all inside of IPGA, bro. This is all inside IPGA, right? So the 3PL company essentially is like Zendrop or Alibaba or AliExpress, right? You guys know what that is, hopefully. These are like fulfillment, so like drop shippers, basically what they need, right? So let's say you go into a dropshipping community at $50 per month, right? Then as a dropshipper, you build your store, you start getting sales, and then now guess what? So now that you start getting sales, you need a company to then deliver or to, because basically here's how dropshipping works, right? If you don't know how it works, the customer, they buy a product, and then you as a dropshipper, you send them a product from China instead of holding stock yourself directly, right? And so guess what? They need a Chinese supplier, right? And so the dropshipper could either go to AliExpress, or they could go to, or the dropshipping coach, right? The dropshipping coach, they often can have a 3PL, which is a company that is the middleman between AliExpress, the 3PL, and then to the dropshipper, right? And then so you could now take a cut. Into a different color. You can now take a cut from each sale that a dropshipper makes, and then from AliExpress as well, and then now the dropshipping coach can take a cut, right? So now you make more money as a PhD. Okay, more examples. I've seen another one do this. One of my mentors, he did this with his fitness coaching business, right? What he did was he did a bachelor's, which was just a $30 community. I think it was a community plus a video course, right? Video course. And then his master's was like I think it was like a $500 or something, right? But it's in the fitness niche, right? So you have to be a lot more cheaper, right? $500 per month mastermind, right? Then from there into the PhD, what he did was, this is fucking genius. He charged the highest ICP. So it was a fitness creator who was mass market, right? Fitness creator who was mass market, got a lot of people. And then a lot of these people, a percentage of them were like richer entrepreneurs, right? They're wealthier people. And so what he did was, with this wealthier ICP, he ascended them from here to here by selling them something at $4,000, okay? What he sold them was a private coach, so private, like personal coach, right? A PT, basically a PT, but online PT, and a nutritionist, right? And a nutritionist, live nutritionist, who the students in this paying, this is a retainer. This is more like a service business now. They were able to then pay that $4K and get this amount of stuff, which was their PhD, right? Because a student now, at $30 per month, they just got like a little book, right? But at the master's degree, they got like a little bit of group coaching. But then here, now they get like applied weight loss. The student can now really lose their weight by getting all this accountability from the coach and from the live nutritionist, right? And so this is so fucking genius, because now you're basically running, I mean, if you really look at this is more like a service, so it's like an IPGA. Jesus Christ, man. So you have your IPGA, and then you have the creator's business inside of it, and then literally inside of it, you have a service business or kind of like an SMMA. It's crazy. So it's a business within a business. It's like, this is why IPGA is so OP, right? Or overpowered, right? For your older folks who doesn't know what OP means, because you could have all these different ascension situations, all these different entire companies inside of companies, and that's why IPGA is so good. And then here's this thing. This is one. This is fucking one. This is one creator. You do this with multiple creators. How much money are you going to be printing, bro? How much? How much? Right? So now you see how broken this is, right? And then obviously the SAAS example is probably the best one, right? Iman SAAS, right? You do this with like an AI coach. You do this with, oh my God, just the money is crazy, right? And so that's why this is so powerful. And one of my mentors who does this, he has done this with like other different companies, and guess what? He makes around 52 million a year right now with his IPGA, right? One IPGA making 52 million just because he has different creators, right? Different creators who are all like vertically integrated, He's on horizontal and vertical, but he's been doing this for like 10 years, right? But in 10 years, think about it, 10 years, you get to $52 million per year. Think about that. What other company, or do you think you could do SMA for 10 years? Fuck no. Dropshipping for 10 years? Fuck no. Right? You could do this for 10 years. This is why it's so broken. Okay? So that's why, and then eventually you could even exit a SaaS. A SaaS, you could sell that shit. Right? And so yeah, it's just overpowered. And that's how you go step by step, applying service delivery to your creator from beginner, making nothing, be $0 with your creator, all the way to 50 whatever million and possibly even more, right? Within the next few months and even the next few years of your life, right? And therefore, that is the entire, finally, MSP, done! Yes! Yes! There we go. Oh, another guy. All right, cool. There we go, guys, and we did it. Boom. Now that you've learned everything about IPGA, you know how to do MSP, the thing is, there's going to be a lot of stuff, a lot of holes that I mentioned earlier, right? Of here, I'm going to show you how to do this, or I'm going to recommend you a video course later on. I'm going to recommend you a YouTube video later on. I'm going to recommend you the best guru to learn from later on, right? I promised a lot of that, right? And so now I'm going to show you those, all of those over here, right? Everything here on like these different links and whatnot to go to. But before that, I want to teach you actually the actual principles on how to keep learning, right? Because I could give you this stuff and you could consume it all and you could learn up to a certain extent. But if you don't know how to learn yourself and continue learning, then you will not be able to succeed in this space. Because this space, you have to learn so much, as I showed you earlier, right? That entire ascension situation, right? Even I'm not at the top, bro. Even I don't know anything. Even I don't know everything. Right? And so what that means then is I need to teach you the philosophy of learning and what you're supposed to go about it step by step. Okay? So what I mean by this is at the core, right? We could make infinite money, we could make whatever, but what is the most important to us is time, right? And you most likely know this, but then you haven't applied that first principle to this context, right? Which is that then we also can learn everything. Right? We can learn it everywhere and it's all free on YouTube, right? But the thing is, we have the lowest amount of time and we want to learn the maximum amount as possible. And therefore, what that means then is that with the lowest amount of time, we want to go to where we can learn information the most efficiently, the most synthesized, and the most optimal way. And so therefore, what I want to help you with is, number one, I'm going to give you all the places personally where I have found the most synthesized, optimally said information. But on top of that, I also want to give to you how you can find this optimized, synthesized information. Okay? So with that being said, yes, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Okay, so I'm going to teach you some methods on how you're going to go about and doing this. Okay? The number one, or the first method is playlist gathering method. Okay? So let's say you want to, let's say now you want to learn cold emails, right? Or no, what's even better is, let's say you want to learn how to do sales, right? I did exactly with that playlist, right, with Alex Horomozi, right? So this is what I did step by step. I went ahead and downloaded this first, okay? PocketTube YouTube. Now, YouTube has a horrible system on organizing different playlists. Therefore, what I did was I found a Google Chrome extension that allows you to organize playlists significantly better. It's called PocketTube, YouTube Subscription Manager. It's more of a playlist subscription or a playlist manager. But what you could do is you could organize, so you could group your subscriptions like this, and also you could organize, which is the greatest part, playlists in a certain way, right? This is how I use it. So buy this, I think it's like $3 a month or something. It's freaking like nothing. You come over here, and then you click over here, and then guess what? Now you will have this like entire area. You get this added once you buy this PocketTube. Okay, so what you get added is this entire thing, right? So these are all the playlists that I've ever made in my life, and I've organized and synthesized into nice groups, right? Just like folders in your Notion or folders in your Finder or your files in Windows, right? You're able to do that with YouTube playlists. This is the beauty of this, right? So therefore, you can organize the situation of the different, based on the concepts that you want to learn, right? And so, for instance, for me, when I wanted to learn about that sales situation, what I did was, okay, and here exactly inside of this business, I also organize it in MSP, right? I don't have anything in P right now because I'm not really focused on learning that right now, right? But if I wanted to learn about sales, for instance, click over here, go to calls, playlist, and then what it will link to is sales calls, right? And then so now this is absolutely everything. This is that playlist, right? This is the entire playlist of Alex Horomozi's discussions about sales, right? And here's the greatest thing, right? I go to HR. This is like when I was learning about how to hire people, right? Boom, click here, or hire and manage people, right? Boom, click here, hiring. Guess what? All the videos about hiring that's there. I need to add more on this, more about this later, right? But everything about role delegation, go over here, boom, role delegation. Boom. All of this right here, right? It's great for that. And by the way, Layla Horomozi, the GOAT for freaking hiring and talking about that, right? But guess what? You need to now figure out how to make this, right? How to figure out which videos are part of which subject, right? So this is the system in order to organize them. And now this is what I do when I wanted to build this playlist, right? This is what I did. I went to Alex Horomozi. Then from there, I went to videos, and then I went to oldest. What the fuck? Okay, all right. I went to oldest, right? Because Alex's oldest videos are usually where he drops more sauce than the latest videos where he's going more mass market. So it's kind of like there's more shittier content here, but the oldest content is the most sauce that he drops, right? So I went through them, each of them, and it's like, just use your fucking brain. You know, you're a smart guy or smart gal, right? Watching this, just think, right? Be like, okay, if I wanted to build this playlist here, right? The sales playlist, how would I go about doing this? Well, I look at the video title and I look at the video packaging and I kind of like assume, what is the video about? So something like, okay, not sales. How to win sales without being skilled. Boom. Then I would add this, save to playlist. Let's say we're remaking, I already added it, right? But let's say we're remaking, oh, I made two of them. Oops. Sales, let's do sales Alex, right? Create new playlist. And I'll just add it. Oops. Sales Alex, create. And then now it's added to that playlist. I'll see how to close everyone down selling like a pro. Close selling, that's probably about sales, right? Save to playlist. And then sales Alex. Right? Reopening the right way. Reopening is usually like a term that they use in sales, right? When you reopen the sales, or when you reopen the sale, right? So that's probably about sales as well. So boom. How to close prospects without saying a boom. That's about sales as well. Close. Sales, Alex. Offer, no. Coaches, no. No. Sales team. Okay, so that's about HR, right? So I'll probably add that, right? If I wanted to create a sales HR playlist, then I'll create that there, right? And then, no. Sales manager, competition is cheaper. Okay, so that's usually about sales as well, right? Because say this when your competition is cheaper. That means like say, as in, it's not like run these in your ads. It's say this. So then sales, or say usually means like in a sales situation, right? So that's probably me, or it probably means it's about sales. So sales Alex, right? So you take all of these different videos and you go through looking at the the words that are in the title, and mostly I look at the title rather than the thumbnail, right? And that gives you a clue as to like, okay, what the video is overall about. Then you could just make a fucking playlist, and you have this incredible tool to organize everything, right? To organize all these in a folder situation, and also you could see all of the playlists that you made, and the ones over here, groups, are in a folder that I've placed, but some of these ones are not placed in a folder because it's not organized right now, but you get the point, right? It's so great for this. And now you basically can create an entirely free course based on the fact that, okay, this video is about this video is about this, and you can create a course now on all about sales and what Alex Horomozi says on sales. And then if you want to learn about like Facebook ads, then you go to like Becker of Hyros, and then I'll show you guys what I mean by that later. And then you could make an entire playlist about, maybe you want to learn specifically about like how to create the best creatives in ads, or how to write the best headlines in ads, right? Then you can create an entire playlist on that. It's great. It's great. You don't need to pay for a course ever again. But guess what? If you want a fucking course, then I'll teach you how to literally steal them. Okay, but before that, which is the course chip sites. Oh God, that's a doozy. But before that, another good way to do it, right? I said Becker of Hyros. What I mean by that is he is incredible because of this. Becker of Hyros. So let's say you want to learn about Facebook ads, right? Then you usually go to like the biggest guru. And by the way, in terms of gurus, I will teach you all the best gurus to look at here, right? Where the information is the most synthesized. But what I mean by this is you go over here, and another good way to do this is search playlist on YouTube, right? So you go to playlist, and then now there's a lot of playlists that the creator has made himself, right? The guru has made himself, synthesizing all of his YouTube videos into a nice playlist for you, right? And it's basically a course, right? Zero to scaled Facebook ads course. Boom, click.
Oh, wait, rub your hand.
And then you have this entire course of Facebook ads, and this is, by the way, one of the best Facebook ads courses teaching like good fundamental bases, right? So this is a really good one. You just do this with every single subject that you want to learn, right? So you want to freaking, I mean, Iman Ghazi doesn't have much substance, but like Alex Horomozi, you go over here, Alex Horomozi, playlists, and I'm sure, look. Okay. Lagging. But like, you see all these, look, about taxes. He fucking did it for you. He did it for you. Himself. Look, all about taxes. All about service-based businesses. Look, if you're an SMA owner.
I was approached by service-based brick-and-mortar business.
Okay, that's not that many. But you get my point, right? Some of these, I'm sure, like 11, acquisitions.com. What? He has an entire course on here? Oh, this is all unlisted. So he has offers, $100 million offers, like unlisted here. What? I didn't even know that, right? So like, it's great. There's just so much that these people do for you when you just click the playlist right here. It's awesome. It's awesome. So that's another way to do it. But finally, okay, this is some underground stuff. Like, shut the fuck up. Don't tell people this. I'm gonna go to jail. Let me find the course, or let me find the site, and I'll be right back. All right, for those of you who have waited, okay, here's the real sauce. So getwsodo.com. Okay, this is a website basically that all the direct response marketers, right? So think about it, right? If you're an IPGA owner, right? If you're an IPGA owner, oops. All right, if you're an IPGA owner, right, and you own these different, or not own, but like you work with these different creators, you're the one who made the fucking course. So you own all of these different courses. Right? So what does that mean then? What does that mean then? That means that you're the course owner. So there's a lot of IPG owners out there, and they're mostly called direct response marketers. Okay, that's what they call themselves. But the IPGA term just recently came in. It's going to start getting popularized, right? But these direct response marketers, they have these courses. Okay, and guess where they all come together? This website. Now I haven't used this 100% well myself, right? But a lot of the courses here, number one, a few of them they group buy together, right? These are group buys, so you buy it together. But how the site works, if you go over here, it's like, I don't have a Windows computer, I have a Mac computer, so if you have a Mac, you can't do this, but if you have Windows, you can do this method, right? You have to download this like torrent thing. I don't even fucking know how to do it myself, right? But basically, the thing is, you guys who are techie, you'll figure this out, right? And then freaking DM me on Instagram. But you download this shit, whatever, and then basically what you do is you join a all course free ownership or group access. There it goes. Okay, so you basically pay. Where's the freaking website? Or where's the landing page? Okay, join now. There it is. So, welcome to your number one source for cutting edge internet marketing strategies. Okay, so this is for like all the internet marketers that want to know, right? You sign up to this. Let me log in. All right, so I have a account here, right? And then you agree. And then you could so you register for torrent, okay? Like whatever. Let's just act like I did. And then you basically pay through like some Bitcoin shit, right? Okay, so it's basically $32 per month. And for a lifetime, it's $132 just to get in the group, right? And basically what it does is all of these courses, all course table, right? All these courses about direct response marketing, you get all of these for free because these people have bought these before and they also own the courses themselves, right? So what that means then is since they own all of these, you as an IPGA owner, from all the direct response marketers who have these, you get them all for like $32. And there's like every fucking course here, like Allen Soltanix, NHP Plus, like just everything, every guru in the entire internet who's like done BizOp, who's probably done like, this is more like direct response marketer, so it's like SEO, copywriting, basically like every single skill set that you need to learn in order to smash IPGA, right, is on this website. But I think you need Windows to get the torrent thing, and yeah, this is low key. But it makes sense why they have all these courses for free, right? Because they own the courses, direct response marketers, and I'll explain what direct response marketing really means later on. But yeah, like this is getting real deep into the sauce. Okay, I probably should not have said that. All right, if this freaking course gets taken down, it's because I exposed that. Okay. Let's act like I did not share that. And on top of that, okay, there's another place that you could get it, right? Disc Udemy, okay? So Disc Udemy is basically where you could... Did they shut the site down? No, they didn't. Home. Okay, great. So there's like, it's a place where you can get coupons, right? You get a lot of coupons, and there's basically like tons and tons of free courses that you can get. Now, it's a lot of like JavaScript, whatever. Oftentimes these are not useful for you guys, but there's some like direct response marketing and courses about like YouTube ads, about Facebook ads, about whatever that is on here. So it's great place also to get, but mostly this is the real sauce. All of these you get, bro, for like $32. If only I had Windows, bro. If only I had Windows. Rest in peace. But yeah, so log into that, fucking steal those courses and give it to me, okay? But anyway, learn yourself methods. All right, so now that we've explained, right, all of these different methods in order to learn actually from yourself and whatever. On top of that, what's even greater is learning by kind of analyzing and studying, right? So what a great way to do this is through funnel hacking or content funnel hacking, right? So if you saw those videos earlier that I showed you, right, about Iman Gadzhi's funnels, about Andrew Tate's funnels, Alex Horomozi's funnels, all those YouTubers who funnel hacked those people, right? Then what you could do yourself is you do that yourself too. Do it yourself, right? Go through different people's funnels, click through their ads, click through their content, click through their landing page, see where it takes you, see if they use a book a call or a webinar funnel, see if they what they even say on their webinar funnel, what their VSL says, what their copy is on their entire landing page, and then you'll be able to understand what they do, and then you'll see, right, that they use this piece of wood with this piece of nail to build this type of chair, right? Then you can go, okay, let me steal that piece of wood and let me steal this piece of nail and then add this piece of wood and this other nail from this other funnel and then combine them together to create the best funnel that works for you, right? And then from there, you'll be like, great, that works. Other ways, reading other sales letters, okay? So you go through different people's funnels and then there's basically sales letters, right? Or the funnels as in like the copy, right? The copy as in like the words that are on the website, right? That's what you call copy. And it's the core of all of this, and I'll explain what I mean by that later on. Yeah, but you read all of that shit, right? And then you go, okay, this is how, or these are different strategies that the person is using, or the copywriter is using on the funnel, and then you'll understand, or on the landing page, and you'll understand, okay, that is also legit. Also watching other VSLs. Also, this is another piece of sauce, okay? Okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna show it to you guys. So, because I'm gonna show it to you guys later. Okay, so this is dude, I actually might get in trouble for this. This is all right, whatever. I'll say it. This is basically a copywriting course that is internally for Agora Financial, which is okay. I might have to cut this out. If it gets cut out, then we'll have to see how it goes. But this is basically internal training on these people. Basically, Agora Financial, right? Agora Financial is a firm that used to run IPGA. So like the OG of IPGA is direct response marketing, right? And so these people, what they did back then was they would do the same exact thing with like equivalents of creators, right? So just a guru basically, right? Way back in the day. And what they would do is they would create like an offer, a funnel and everything around just like sales letters, around just emails. It was crazy. Around just emails and different sales letters, right? Sales letters. And then these would all be sent through a funnel and then we purchase at the end. Same exact thing, right? But these days, Iman Gadzhi and Andrew Tate, those people are doing the sales through videos, right? Through YouTube, things like that. But back in the day, they did it only through emails. And even farther back in the day, right? They did it through, guess what? Mail. Through mail. And so what a great strategy to learn about copywriting and different ways that people have done funnels back in the day is through reading old copy. These are called what you call swipe files back in the day because you would swipe it out of, you swipe sales letters or, yeah, basically like literal sales letters, right? They're not VSLs anymore. It's just SL, right? Literal sales letters out of your email box or out of your fucking mailbox, dude. God, we're so in the digital era, but like back in the day, it was just like literal mail letters, right? And they would pull it out and they would read and analyze that copy. And so this course that I expose it now to you, so you guys will be able to find it, and I was going to share it here anyway, so whatever. But you'll be able to find all of these copy, old swipe files that these people in this company analyze themselves, and now they're teaching it to their internal people, and now I'm fucking exposing it all to you guys. Hopefully I don't get arrested for this. All right, so with that being said, that is a perfect transition to where I can give you guys some resources that or other resources that I hopefully will not be fucking banned for, which is places like VSLs. Okay, so David Mendez, great. Remember I was talking about Brookadink? Guess who the operator is? As I promised, I'll tell it to you. This guy. Boom. How we built a coaching business to $1.7 million in 7 months, right? Boom. This guy's the operator. And so, great video here, right? So I explain basically for you how to start an IPGA. Right, so IPGA is MSP, and I taught you MS, and then within P, it's just another creator business, right? So it's coaching, and it's an MSP instead of here, right? This MSP, this coaching business, is this exact video. This exact video teaches this entire thing, but really well in depth as well, right? So watch this, because a coaching business is basically just a creator business, okay? How to write a sales letter is also really good, and then you can apply these first principle fundamentals over to your video sales letters and even your sales letters on the landing page, right? And so, okay, so at this point now, if you're a beginner, you're probably questioning, like, what the hell is this guy talking about with, like, rambling about copy and direct response and then sales? Like, it got really advanced really quick, right? So let me back up a little bit and then let me explain it to you, okay? So let's delete all of this. And delete all this. Okay. So, basically at the core of all of this, right, everything that I explained to you today, right, it's all just fundamentally marketing, right? So you did MSP, right? And then MSP. But here, you doing MSP here is just, so you marketing, outreaching, right, is outreaching to these creators is just marketing. And what is marketing, right? Marketing is, like, as I said earlier, it's getting your face or getting your brand or getting your product in front of the creator, right? Ooh, that's like an eyeball. Awesome. Getting your thing in front of the creator, right? And then you're getting the creators, or you're getting your thing in front of the creator's audience, right? But here's the thing, right? In order to get it in front of these people, right? Because that's not really marketing. What really marketing is direct response, DR marketing, which is what this entire space is, which is you getting your product in front of the creator, or most likely now it's getting the creator's product in front of the audience if you're at this level watching this part of the course, right? Then at that point, you're now going and it's direct response marketing at that point, right? It's not just getting the product in front of the audience's face. It's now getting the product, giving it to the audience, and convincing them and pushing them to buy it, right? And henceforth, it's called direct response marketing, because you're getting people to take direct action or direct response on the product that you're selling them, right? And so you're kind of combining M and S at this point into one coagulation, then pushing out your product, right? This is getting to some really advanced stuff, okay? So if that makes sense, then at the core of convincing people, of persuasion, what is that? at the core of it, it's words, right? Me even speaking to you, this is technically, this could have been written in a word, in a freaking copywriting sense and then been spitting out, right? But I've written a lot of copy to the point where I could speak now in a way that is persuading. Actually, I'm not really trying to persuade you guys in this video, I'm more teaching you, but you kind of get my point, right? Because on video now, or VSLs, it's the same exact thing. The words written and thought of and spitting out through the mouth of people like Iman Gadzhi or Andrew Tate, right? That's the core of it. It's copywriting that supports all of this. All of this copywriting, DR copywriting. Therefore, if you want to succeed in the space, if you want to succeed in, because technically outreaching, right? You outreaching, you're texting people, as I said earlier, for more of you beginners, I was saying how it's more like rizzing, right? Rizzing in the DM, so you guys get it. But like at the core, it's you just writing copy and convincing, persuading copy within each single DM that you're sending so that you could get the outreach going. And then on the sales call, what are you doing? You're writing that sales call before, right? So you're also copywriting. In your product, what are you doing? Or, in your product, you're technically shooting a video course, right? It's the same exact thing. You're writing copy. And then within the marketing and sales of the creators company, right, what are you doing? You're going and writing copy here by the content that you're making, the ads, the paid Facebook ads, Google ads that you're making, the sales, what are you doing? It's a book a call. It's a webinar funnel. It's a whatever funnel, excuse me. Oh my gosh. The entire funnel, it's all just copy on the landing page, right? And so if you knew this, then this is probably a no-brainer shit to you, but like if you didn't know this, this must be blowing your mind right now. This is the entire base of marketing, entire base of everything, right? Even dropshipping, even because dropshipping, you're writing those ads, right? Even SMMA, you're writing copy so that your Facebook ads can perform better, whatever, right? So then, what you must understand is how to learn direct response copy, how to persuade people. From there, then you could go ahead and build up all of this, and suddenly all this becomes a lot more easier and simpler because now you know how to persuade people. This is the first principle of the entirety of business and the entirety of marketing. Then you could go ahead and do all of these different things because you have this core skill set, right? That's why it's such a beautiful skill set to learn. And with that being said, a lot of the ways that you can learn this is by studying direct response marketers, right? Because not only is direct response copy an aspect of it, but the other aspect of it is like the business side, right? Just overall business, like funnels, because funnels is part of business, offers is part of business, all of these different things added together leads to IPGA, leads to you getting incredible results for your creators and eventually partnering with them, right? So then you must understand, or you must study the greatest people who have done this in the space. So people who are older, like Victor Schwab, and I'm not going to read all these names, but like you get my point, right? Someone like David Ogilvy, these are some notes I took on him, right? I'm not going to read out all of this, but all these different people, these are like the OG direct response marketers, even back in the day, right? They would make essentially, a lot of people, like they made a lot of their money through those sales letters, through those letters sent to fucking people's mailboxes, right? People sent to mailboxes, and then they made money like that. Cha-ching. Right? Whereas now we're just using a different medium. People's attention were on here, and now we're just using YouTube or Instagram because people's attention is now on here, right? Yeah, I gotta do a separate video on that. That's a banger. So with that being said, all these people older here, study those people, and all these people that are newer, study here. So John Carlton, these are some good channels that you guys could check out, right? And once again, all these things will be linked in a document and then sent to you guys all nice and organized. But like, there's an entire YouTube channel about this guy named John Carlton. He was a guru back in the day who taught direct response marketing, right? And then now here, he's fucking 15 years ago, you know, all these great videos about direct response marketing. And then here as well, there's a more newer, nope, never mind, still 10 years ago. Another great channel about all these different concepts, right? And then Clay, and then whatever, all these different people. Even Ty Lopez, right? Like, you know, you saw the meme earlier, right? This guy is also direct response marketer, and these are like the newer people, right? Even Zarok on Twitter, right? So look all these people up. Look up like Dan Ferrari podcast, Gary Halbert or whatever, John Carlton podcast on YouTube, and then look their Instagrams up. Look them up on websites. Look up Gary Halbert book. Look up Zarok Twitter on Twitter. Look up Zarok on Instagram. All these different people. and be able to learn tons and tons from them and consume all their free content and consume all of their websites and study all their funnels and everything like that, right? So really good. But if you want it even more synthesized, right, than just learning from this group, this is all SAAS, okay? Holy shit, I might be sharing too much. I might have to cut this part out. We'll see what my direct response marketing friends think. A lot of them don't want to share this because they fucking hate exposing all this. But nothing held back. Right, so this is a group made by someone named Alan Soltanic. Okay, Alan Soltanic does this exact IPGA model, but he just calls it like direct response marketing. It's not really called IPGA in this like space, right? These guys are older, but it's gonna be I believe it's gonna be to be called IPGA, right? But this guy made freaking millions and millions of dollars. Is now showing everything in this group, in this Facebook group, right? Best synthesized information is here on the featured posts. Is a place where you can get the most optimal information. So right here, job board, great. That doesn't really matter. Something like this, nope. Nothing held back. No, wall of wins. There's a place. There was a really good post here. Okay. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay, so this is really good here. Boom. All of these Facebook links link back to different concepts that you guys should learn, like high ticket extension, right? And then he wrote an entire thing about, this one's engineering maximum LTV, right? And he wrote an entire thing about this, right? So you get to like just learn so much from these people in this group, right? So the group is free, but the group is free. What is this? Oh, so this is a podcast. This is an entire playlist that I made of all the podcasts about Alan Soltanic, because even what he says is really great, right? So listen to this guy's stuff too. What is this here? So this is an entire 5-hour free course on YouTube that I was going to give to you guys, but I decided on actually just giving you guys this entire thing, which I do not know if I should. This I actually might get in trouble for, that I showed you earlier, but whatever. So basically this is just going to open up to this, right? So once again, I explained what Agora Financial is before, and this is their entire training course here about like fucking hours and hours of footage on teaching direct response. This is more for copywriters, right? So all of that copy there. And then Alan also has like an upsell group. I don't think it's even open right now. I don't think you can even buy it, but it's like, I think it's like $500 a month. I only know because my partner's in it. But yeah, that's also some sauce there. But honestly, like probably where we get the most synthesized value is like watching this course, which the link is there and it'll be linked in your Google Doc. Bro, I actually might get in trouble for this. Okay, anyway, some books here. These are all like the best books. Cash advertising, like all teaches the fundamental first principles of copywriting as well, and direct response copywriting that you can learn upwards of. And influence and books like these are about what's it called? Influence is basically about like the core of like persuasion overall, the concepts of persuasion that then these books go ahead and use to show you how to write in a persuasive way, right? And then Russell Brunson talks more about like the fundamental concepts of different offers and whatnot like that, and funnel economics of how to bring customers from here to here to here and paying them or charging them slowly more and more. Learning about paid ads, so Facebook ads. This guy's the best guru. So Professor Charles and then Ben Heath on YouTube. Nope, not Charles Xavier. Okay, this guy, Professor Charles, all about, he's really good at explaining the fundamental principles about Facebook ads from like a conceptual perspective. Then you guys can use those concepts to then run your ads in that way instead of just spending money everywhere else. Alex Becker's full ads course, as I showed you earlier, this one as well. YouTube ads. Alex Becker has an entire playlist on YouTube ads as well. Holy shit, I'm just dropping too much sauce. YouTube free education. Okay, so even more, oh my God. So organic strategy for content funnels, okay? So now that you know how to run paid ads and whatnot, right, you need to understand how to also do organic stuff, right? So these, since I'm fucking, bro, I've been like in the YouTube game for like the past 7 years, right? I really understand this stuff, and these are the best places that I've found to find information, okay? So Twitter on YouTube, Twitter YouTube is basically massive, okay? So you go to something like my boy, Lyndon, not even plugging him, like he just has good stuff, right? Even though he's a good friend. Lennon Chastain, right here, a lot of his people who he's following, they're like good YouTube gurus. His followers, also a lot of good YouTube gurus in here. And Lyndon also has a free course, okay? So you go over here. I literally not even playing. It's like dead ass free. Okay,
I just launched a
don't buy his shit.
Course.
Like literally, he doesn't even have shit to sell right now. So this is not me trying to plug him. Okay, or like dick suck or anything. So you go over here. Look, amplify views. So you join this literally for free. You go over here. You free YouTube University, and then. This like I'm already in the group, so it sends me right there. But you put your information in, and then it'll send you right to here. Basically, his business model is he has this entire free course, and this is like his lead magnet, exactly like what I'm doing here right now, right? But he just has it on school. I just have it less gate kept on YouTube, right? But you have this entire thing all about like really, really good in-depth stuff. About YouTube and some of the freaking concepts here, I taught him. So fuck you, Lyndon, you stole from me. But like, it's stuff about YouTube that I know that I sent over to Lyndon, and he did a significantly better job than me, like teaching it step by step by step in a good synthesized way, right? So entire free course there. Colin and Samir on YouTube. You guys probably know this if you watch like a bit of YouTube, but if you don't, it's basically like the gods of the creator. They're like the creators, you know. Just does tons and tons of podcasts with different creators, and like these first principles, right? These are like entertainment creators, but you could bring over those principles to an education creators channel, and then you could blow that channel up with these first principles taught over here. And then they fucking interview like YouTube employees. Like it's just great stuff, just great stuff. Low-key channel, Jay Klaus. Okay, Jay Klaus does a lot of interviews as well, but it's a lot more focused on like niched in topics. That's why they don't get as many views. Although Jenny, damn, 2.3 million. Come on, Jenny. Really good for her. And so, yeah, like a lot of these different things, they're more niched in concepts. Like this video is great George Blackman stuff. And that's because that's the next part. George Blackman's best course, YTSP. Okay. So this is, I'm not going to leak it because I'm going to actually get in trouble for that. George Blackman, I have his course, but I'm not going to show you guys a link. So, he's a good YouTube script writer. He like worked with Ali Abdul, whatever. Once again, I do not know this fucking guy. We've literally not DM'd. Did he DM me back? Yes, this is it. This is all we've DM'd. Okay, I'm not selling his shit, right? But it's just good, right? Because I've gone through his stuff and it's really good, right? And so you go through his stuff, and then he has a product, ytsp.co, and then it's like $300. It's literally nothing. It's $300 for fucking. It's a piece of shit. I mean, the price is low, as in the course is not bad, but you buy this and it teaches you how to YouTube script write for retention and whatnot. That's great. Okay, this one as well. I'm not going to leak this. Actually, I can show you this because it's through Gumroad. So Gumroad, so this is how you learn, this is the best course that I've learned for YouTube thumbnails, okay? And what I'm teaching you here, right, the resource I'm giving you here is obviously like thumbnails. You're not gonna be fucking making the thumbnails yourself. You're an agency owner. You're a businessman, right? So like but you need to learn like the fundamentals of how thumbnails actually work and how to make them and like the psychology behind it, so that then you could teach that psychology and even just buy this shit and give it to your thumbnail designer because it's really good, right? This is literally $50. Jay Alto, how to make effective thumbnails over here. And he has an entire video course on thumbnails that just teach you the basic fundamental psychology of it. Not like Photoshop, not the bullshit busy work, but like the actual principles, which is super duper good sauce here. And then Jay Alto also lives, or no, not Jay Alto. Who's this guy again? Yes, Jay Alto. He also lives on Twitter. All the big YouTube people live on Twitter. A lot of subscribers there, a lot of followers. And I think he's starting to do his own YouTube channel now. Yes, and he's starting to do the genuine content on YouTube. Good for him, right? So, amazing stuff there. And then finally, editing. So, Hayden Hillier-Smith is the best guru for this. Oops, I just put editing. Hayden Hillier-Smith is the best guru for this one in the YouTube space. He teaches a lot of editing, like first principles, right? Editing, concepts that you could teach to your editor, because once again, you're not going to be fucking editing yourself, that you could, share this with them, all these videos. And in fact, I have a playlist as well that I've organized about editing, I think, that I could give to you guys over here somewhere. Yes, everything about editing right here. Boom, 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 boom. And also I'll share that. I'm too lazy to open all those, but I'll share that in the doc as well. And then editing podcast. This is his podcast. Also share this with your editor. This will be really good. So you guys can really learn how to go about doing editing, and watch this shit yourself because it teaches you a lot of good storytelling principles, which are also part of direct response marketing. Writing good stories in your sales letter so that your audience is captivated and addicted to your personality, right? So great. Now, not sure shit about Instagram, short form growth. I don't fucking know. I don't know how to do Instagram. Twitter, TikTok, same exact thing. These are all like things that I'm even learning up on now, right? And then even up to SaaS and e-commerce. For you personally, do not worry about this one, right? I barely am into the space now, but like if you want to grow that IPG or SaaS and e-commerce company inside of IPGA, that's a significantly farther down the line, like probably 5 years down the line, right? And so like this stuff, I mean, obviously you could figure out who the best gurus are, just look up how to start a SaaS and then you can find the best gurus like that. But yeah. So just honestly, don't worry about this one. And then HR, I have an entire playlist about Layla Horomozi's hiring videos that she has over here. I'll just show it to you right here. Playlists, boom. Where is it? Right here, all of this stuff. And honestly, like if you guys are interested in these, then I'll send these to you too. But all of this stuff, right? All this stuff, Layla's concepts or Layla's videos organized. I need to do a good amount of them more, but like here's an example that I could show you. Boom, leadership. And all her videos organized in a good conceptual basis. I will share that with you as well and link all of these things in that doc as well. Holy shit, I feel like I just took off everything and just like sliced my butthole out too and skinned myself in front of you guys. But that is all the fucking sauce, mate. That's everything on how you're going to go about learning this shit. Good luck. Let's continue with the course. All right, and how you get the doc, how you get the free doc. Check it out. This is the thing you're gonna get, thingamajig. The full course, once I post it on YouTube, is going to be linked there. The master doc with all of the side docs of what I went to. Oh my gosh, that took so long for me to build everything. It's not even loading because it's so fat. You know, all these different things, right? You know, what you saw here today. On top of that, all these resources on hopefully well organized for you, MSP in that situation with all the 500 free leads, all the IGDM videos, all the sales videos, the best ones, and all about the fundamentals of marketing, paid ads, YouTube, organic, holy content funnels, everything, and then all this funnel hacking content that I categorized, all the people that you could study, the newer people, and then even books that you should read, and then HR playlist. This one's actual sauce right here. Stuff that Layla talks about, right? Organized into fantastic playlists just for you. All of this gosh darn stuff, just really easy for you to, making it really easy for you to consume, right? All of this info is going to be updating at the freaking moment, right? And there's even stuff that I don't even know yet personally that I'm going to be constantly learning new things and then adding to that doc, right? And so all this stuff, therefore, has it so that I need an updating method in order to give it to you guys. And so the most up-to-date method on how you get this doc is going to be down in the description. So go ahead and get the free doc. And so for now, you guys, congratulations. You've done it. You've finished this course, bro. Like, I'm actually proud of you, bro. You go through this entire thing and you make it to this end. Like, this is fantastic. And now you need to go and take action on this. And that first action is going to be going in the link in description and doing whatever it says and then getting this free doc so that you could get this organized piece of stuff and then go ahead and take action on it from there. But congratulations, you made it. Let's see each other down in the description below. Peace. Congratulations.